Relay goes for the finish, and just like that, Pride is out of the game. GG's. Beautiful parry.
The Z-Blast over here gets a huge uppercut combo into a double grapple combo, a triple grapple combo into the hits on the grab. What a play by Baku!
That was unbelievable.
Tryhard is going insane right now with those nunchucks.
Oh my god, the triple roll as well across of it with the firm follow-up.
Avocado's not gonna let it happen.
What huge double uppercut.
BL's TJ catches a huge uppercut combo onto We People Clown.
They are slaughtering this lobby.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Astral Cup Day 2 qualifiers for solos. I am joined by my main man, Dobby. We're ready to go to China, but first, one of you are going to be able to come with us for these solos. The winner of this event will be getting a free trip to the finals to watch the J Cup Worlds with us over there in Chengdu, China. Now, today, though, there's still a lot of Naraka to be played. We're going to have a little bit of change of format, though. I heard that it's only going to be 6 rounds versus that 10. Good stuff. Normally, that's what all these tournaments have been run, those 6 rounds. But a lot of the teams already qualified in the previous rounds. So today, if you were looking to get in there, test your feet in the water. The water's great. It's nice, warm, and welcoming. A lot of the better teams have already made it through. So now we can see what Naraka's future looks like in NA. And a lot of teams are going to be coming out swinging. Is there anything, Dobby, how are you doing? What do you think about the trio scenes that you've seen thus far?
I think the trio teams, it's been really interesting. Obviously, there's been at least 2 to 3 teams that have really stood out throughout the entirety of these games, especially after week 1. I mean, week 1's games were absolutely nuts, okay? Like, when we talk about how these players and how these teams were really able to just lock it in and know exactly what's going on. I mean, check this out. 106.9 points. Team Lonely comes out of nowhere and tops off all the way at the very top here. I mean, even with that, still an impressive feat, but I got to give it up to Team Sin, still in that 64.4. Billy Smile, if you guys don't know, that's another streaming platform that is massive on the other side of the world. Another team with a 66.3, but I mean, that's a 30+ point difference in trios. So clearly, I mean, there's been a lot of difference makers in some of these moments here, but you can tell who has really been just angling it, but then at the same time knowing how to win these games here. I'm telling you, the W key has been insane. We talk about when we talk about Naraka and how well some of these players are, especially in these trios, when we go to MBPL, that's nothing but strategy. That's nothing but playing your hand. That's nothing but timing and just being smart with what you have. Meanwhile, these guys just W key. They're not thinking about exit plans, exit strategies. Their exit strategy is to win the fight. That's their exit strategy. After that, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. We didn't really have a plan after that. We just was going to fight. That's it. That's just how that was going to work. And clearly, so far for a team like Lonely, that's been working for them.
Yeah, Team Lonely and Team Billy are both former Worlds team. Now, they've already made it through. Team Lonely was actually one of the only foreign teams outside of like the Asian region that made it to grand finals. It consists of LZQ, Kun, and DCR-KK. Kun and DCR have gone to Worlds every single year. LZQ hasn't, but has always been part of the top 3 teams inside NA. The second place team was actually a combination of a current Worlds team, where the IGL Godless was playing with the IGL of Dumplings team. Dumplings team, yeah. The Godless, probably one of the biggest earners when it comes to Naraka NA. He's about that money, so he was really just there for the money. His team is already qualified. He's just there for fun. But Dumpling, his team was undefeated the past 2 years. He's won every single grand finals event, and this is the first time that their team wasn't the winner of this last Jacob Morris. But the rest of the teams, we see Sin, one of the new up-and-coming English-speaking teams, because most of the CN teams are established. A lot of them are former pro players or top 100 players in the CN region. They come over to study. But Sin, full NA, true NA team, finally making their way up, and they transcended the season, putting a ton of work in. And you see their work paying off. They're able to qualify and go through. Now, I'm excited to see. I'm wondering if Casper is going to play again in this qualifier. They did really, really well during the qualifying round, but during the final round, they weren't able to get anything going. They had a lot of traction with their Viper composition, but this meta is just such a pain if you don't have someone who's dedicated to that. Takeda and Zipping, the synergy between the two, they absolutely dominate the lobby. Takeda just turns into a juggernaut and he imposes his will everywhere. And you're seeing the teams who have a ton of success, usually they have someone on their team who plays Takeda really, really well. And their support player Zipping does really well. Now, you still can't really count out the Temmie. This Temmie season, the Wisp going out there, the amount of range play that's going out there. I'm hoping to see more of that in NA, that people catch on to just how powerful the Temmie buffs are this season. And they're able to get out there, find these kills, transitioning into that middle late game. Now,
even with
what's that?
Oh, my bad. I was about to say, even with that though, let's talk real quick about the format, just so people know exactly what's going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, just like how you said, surprisingly, we're doing less games. It's not 10, it's 6, right? So we do have our usual format. Oh, it's 8. Oh, it's 8. Okay, so it did get updated. So now it's updated to 8 games. So a little less games, but that also means that hopefully more of these teams will focus a little bit more on the strategy part in terms of what we were talking about for MBPL. Maybe they'll start to focus on that rather than just like entirely W keying. Meanwhile, in the solo format, solos is still, they at least play to their strengths and understand when it's the best time to push and when it's the best time to back off. And in terms of trios, I mean, even with this format having just a little bit of a change, I don't think the W key is going to stop anytime soon. Anyway, continue from what you were doing, though.
Yeah.
Introducing the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. This North American competition consists of 2 weekends of open qualifiers and 1 weekend of closed competition. Players can register as both solos and trios for this competition, taking place from November 4th to November 19th. For trios, teams will be grouped into sets of 12 teams, with the top 6 advancing every 3 games to the next round. In the final group of 12, 4 games will be played to determine which 6 teams advance to the closed competition. In the solos qualifiers, players will compete in lobbies of up to 48 players for an action-packed 6 games of competition. After all games are concluded, the top 16 players between all the groups will play in 6 more matches to see which 6 players qualify for the final weekend. After the open qualifiers conclude, we'll host the closed competition, where the top 12 trios and 12 solos will compete in 6 final matches to determine who qualifies for the J-Cup in Chengdu, China, and who takes home their share of the $15,000 prize. Make sure to tune into all the action on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Gaming.
Man, this, like I said, format still hasn't been changed too much. The only thing that's really been changed is the amount of games that's currently being played, so that's been good. But obviously, what else are we actually playing for here? Well, we're playing for a decent bag, but we're also playing for a chance to fly out to Chengdu, China to watch the NBPL finals. On top of that, the J-Cup, which the J-Cup is one of the biggest cups that they have. But for first place for the trios, $6K, $6,000. That's a decent bag. That's a decent check if you split it between 3 people. On top of second place with $2,000. And you got to spend $1,000 in between third and fourth place. So even then, everybody still gets enough. I mean, listen, that's a decent amount of burgers that you can have. That's a good month's worth of groceries if you split it between 3 people for $1,000. But in terms of that 6, you can splurge a little bit, add some steak to it, put some shrimp, all types of stuff in there. So, obviously everybody's going for that first prize, but that first prize also comes with something just as great. You're going to get flown out. Yes, flown out to Chengdu, China to watch the NBPL finals, all expenses paid. And it's going to be an absolute good time. So, yeah, definitely worth it here in terms of why people have been W King very, very, very heavy, and it's just been having a good time with it all at the same time.
Yeah, with 8 rounds, this definitely benefits the aggressive playstyle, and it's very forgiving. Normally in 6 rounds, you don't want to make a mistake. It can make you play very hesitant, and more importantly, if you're new to the scene, this is a great tournament for these players to get active. It takes a little bit to warm up. Those first couple rounds, you feel the butterflies settle in, but you realize very quickly that tournament is just a little bit more fast-paced than rank, but you have a chance at a couple $1,000 plus the experience of playing against other players who are just as passionate as you, who are just trying to play the best form of Naraka as possible, or the most fun form of Naraka as possible, because you get a full lobby of really, really fun fights. If you're going to be hot dropping over and over, A lot of teams have been salty run backing. Since with the change in the past few years of Naraka, you do have 2 spawns, so it is worth it to play very, very aggressive off spawn, because even if you go out, you generally can find another location on map to find a little bit more loot. Now, that may not be the case in this current format, just because there are a lot of teams. And to me, I love when there are a lot of teams. Oh my goodness. It's just the most amount of fun, the most amount of stacked end games when you roll up to a fight and you just see pure chaos in front of you. Just 12 teams popping every single ult, everyone throwing caution to the wind, where you just see double wombo ults going out, and everyone's just, it's feast or famine. And you get to ride the wave that first time. You get to ride that first tsunami of kills where you just come in late and you're just picking off everyone, snowballing, eating up all those soul blooms. It's a great feeling. And especially in this tournament, without the big hitters in it, anyone can possibly experience that this time, as long as you play your off spawn, you get it going, you scale up, and you capitalize and hunt in the center of the map. You should be able to find these fun scenarios that you get to play out. Now, moving forward, in Astral Cup, the 8 rounds, I wonder if they'll keep doing the 8 rounds. I mean, what do you feel like 6 rounds versus 8 rounds, like seeing the pro scene?
I think the 8 rounds, I think it's going to be a little bit different. I think we'll start to see a little bit of a difference probably halfway through the games. I think obviously those first set of games, obviously people want to get the nerves out, but at the same time, I feel like people are just going to just push forward, W key, be very, very aggressive off spawn. I think this first half, we're not really going to see too much of a change. I think it's later down the line, especially some of these players that aren't necessarily in that top 3. Well, I won't even say the top 3, literally first place, because first place has a 30+ point difference. Okay. Their difference is so wide in terms of margin. It takes 2 solid, decent games for them to potentially take that top spot. And in reality, the first team has to get griefed in order for that to even have an opportunity to even get close, to even be able to like rock next to it. But all time will tell, as we're about to get ready to lock into our first game for Morris Isle. Just to let you guys know, there's also a meme competition happening in the Naraka Bladepoint Discord. So if you've not checked that out, I suggest you go do. There's a lot of funny stuff in there already as it is, and you have the chance to win some decent stuff, get a chance to win some treasure chests, all types of stuff. So make sure to go check that out in the Discord if you guys want to go check that out. A meme creation contest for Naraka Bladepoint. I haven't actually had anything yet, but I can get creative. I can get creative. Let me think of some stuff and let me get back to you. Okay, how about that?
The beam creation contest. Have you seen any of these memes yet, Dobby?
Not yet. I haven't seen any of the memes yet, but I actually cannot wait to go back in there and give that a check, because I definitely want to see what people have been thinking about, especially because the last time we really had a meme competition, it's been a while, so it'd be really good to see like how much the meme world has kind of changed in terms of Naraka, and if we're kind of, you know, bringing up some of the same jokes, or if any of that, or any, especially with some of the newer characters as well. I'd love to see if there's any decent Takeda memes in there as well. But coming into it already here, already seeing some fights happening, as one of them is getting absolutely blown out of proportion here, as it looks like that's QNT fighting this out here. Kishi fighting this out, struggling here as the 2v3. It looks like that's a 3v1 in that situation here. And it looks like this one team, New, absolutely coming through and slaughtering this first section of fights here. As it looks like we're coming into the next fight as well. Oh, Dan is back at it again, trying to see if he can capture it, but struggling here as a katana comes through at a beautiful time. Sorry, not the katana, that's a dagger. Oh, but it doesn't matter, as Danziz ends up getting the payback though and gets the elimination. Nice hit for the bell, detection, but oh, the longsword gets absolutely sprung, and he ends up being third party into that situation here. Spoon trying to see if they can figure out this final hit though into this one, steadily holding strong here, as it looks like he's going to try to see if he can do it. Oh, she comes through beautifully strong, trying to see if she can run an array in that sense, but Spoon is able to get the elimination here. Now it's a 1v1, and it looks like, actually, never mind. I thought they were going to go push and fight this out, but it looks like they're just going to pick up their teammates, and they're going to go right back to fighting this out here. Beautiful parry on a Spoon. Danis is going to try to see if he can back off this fight here, as Veru was stuck by himself. Beautiful parry collected, and both of them end up getting eliminated out of this fight here. Team number 1 playing that out pretty well. It looks like the third party's immediately going to start to come in, and here comes Niu. Beautiful time strike, and it looks like they're also calling in the Bane's Breath to try to see if they can catch him inside of a corner. Oh, no! ulti comes through, actually gives him the worst setup timing needed though, just to try to keep him going here. But it looks like they still might be hit though by the Bane's Breath. Looks like it's not gonna be enough here, as they are gonna try to pop the ult, separate themselves. Floon trying to see if they can separate, but it's not enough. This Mew ends up catching the elimination here. That's B on their team. Bane's Breath still surging, as the team is going to try to see if maybe they can get away here, but it looks like Team 6 is not giving them any sort of imagination to try to see if they can back out of this. Oh, beautiful parry in the middle of that fight too. Neo is cleaning up. R2, RZ trying to see if he can come through with a beautiful birth party, but it's not enough here, as here going to get absolutely shredded as well. And clearly, we have a team that we're definitely going to be paying attention to in this game for one.
Niu. I didn't notice them last week, but we're seeing them have an excellent off spawn here. They're able to win their off spawn versus one of the strongest teams in the lobby. Saw Kishi getting taken down there on the Takeda, and they transition to leveraging those skills into getting a Moonbane. Now, it wasn't as clean as it could have been. It's a little bit on the rails. Or Takeda almost gets taken down, but great play by Fly to pop that V2 zipping to deny the finish off, and they just pop all 3 ults plus the Moonbane. It's impossible to live against this scenario. Now, on this composition that's normally looked at as Siphon, that Takeda Temi zipping, you gain a ton of power by scaling up. You see them buying up over now, moving over to the Ballista. We see, is that a Ski Tryhard? Wait, Ski Tryhard and Hero are actually playing this. One of the world's contenders, the number 2 seed, is playing this right now, playing on their Siphon combo. Looks like they won't be able to win any prizes here, but they're going to absolutely maul the competition right now, taking everyone down. Tryhard, one of the best players on earth, getting 4th overall at the last J-Cup. Going to be fishing out Edward Allen here and the boys on the Wu Chen Viper. Yodo versus Lambo. Lambo in the monk form, looking for the grab, unable to get it. Edward's gonna get 1 slash off, 2 slashes off, lots of damage onto the monk, but Wu Chen is gonna be taken down. This Yodo attack on Titan come, putting their attack in motion right now. Lambo has a chance to get a double grab, but can he bring this back? But it looks like there is not another play for him left in his book. Edward Allen gonna take him down and scale up. This is one of the scariest teams that you can be fighting right now. A scaled up Yodo team in that early mid game. But we're over to Casper's team, Kishi and Kilowatt. They didn't make it last week. Can they make a difference today? And Poison Mushroom's gonna come out and they're gonna pick up Denise, claiming this Sunwing area. Full blue armor on this team. I can't wait to see if they're willing to go into Yang and take their battles to their friends, their homies. Intel with Tryhard Hero. Now, transitioning into this middle game, the calm before the next storm. This mid-game time in Naraka, where you're setting up for this Yang. You got your loot ready. The other teams who died off spawn, to the victors go the spoils. You see Casper looting it up right now, setting up his inventory. And when the Yang comes up next, this Siphon composition is actually one of the strong, if not the strongest composition that exists right now. And you want to set up to go into Yang. Now, this composition makes all of its power by looting more. It's one of the 2 compositions that benefit a ton from looting. As Takeda gets more and more weapons on his teammates and himself, his ultimate becomes stronger. It actually moves up in rarity from purple to gold. Now moving on to Bin Laden, Pan, and Sly Tiger with the Viper comp. Ult is going to be coming out, and a V3 echoes. The food chain has been set. Takeda is going to be peeling over net right now. Can they find a kill? The Zai ult's going to come out. Can Bin Laden carry this with the Zai ult? He cannot. And it looks like Team Intel is just going to roll through them and absolutely decimate them.
Ooh, doesn't give him much of a time here in order to come back. But even with that, though, still was able to drop him very, very, very quickly here. Doesn't give him much of an angle here to work with. But man, what a time. What a way to start it off. Very, very strong as Neon, Sly Tiger, and Pan. Gonna find a place here to go to a Soul Ultra to go for the quick revival here. Maybe for the salty run back, we could see potentially, or are they gonna actually just decide to reset and maybe play this out a little bit more smarter towards the end here? Might be better here. It looks like he's gonna go through it. It looks like they're not gonna go for the salty run back because they just ran past an altar. Looks like they're going to play a little bit more of the smarter game and actually last towards the very end here as we look back at Q&T. And it looks like they're in the middle of their fight here. They're going to try to see if they can separate away from the ulti of the Viper, but it's not going to be enough as Koala is going to get caught on the outskirts of that one, though. It looks like it's not enough as the damage is not going to be able to do a whole lot, but it looks like they're already lost the player here as Spoon might end up getting picked up here in the middle of this fight here as it looks like, oh, Kenshin and Casper trying to catch them out on the outskirts, and Q&T is going to clean up here in the middle of this fight. Meanwhile, they got 5 kills in general, and it looks like, ooh, never mind. I was going to say they had 8. Now they have 9. Niu going absolutely insane here in these fights here. Barely getting an opportunity actually to see it as they just absolutely shredded him inside of this fight. Niu playing the game so far so well. Looks like they even caught out another Bane's Breath as well. They had enough to afford another Bane's Breath. They fighting that well.
Double Moonbane, despicable. It's very optimal for Niu, able to snowball out of control and leverage it. That Moonbane just gives you such a huge advantage. I remember the first time I started playing with Chinese players, they actually reference the Moonbane as like a tactical nuke. Get the Moonbane. It's just such a big fight when you have those giant AoEs coming down. Now, first Yang is going to come up. Looks like Casper's team, Intel's, and Niu are the teams to beat. And now we got Steve, Diab, and Sly versus Niu. Diab, excited to play in this tournament today. I was going to do an interview with my man, but it looks like he's busy. Lock and loaded, double purple armor going in. He's going to take to the sky. Steve going to get grapple canceled out of the sky. And it looks like Zipping is going to be following up. They're going to focus the Zipping down. Zipping already popping the V2. She's under a ton of pressure. She's already popped. She's in a last hit situation. And the Takeda right on hot on her heels. Can she get away from here? The staggers are coming out, and Sly is going to get deleted within the first 10 seconds in a 2v3 situation. Can Steve bring it back? It looks like Niu will be in a tough position against the corner, but the V2 is going to come out. The healings are coming out from the Zipping. Great support play coming from Niu, and they're going to walk through Diab's team. Takeda in a 1v3 situation, going for the scare. She's going to try to mix him up with the Focus attack. Not able to. Going to get staggered and get taken down. And Niu just making it look easy in this first Realm of Yang.
Even in that one, too. I mean, are we surprised that Niu would end up winning the Realm of Yang? I'm not. I wasn't surprised at all. That made perfect sense. Even in that fight there, I even saw that and I was like, yeah, they're definitely winning this.
Double Moonbane? You already know they're doubling down. They're just going in. They have
W key.
12 kills already. That's insane. Absolutely insane coming from them. I still want to see how this team... I'm actually not as familiar with Niu. I'm wondering which team renamed under these things, if they're just regulars on this ranked server, but I'm excited to see them to see where they measure up versus one of the strongest teams in NA. Team Intel, we're seeing 9 teams today, so 6 teams are going forward. So if the name of the game right now is slow and steady, I know we want a WQ, we want to have the most amount of fun, but if we're interested in going to the grand finals, having a chance at that $6,000, we just got to get in the top 6. That's all we got to do. We just got to tap it in, be nice and easy. We don't got to try to beat Intel. We can just rotate around the map, but that doesn't look like what Niu wants to do. They want to show everyone today that they're ready to fight. They have ready gold weapons on most of their players. Fly with the gold nunchucks. And in this last patch, Zippy Ying actually received one of her first nerfs where her rage or her ability to build up her ultimate is matching now to more other characters. Now, if you didn't know this, building up your ultimate on Zippy Ying and Kurumi was a lot faster than every other character, but on Zippy Ying it's a little bit different since you could pop her ult a little bit sooner. But now back in action, we got Team 2 versus Sly. Yang depletion, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Sly needs to find a kill right now. Steve gonna get juggled by the LMB from this pole sword. He makes his way back through. Temiel is going to be invested in another. More teams are jumping in. Adward Allen's team's here. Tryhard's team's here. Everyone's down here inside the Celestial Gorge. But Diab, Steve, they have 2 minutes. They have to find a kill here. This is not the team they want to fight. V2 is going to already be invested. One of The players are already getting taken out. Diab able to yoink the Soul Bloom, though. Great presence of mind from him. He's doing his job. He's bullying even tryhards. And Hero's going to get juggled right now. The Takeda doing a ton of work. Diab absolutely bullying right now. Sty staying out of the focus fire, keeping his team healed up. And they still need 2 more Soul Blooms. At least one of them is still online here on the Temi in a 1 HP situation. But great parry from Sty. Able to get that Pulse Swords Whole Sword Sap. Had a brain fart there, but Edward Allen's team is going to come in, sweep him off his feet. Both of their team kind of get splits up right now. Diab still at max health, but Edward Allen and crew coming in like a wrecking ball, looking to pick up more kills. Now Diab going to eat a silence, but the stagger is too much. He can't get out or let him go. His toes are taken from him. The staff just doing so much staggers now. Af going to get taken down as well, and just all of the lobby just getting absolutely deleted on the south of Celestra. That Yang depletion just forces so much action out of the lobby. But Edward Allen's team scaled up. New's team scaled up. Tryhard's team still scaled up. We have 16 players to go. And I don't really see this going to endgame, Dobby. It looks like you were saying before, the aggression is cranked to the max right now.
Definitely going back and forth here, even with everything that's been happening here. What a way to start so strong here. Because Neo definitely is looking like the favorited so far to win at least this first game here, as we're only in Shadow 2, circling in with 16 players alive here. And a good stride here as we're back to seeing Neo, just the team we wanted to see. Exactly, about to fight this out with QNT. Now, this is the fight I'm actually looking forward to right here, because both of them have been fighting this out really well. Both have great strategies. The W key has been going insane, but Koala gets absolutely destroyed here by Poe's muskets as much as possible here. Nice hits coming through. Beautiful collision. Nice headshot, trying to see if he can connect it. The question is, can he hit it again? Big. But some nice shots here. And it looks like they're going to steadily try to close this gap in. Oh, it looks like the first fight might be connecting it, as it looks like B might have connected the first hits. She is going to back off as well here. And they're both just playing the strategy. They're playing time out, trying to see which one is going to be the one that W keys first. Neo might not need to. They're doing really well, so they don't really need to force if they don't have to. There's no real reason to fight this out. Meanwhile, QNT is currently on the back burner here, as it looks like they're going to try to see if they can separate one of the team members. And they were looking at Fly for a second here, but obviously coming back in towards it. They're going to time it out as they're ready. It looks like we're going to see this fight happening. They're waiting for this. It looks like they're both going to come in. It's time for the Realm of Yang. Oh, and it's not them at all. Ladies and gentlemen,
it's worse.
Ski,
it's Tryhard.
It's Tryhard, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Have an opportunity here to see if they're going to try to clutch this up as they go airborne. This is where the big boys come to play as Tryhard comes through. Oh, Tryhard ends up getting thrown down here inside of this fight for the first one here. Beautiful hits. The Reza comes through. He ends up getting thrown each side, left and right, like we're at a ping pong table fight. Meanwhile, Ski trying to see if they can hold it together here. Nice heals, trying to see if they can connect it. Big. Nice maneuvering as well. Going back and forth. The 1v3 is being absolutely detrimental here. And Consecrator struggling to try to see if he can figure out any type of way to give him any type of backup here. As one of them ends up getting hit, but it's not going to be enough as Neo cleans up, sweeps it up, and then disposes of it. Meanwhile, QNT is in a completely different fight here. This is the fight I wanted to see. I wanted to see Neo and QNT. I actually was surprised to see the other side of it happening. As the cannon shots gets thrown in, Kishi trying to see if maybe they can conjure it up even side. And it looks like it's going to be a 2v1 situation here. And it looks like Kishi is actually struggling here, trying to see if they can catch him inside of this fight here. Nice hits, trying to connect it as well here, but they're struggling with it and trying to connect it, but looks like they will be able to at least finish this fight, but not without them trying for as long as possible here. Has been holding on for as long as possible, actually giving them a run for their money. They all basically didn't really have any shield on them, and some of their heals, they were at least halfway. There was a possibility for 1v3, but even in those situations, they're very, very hard to come by.
Yeah, surprising outcomes coming out here in the first Realm of Yam. QNT fighting against that Zai composition led by Bin Laden. Unfortunately, everyone tries to find a counter to this Siphon, but Takeda zipping Temi, the synergy is too insane. In theory, playing that Zai, having that uncrowd controllable whips, does a ton of work, but we're seeing Adward Allen with, looks like Adward's team actually played for Box. So you're just tuning in, you're new to the Naraka tournament scene. You just saw the 3v3 inside Yang where you can get a buff, you can get a lot more loot, but even on the outside, there are boxes or Morrises that you can pick up to do the same. It's a little less risky that you won't get taken down. You're not forced into a 3v3 fight, but you still get a lot of the loot instead. It's one of the strategies that you do when you're playing a composition such as this one, Yodo, Viper, Wu Chen. Not traditionally one of the best Yang compositions where you go in and fight a fair 3v3. It's more of an assassination composition. That Viper silence coming out, locking someone down when they least expect it, and you burst someone down very quickly. Now, the Draco Storm on Adward Allen's team provides a regeneration and an AoE, and it looks like QNT is going to be fighting versus Intel. Intel with the Yang depletion, they need to find a fight. Tryhard's gonna get parried right now. Temiolt's gonna be investment. Casper in the center of the blender, eating longsword beams to the side of the head. He's just trying to survive. He just wants to hold his cooldown. V2 hasn't been invested now. He's been able to stay alive right now, but he has to be really careful. Tryhard's hard on his heels with the Takeda. He's able to peel off, still holding his ult. Casper with great position right now, able to dodge all of the press from them. Hero's going to be jumping in, and he's going to take a ton of damage right now. Last shove is going to be coming in. F1 heal coming into Hero, and Casper in a last hit point situation is going to be forced to pop his V2. He is popped right now in a tiny sliver of health. Blistering Edge coming out, shredding him. But Ski also on the back foot at a 1 hit point situation. Great defense from Hero to keep him guarded. Now Casper in the middle of two players, Tryhard and Hero. He's going to get taken down. Kichi tries to peel from him and he's unable to. He's going to go for a ride in the Merciless. Killua trying to help him out, but he's a little bit too late. Hero with the F looking for the stagger, unable to get it. Killua 2v3ing this in a 2v2. Tryhard is in a last hit point situation. Can Killua and Kishi clutch it? The Temi ult coming out from Hero. Second ult in the same fight coming out. Nice overhold coming out from Hero. And it's going to be a 1v1 situation versus Killua. Can Hero clutches up? Temi v Temi. Focus action to come out. Late Temi ult coming out from Killua. He does have the armor advantage. This is for all the marbles. Both of his teammates going down, not able to get the Soul Bloom. Hero looking to get that Soul Balloon off Kishi's body, but he's unable to. Killua is going to catch him with the vertical and takes him down. And what an upset coming from their teammates. QNT takes down Intel.
Absolutely insane, but sadly, they have lost a player here. They do have enough to get him back, though, potentially. There is that opportunity for that, but they're going to need some time to make that happen as Kawal and them are going to decide to hide inside of the bush here. Get a little bit stealthy, play this smart here, and that's all about strategy. Picking up their teammates so that way they still have their full team, so that way they can cascade this opportunity if need be. Oh, it looks like B ends up finding Kishi by himself on the outskirts here. It's not looking good for him, as their teammate is going to have to try to see if maybe they can support him as much as possible into this fight here. He's like, hey, buddy, I'm by myself. Kishi trying to see if maybe he can separate himself, but it's not going to be enough as he's dangerously low. He pops the ulti, but it's not enough. Oh, wait! QNT's Kishi actually steals the elimination away from Niu. From a far decent distance, too. The musket hits him in a beautiful way. And now it's just the one. Oh, no. He actually ends up dipping out. Oh, yeah. He definitely dipped out of there. For sure. He dipped out of that bush. He said, nope. I need to focus on getting the team back.
Who is Niu? You know? I'm gonna do a little bit of investigative journalism right now. We're gonna be looking in on who this team is because they've been taking down everyone. They're taking down QNT. We got Adward, QNT, and Niu for the last 3 teams. Who do you think is gonna take this one to secure game 1 starting out today?
I mean, so far QNT has been looking really good, like as a team, like just the way they've been clashing, colliding with other players here, and even just their strategy in terms of when they do W key still has been played off very, very well. But I gotta say, Niu, you know when you just see people with just unrelenting amount of energy? It's not even about strategy, it's just pure strength. That's what's going on with Niu. Niu just possesses pure strength. Their defensibility goes very well, and they just know exactly what's going on. So far, they've done a fantastic job with it in general. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes towards the end. I'm excited. Personally, though, I think Niu's got it.
I gotta take my former teammate and fellow Oogler, Edward Allen. I've known him forever. He's one of the first Chinese players to actually be super friendly to us. Really showed us the ways. I'm glad to see him back in the game on the Yodo. He loves that big damage. If anyone can slow down this momentum of Neo, it's going to be Edward and the boys. Can they find the opening right now? It looks like they're willing to take this fight. 10 people left. Nice positioning from Neo. They're trying to light them up on the way in. They're zipping, taking a ton of pressure from the Deado rounds. That stagger forcing him to stand still. He's trying to hold his ground, and it looks like they're willing to take an engage here. Viper scouting out for that silence. Not able to get in there. Doesn't want to overcommit. Viper, one of the squishiest characters in the game. She plays very glass cannony, but she highly impacts the outcome. Great zone play coming out from Neo. Big, holding the line in front, saying, you shall not pass. You will not get to my support. He defends against that Viper stun and execution, and it looks like Edward Allen's going to bow out, buy some more time, figure out what's going on the other side of the map. We still got Casper, Kishi, Killua chilling on the outside. Now we got something going here. We got that 3v3v3 action. It looks like Edward with that swarm putting on the pepper. Neo wants to swerve off here. They don't want to be monkey in the middle. They want to get off to the side, make sure that we're on an even playing field and not overcommit before we take this last fight. Now, still, the zone is very, very wide. So if these teams choose not to really engage, they want to pick their spots, it's going to be perfect. We don't want to just like rush it in, game one. Let's start off the day very, very strong. Edward Allen's team already up to that 11 kills. Now, if you're new to Naraka, the way tournament points works, placement and kills matter. There's a relationship between the two. You will get placement points by placing a little bit higher, first coming in with 4, second with 3, but it's mainly about that kill multiplier. So as long as you're in the top 2, you're going to get a 1.4 to 1.3, and it looks like Neo wants to keep up the pressure. They're going to commit to Edward Allen's team, and now QNT is going to be coming in with the flank. Casper with the bow, seeing it all go down. Temi ult's going to be coming down. Shots are ringing out. Casper looking to steal a kill right now. Multiple players up there. Fly down to 1 hit point, already popping the V2. Edward Allen's team with their Wu Chen is going to be porting out to reset right now, but Casper's team has a ton of advantage right here. Are they going to capitalize on this? Kishi on the outside with the Takeda. All he has to do, it's about to be go time for him. He tries to go in, but Neo doesn't hesitate for them. They see, hey, you're looking at us like this? We're getting in there right now. Kishi doesn't pop it ultimate, now responding to it. V2 is going to be invested by Casper. Neo with the momentum, the armor, the advantage, and right now QNT on the back foot right now. Takeda's armor shredded, and it looks like Edward Allen gonna be sandwiching it in again on Neo, but Neo swerving out of her, spotting the sandwich happening. They don't want to be the ground beef in the middle. They're going to back off to the side, but with no ultimates to their name. B, very, very slow on health. Going to get the armor reset. Casper's going to jump into the building. Can he find the solo right here? Temi pops a gold F. He's going to pop off, get to the side, but Casper hot on his heels with the gold dagger. Going to get the grapple cancel into him. Can he find the kill? He has to be careful right now. Oh no, he overextends and ends up getting taken down. Reverse 100-0, but Neo still Edward Allen's team on the outside looking in with that swarm peppering in. Fly going to try to salvage the situation, play for a second, and now Edward Allen picking up the pieces of QNT. Great play from QNT, picking up Casper. Who do you think's going to take this, Zabi?
One of the things I wasn't expecting, though, definitely to get caught inside of that third party here, is they're going to time this out here. Edward trying to see if they can capture one, and they do, which is Kishi on the outskirts of the circle here, slowly closing in. Casper trying to see if maybe they can capture this with the dual blades. Not enough. Beautiful hits trying to see if they can connect it. Casper taking the timeout, but it's not going to be enough, as he does end up getting 1v2'd in that fight, in that situation. One of the things that's so bad is you definitely do not want to get caught on the outskirts here by yourself, as Fly is going to get caught as the Yorihime ulti comes down, and so does the ulti for Viper, trying to see if maybe they can capture the opportunity here, but it's not going to be enough, as Steve by himself, the only leader of the team to keep it alive for the rest of the squad, pops the ulti, slows down the rest of the team, but it's not going to be enough, as the Wushin is going to take them out of that circle. Beautifully timed. Steve trying to hold on up top, but it's not going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be a dub held on from team number 10, but it looks like it might be Neo that ends up taking the dub overall, because of the amount of kills and because of what? That's probably at least third place at least. That's at least a third place finish. And plus with those amount of eliminations, yeah, they definitely took it overall for sure.
Yeah, doing a little bit of investigative journalism, we figured out who Neo is.
Already?
I figured it out. They're the ranked demons. They're holding like rank 1, 2, and 5. They played last week under a different name, but they ended up getting 7th exactly. So they're back here for the second qualifier, and they're showing up swinging. They're not going down like that. They learned from their previous mistakes, and they started out super fast, going super successful with double Moonbane. I haven't seen a double Moonbane in a tournament in a long time. That double Moonbane, like, they actually get maximum value off of it because they have that Temi. They're able to snare everyone else. And looking at the scoreboard,
Crazy cow.
They were crazy. That's why we didn't realize who they were.
Crazy cow. There we go. That makes more sense. Coming into this though, 24.1 points. What a strong start for this team. A&D though with second place with an 18.4 of NTL with 14.2. QNT sadly in that fourth place with a 6.7, but they still have some room to work.
Yeah, AMD, I believe that's Casper's team. Casper's team's AMD, kind of a play on Intel's team. Their teammates, Hero, Ski, Tryhard, Team Intel, game through or placing third at 14.2. QNT gave him a run for the money. I was surprised that they were able to clutch it up, but we all practice together all the time. So QNT showing up big, showing up the practice is paying off, taking them down with their Yang depletion at 6.7. Now, Spoon at 4.9, Zoo at 4, Outlaws at 3, Neon at 1. There's still a lot of games to be played today. And remember, all of these teams, they just want to get in the top 6. They want to qualify and go into that final lobby for the thousands and thousands of dollars, over 10K. Now looking at the replays over here, Neo showing their dominance, showing what ranked demons can do on their zipping. They make quick work of Diab's team, just absolutely decimating their zipping off the start. When a zipping connects with a Takeda, fireworks happen, and unfortunately that was fireworks light zipping on fire. Now this was where everything went down, the absolute slaughtering of just south of Celestra. Now Diab's team does a good job. They find some soul blooms, and unfortunately for them, Intel, Edward Allen's team come barreling in, and they pick up both of them before they're able to get those soul blooms and get to safety. Now again, Neo take their talents to one of the strongest teams in NA for 3v3. Tryhard gets blown up off the start. QNT taking down Team Nia just because Zai versus Takeda is just a tough matchup. Even though she has those fiery chains, it does not matter. Those shoves from Takeda just doing so much when it comes to crowd control. And this fight, this clutch up right here, Killa versus Hero, I know the trash talk is going to be happening later. Well played by both of the teams. It came down to the absolute wire. Now closing this out, Edward Allen's team, just, they take the brunt of the force from Nia, but that Wu Chen, Dobby, that Wu Chen, beautiful port from them, and beautiful time for them to take their foot off the gas and kind of just tap it in. They just tap it in and clean up that lobby, and they're able to secure some decent points going into game 2.
It's going to be interesting to see how game 2 is, knowing that, I'm going to be honest, I think Neo is definitely going to come out so strong because, man, they were doing so well just to get that last little bit of separation. And when I tell you that separation is just enough to do what they need to here, man, oh man, what a game that was. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back as we're going to get ready for an intermission, and we'll be right back for game number 2. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Astral Cup as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 2. Our first game has been set, it's been dealt with, and it has been finished in Morals Hour. Now we're headed to Halaroth. Now, obviously, Halaroth is a much bigger map. There's a lot of space, there's a lot of room to work with, especially for some of these trio teams. A lot less congestion. It's way more of an open battle, way more soaring through the skies as much as possible. I love seeing trio games in Halaroth because it really shows a display of how these teams can really work and coincide with each other in a very large space. Now, obviously, going into this game number 2 here, very surprising start to the game here. Obviously, not surprising to see NIU up top, but to not see them win the first game was surprising in the sense that they actually were out by like 3rd or 4th place. And obviously that's going to be huge for AMD though, coming in for that dub, which put them in 2nd place with that 18.4. But Crazy Cow still at the top of the game here with 24.1 points, feeling it out. But ladies and gentlemen, they're not done. They still have so much more games to go as we're about to get ready to lock this in for our next map here for Halaroth. It's going to be good. Obviously, they've been playing really well. You could tell their synergy's been really good. What do you think teams like QNT and NTL need to do in order to see themselves in this top 2 placement?
I think the off-spawn strategy was shaky. It was only game 1, so a lot of warming up. A lot of these teams, like Crazy Cow, they have a ton of volume playing the game. They hold rank 1, 2, and 5. And normally, teams say that like ranked doesn't really translate to tournaments. Well, we're seeing the evidence otherwise. When you play that much Naraka, obviously it's going to carry over. And one of the big advantages when you play that much Naraka, no need to warm up. This is just another day. You check into the office, you're ready to go. Now going into game 2, Halaroth, Morris feeling out, Halaroth now, another feeling out. Let's see how everyone wants to play these situations. Just like you were saying, Dobby, it's a lot of wide open area. And for QNT and Intel to really shape this up, I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to run their Transformers, that's their Monk, Yueshan, or Kurumi, or their Siphon composition, because traditionally, Siphon was always really run on this day, just because it's so wide open, you don't really have anywhere to hide, and Takeda and Temi can really run you down. Now, we're seeing the modern day meta right now. A lot of teams use the daytime version of Halaroth to bring out their Transformers and play the really slow game, not take any risks. But it looks like, again, we have a bunch of isolated battles going down now at the Grief platform. NIU wants to claim this puzzle for themselves. They already claimed the other ballista. Shots ringing out from the other side, and they're going to take down one of Nia's teammates already. But NIU Big is in a 1 hit point situation. He's going to get peeled right now. Spoon's going to get juggled by this longsword and get cleaned up. The off spawn from Crazy Cow, just too clean with it. Now going over to Tang, we got Team Intel versus QNT. Their off spawn's going to be key here to get that snowball going. So he's going to get taken down in a 2v3 situation. Hero's going to get a great Dragon Slayer now. Killua coming with the peel, with the pulse sword, going with the horizontals, but in a 1v3 situation, Hero's just trying to damage control here. See if his team wants to follow this up. Looking for a big play, unable to get it. Killua again denying Hero with a back-to-back parry, and now Hero's going to clean up again. It's 2-0. Killua is winning today.
Even with that, though, QNT feeling it out already here. 3 kills deep. It's going to be a very strong start for QNT. They definitely want to separate and definitely switch it up, just like how you said before here. But it looks like Nikki wants to get a little bit of that action as well here. Wants to try to come through and cause some issues here as he does get lined up here. Oh, Koala ends up getting hit downwards. Nunchucks trying to see if they can connect it as well. It looks like the separation is going to happen here. It looks like Casper's going to be a little bit of the support this time during this fight. It looks like they are going to try to separate this. They definitely do not want to get caught inside of this space here. Nice little tight angle. Scale rush coming through from Koala. Maybe waiting. No, looks like they're just going to continue to push offwards here. And it looks like they might not have enough here really to fight this out. And it doesn't really look like it has a low amount of heals. Doesn't really have that much shield on him. Definitely probably the smarter choice to back off here, knowing that they need more resources. Oh, but Nikki ends up getting caught. Nice hits coming through, trying to see if they can catch him with the pulse sword, trying to connect it. Nice. And it looks like Nikki's going to try to see if maybe they can separate this, but Koala wants some of that action. He said, no, sir, you wanted this fight. Now you going to get it. And it looks like he's going to continue to push onwards towards him, though, putting that pressure onto Nikki here. Could be a 2v1 situation here. Nikki pushing, trying to see if they can capture it. Oh, beautiful hit from the parry. Trying to see if they can hold it strong towards it, but the heals coming through in a beautiful time is going to help them keep the game alive. Keep up the game alive. Trying to see if they can follow it through as Koala. Gonna try to see if they can do it, but it looks like one of them ends up getting thrown down though. Takeda ult comes through too at a beautiful time. Lambo caught dangerously low, waiting for the strike to happen here. Oh, just enough, and it is going to be able to help out here as Casper is going to be able to secure that elimination. And it looks like Nikki also gets eliminated as well inside of this fight. QNT holding strong, playing to their advantage, knowing the time to strike, or at least be able to at least separate one of their players here, and that is enough to capture a 2v1 situation, gets the elimination, gets the finish, and obviously becomes a downward spiral from there.
Yeah, QNT playing this positioning perfectly. Now, as Transformers, you don't really want to fight with these buildings. You need those line of sights. You need that pressure from the mug. So QNT wisely drags it out into the open so they can get maximum value from Kishi's ultimate. Great play from Killua and Casper to close it out, pick up that last skill, and now the name of the game. The old school super defensive cop Transformers are going to head over, try to buy up, try to loot up, just because when you're a transforming character, that's that Yushan, that monk, that Faria, you scale up significantly by having better armor, better health gauges, and better weapons. You do more damage, you're more tanky, you're more beefy, and it looks like already, licking their wounds, Team Inso goes to the north to another high yield location. Because the map is so big, there's loot everywhere, so it's worth it to risk going for those first kills off spawn. Now, first Yang, they will have an advantage. That's the name of the game in this tournament. You're kind of leveling up those first kills. You get better jades, you get better armor. You're basically higher level, so your first and next 3v3 should go your way, but it may not always be the difference. In Naraka, skill does make up for that loot difference in a lot of instances. We're seeing Edward Allen's team on the outside at these pillars. One of the unique spots of the map, it's right next to this money location, and one thing that is different if you're just tuning into Naraka, the difference between ranked versus a Mortal War, which the format is being played on, is you're able to buy weapons from the boxes. So this spot location that you see Edward Allen running around is one of the S tier spots that you can go to on the map, because inside that garden there are a ton of boxes that have money in it. With that money, you're able to purchase, open up those slots, potentially buy Moonbanes, potentially buy weapons, and if you're a Transformer or you're the Siphon, you get to scale up your ultimates significantly by going to this location. Now, to the top left, Yushan Ruins, also one of the S tier locations off spawn. There's a ton of loot that's there, fireflies that are guaranteed, and an ult charge center where you can use it to charge up your ultimate quickly. Now, it's highly contested since there's a lot of loot, and because of all the porters, there's a lot of outplay. But now going into Diab in the snow area, running into the Xbox team R2, able to pick up a couple hits, but unfortunately, Style with the pistol flang is going to take him down. There was a dream with that Zyald, and now the dream is over. It's turned into a nightmare. We're getting sent back to the lobby, but I believe some of his teammates are left, and they can still salvage this game.
Absolutely can in this situation here. Steve, Stiley, and Diab feeling this out so far here. 5 kills total overall with their team. As the opportunity here is, it looks like oh boy, here comes Niu. This is the team you don't want to get absolutely dogpiled on here as the ulti tries to come through here, seeing if they can connect it. Nice ulti coming in from Viper. Oh, but he ends up getting caught onto the side spiral section. Stunned, he's gonna get hit, but it looks like they still is gonna be able to protect it. How is he doing that? As the Bane's Breath comes through, the beautiful connectivity, trying to see if they can push him into the Bane's Breath. Oh, nice heals to connect him, as Diab is gonna try to see if he can separate himself and get out of Dodge's way. Meanwhile, 2v1 situation over there on the other side here. And Bane's Breath surging. B trying to push onwards towards him on the outskirts here. Nunchucks versus Nunchucks. Beautiful time. Catching him inside of the corner here. Doesn't give him much of an opportunity. Diab ends up hitting him with the parry. Beautiful strike. And he ends up getting the elimination onto PU. Question is, can Fly keep that same energy and try to avenge his death and get the pickup? Diab playing the game of his life right in front of Fly. He's going to go through, get him a nice little separation, goes for the reset. Question is he going to try to heal up, or is he going to go straight forward? He is. He's going to go straight forward. Doesn't want to give him the pickup, but that's the worst mistake you can make in that situation.
I respect it.
I respect it.
He went out on his shield, Dobby. He went out on his shield, and despicable but optimal. Neo showing exactly why they hold rank 1, 2, and 5 on the leaderboard. Moonbane connoisseurs again rolling in with the Moonbane, but first Intel versus QNT. The homies going at it again. The reset looks good. Tryhard's team with full blue armor, and it looks like QNT is going to pepper them up, play the range game, play for Yang. Doesn't want to overcommit here. They want to go into that Yang. There's no reason to fight on the outside when we can fight for some better loot. Ski with the tether wants to make sure he doesn't get picked off right now. Now, there's a gentleman's agreement, but it can turn savage at any moment. Now we're getting that matchup. Casper and QNT versus Team Intel. Team Intel not playing for any money today, just for practice, just for that warm-up before Worlds. Monkholt's going to be coming out. Kishi in the boxing match versus Tryhard. Tryhard with the shove, able to push him out of her. Looks for the grab and kill, unable to get it. F3 going to come out from Ski, and now Kishi with the shoves. No damage to him. That F3 doing a ton of damage reduction, but Kilba going to get grabbed. Kishi in a one hit point situation. He has to be careful right now. Casper with the healing circle, recovering from that, but Kilba on his last leg, able to dodge, weave. We're back in the healing circle now. Casper getting fried as well. Ski has to burn his healing circle. It's a little bit late. Tryhard still going for the grabs, able to grab Kilba, and now phase 2. Yushan ult are coming out. Hero already a little bit ahead of the curve. Had to pop his ultimate earlier. Kishi with a little bit of predator. Dragon Roar coming out. Slams are coming in. Can Kishi get out of here? He's looking for the scale rush. Dodging, weaving, getting around the corner. Casper now, the tension turned to him. Can he get out of her? He's getting uppercutted by Tryhard. Nice slam coming up from Hero to follow it up. And Casper's going to get taken down from Tryhard now. 2v3 situation. QNT still in it. Still can bring this back, but not that way. Kishi going to get parried by Tryhard as well. Last hit point situation. The Dragon Roar from showing up, and now Killua, last man standing. Can he fight back here? There's too much pressure from coming at every direction. The stagger is going to come out, and Intel is going to take down QNT for this first Yang.
Absolutely insane. Even with that, though, really being able to push her that and get that pressure onto it. It's their first 3 eliminations of this game here. Kind of surprising, though. They're going to need to do a little bit more work if they're going to see themselves in that higher stature, but it's a good start. Very much a good start here. It's team number 10 absolutely wall scaling this as much as possible, and it looks like it's Danny is caught in a tough situation here, and it looks like it's a 1v3. He pops the ult. He's going to try to see if maybe he can use that for the separation. Does not want to get caught up. Oh, no, never mind. He actually decides to fight it full send. Says he might as well. Fully knowing that they're going to continue to push onto this. A beautiful fireball to get rid of Allen inside of this fight here. It looks like the rest of the team is going to come through here and cause some issues. It looks like Wuxin is going to take them out of this conjecture. Besides, it's not worth it here as they're going to scale all the way up. They're going to go for the reheal. They could potentially push this back to start a fight again. It looks like the opportunity to find them is a little bit null and void here. It looks like one of them finds it. Nice bell strike. Kev is super far. Sir, where are you going? Sir?
Kevin, he doesn't want any part of this. He's
where
out of there.
Where are you going?
He's out of here. He got a phone call. He got work to do.
Where are you going? Meanwhile, back over here, Consecrator is going to push on to this and capture the elimination on to Styly. It looks like Tryhard losing out on his massive monk, but it looks like Diab is going to be right lower. Oh!
What a play. An expert of hide and seek.
Potentially here, as it looks like we're going to be able to come back to that one a little bit later on, as Dennis is still stuck in his fight, and it looks like he's in this rotation. It is an absolute movie happening inside of the snowstorm here. It looks like Dennis is going to be able to pop his heals here, restoring some of his heals. Meanwhile, Allen on the outskirts here as Niu B ends up catching the elimination here. They're going to catch it right next to it. Oh, beautiful parry. Oh, beautiful. Catches them up top inside the small little dust NATO and ends up catching the finish here. Niu is absolutely playing out of their minds right now. Nice hits coming through with the connectivity. Looks like a musket shot is going to connect onto Fly potentially. Even with that beautiful shield, trying to see if they can keep him alive here as the Viper roll comes out. This could be massive, though, as it looks like everybody's forced to separate here. Ulti comes through from the Yoda Ime, dangerously low, not that much HP, being caught inside of the spiral circle coming through from the ulti. He's got to be careful as B ends up catching the elimination anyway. B coming through, trying to see if they can close the gap out as the Wushin is going to be able to take out the rest of the team. And it looks like Niu is back outside by themselves. Looks like that is DJ Kev and the rest of the team outskirts as well. They sitting up in there skiing.
Good googly mooglies. Niu already up to 14 kills. Again, they're starting off this map just absolutely on fire. Only first Yang has gone through. Now second Yang popping up. I'm excited to see again the rematch. Niu versus Intel's Transformers. Now Siphon does have the advantage versus Transformers, and we're looking at that crazy amounts of attack. My man is in pure reckless abandonment. Glass cannon, 12% attack. He does have that dual blade sap on deck. So Niu looking really juiced up, setting up for Yang, making sure their Takeda has that gold ultimate. Oh my goodness, look at those J's. My man has hard stopper, fire arrows, soul shatter. Even if you somehow parry his spear, he still has one of the other most broken Jades, the soul shatter on the new fan. But first, before we're looking to get into Yang, we got QNT battling it out on the outside. Casper is gonna get taken down though. The healing circle not fast enough, and now Killua, last one standing in a 1v3. Fans staggered coming out. He does get the juggle in, trying to finish off the Viper, unable to. Viper able to space out and get away, but Killua is gonna get taken down. Oh, that's so unlucky that the healing circle doesn't come out in time, and Team 2 able to wipe out QNT right next to the fire cage, so they're right before that next Yang. Still, we still have 19 players left. Second Yang is going down. The battle's about to go down. The Juggernauts are about to square up again. The score is 1-0. What's the rematch going to look like, Dobby? Who do you take for this?
I definitely think Niu is definitely going to take it. I definitely think their synergy has been playing out really well so far throughout this game here, but it could be a surprise. You'll never know. Like I said, they try to corner the market here. They try to corner at least one player here inside of this, but it looks like VU already, Big is going to capture an elimination on the Ski, and it's already not looking good as Content Creator is going to be able to capture and get that ulti to come through here. The Monk trying to see if maybe he can get a grab from somebody here. Ooh, Big ends up getting hit there, but that Takeda ends up taking him back a little bit more here, capturing him and forcing him outside of this corner here. As it looks like B trying to see if they can hold the scale just enough time here and fly, just trying to get out of the harm's way of the grabs of the Monk. This could be huge for him if he doesn't end up grabbing him. BU trying to see if he can hold strong here as Big trying to separate. And obviously the Ghost of Takeda is going to be able to help and do just that. Beautiful bell to connect that from Big. Meanwhile, trying to see if they can rotate this around. Beautiful throwdown here. Ends up capturing them. Beautiful juggle. All three ends up getting sent out, but they're all dangerously low. Tryhard ends up getting caught in a 3v1, and it's not looking good as Big and the rest of Niu is going to sweep that one up. Ladies and gentlemen, they're absolutely going off right now. So many eliminations, but B has the most with 8 so far.
Oh my goodness. Niu's pressure rate is absolutely insane. In the first 5 seconds, they blow up Ski with their relentless focus attacks. Now Team 2 again with the buff on the outside. Now they do have the snowy area, and if you haven't experienced this on Holoroth, if you go into these weather storms, you lose a little bit of your ultimate every couple of seconds, so you're not able to pop up. But this doesn't matter. Team 10 just trying to survive. This Wu Chen just wants to live. He's doing a good job right now, able to kite off, send those horizontal longsword beams off to buy some time. The heal's going to come out. Now he's breaking some ankles. He disappeared for a second, backing off. Afro-Teamies not able to figure out where he is, and with that time, able to pop his Wu Chen ult, pulls the Houdini. Where did he go? This Wu Chen makes his way out of here. Now, 18 people alive. We're seeing a lot more people survive this time with that Yang depletion, though. Tryhard's team is going to have to make a move onto someone. It looks like BSUG ahead of them at the Ballista Tower is going to be first contact to the north. Danny's team staying out of sight, out of mind, on top of that ridge right there. Tryhard's team's going to pass by, not notice these guys, buying some time, chilling out, transitioning to the end game. But we got 3 minutes left before we have to eat a soul bloom. If you're just tuning in today, in Naraka, Yang, for the victors, go the spoils, you get a buff, you get armor, but for the losers, you do get a second life. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to find the kill and hopefully loot up a soul bloom. It's not the kill that counts, it's looting up that soul bloom. So you can go and yoink a soul bloom from someone else, finding kills. Now this team is scouring around the map looking for a team, and ironically, they find the run back. They find Neo waiting in the bush. Tryhard's going to open up with the ultimate. Look for the grab right now. Temi ult's going to be invested. Blocking off the grab. Ski, again, getting jumped on. He's going to have to pop that ultimate. He does pop it up. Is he going to get taken down this side? No, he's able to survive. The peel's going to come in. Double ult coming out. Double transformer. Flamethrower's going to get taken down. They're burning down B, but B does have the V2 healing coming down. He's able to make it out of line of sight, and the re-grab going to come down big, getting flamethrowered again, but the F1 and the heals coming out huge. The Phoenix Blast gonna knock him away. Tryhard's not able to get the re-grab, and now de-transforming. They have nothing left in the name, and now they have to worry about the Takeda with this ultimate. Chubb's gonna come out. Great F from Tryhard to dodge most of it, and great F3 from Ski to deny all the damage at 90% damage reduction. But now the pressure's going on to Tryhard. B able to get the 1A parry with the sap, pressuring Ski, but Ski still in it, fighting, releasing those stone forms, releasing the blues. But the second time he is gonna get parried and taken down, and the run back is not gonna pay off. Crazy Cow or Neo is gonna take down Intel again. The score is 3-0.
Absolutely insane here. Neo is just absolutely gone insane. I mean, they've held strong for a very long time here, but clearly they're not stopping anytime soon here. They wanted to make sure to get that rebate. They wanted to run it back, and clearly it is working out for them here. Wildly impressive the way that they were able to synergize, go back into the next game, and really hold strong. But man, oh man, it was impressive. Come through even with all of that coming through combined. Neo really filling this out so far here. They have an astounding amount of points so far here. We're definitely going to see a 20 bomb drop from Neo for sure.
20 bomb. We got 10 just on B. They're gold weapons everywhere. We got Cavalry Bloom. We got Sap. These dudes are looking juice. Now, Cavalry Bloom is what I like to call one of those Jades of Destinies. The dual blades, when they were added, had a unique feature that most weapons do not have. It's only shared with dual halberds and pole sword, that you can hold a focus attack and run around with it, so you're able to reposition easily. And with that Cavalry Bloom, you become a wrecking ball. That focus attack, extremely oppressive. It allows you to dictate the pace of these 3v3 fights, push your opponents into bad positions. And now that they settled in, they took down their main competition, they want to slow it down and make their way to these end games. Now, normally you don't really see this on screen, but a lot of the strongest teams, once they hit a certain amount of kills, and with 20 kills right now, they want to get to that multiplier point in the game where they're going to get 1.4 for that extra amount of points plus that placement. They don't really need to do any more heavy lifting. They got their 3 kills off spawn, they got an additional bonus, and they were able to capitalize in this mid game, getting an additional 14 kills. That's a little bit of overperformance, and we see on the buff, on the box right now, this team just eating so much range attacks. F1's going to come out from their Temi, looking for the stagger, and now this team getting committed. It looks like Dan's team, Danny's and DJ Kev, going to get jumped in on. Temi ult's already been invested. Neo is ready to go for all of this. Takeda ult's going to be invested. It already took down DJ Kev, and VAR is going to try to peel for this, but the Heartstopper is going to come out. Stagger's going to come out. Tarka trying to create something right here versus Takeda, but it doesn't look like he can do much. He's able to get that fireball off, but at what cost? He's going to get staggered again. And Yodo with the late flang in a 1v3. They're going to be backing off here. They hear the other team coming out. They're not going to get greedy. They're just going to clear out those first 2 kills. And Neo, Big, Fly, and B really impressing me today with their hit and run tactics. They're sealing the deal when they need to, but once they get what they wanted, they're out of there. They're just going to secure those kills.
Absolutely insane. Even with this year, still trying to hold strong, but there's so much things happening all within the same space. It's absolutely monumental. The Pulse Sword able to do so much here. It looks like the ulti coming through, as well as it looks like now the Transformer says hello and makes their first appearance into today's game so far here. Playing it out. Let's see if they have the opportunity to do exactly what they need to here. Been timing this out so well, even with all of this that's been happening here. It seems like it's still going to be good. See where it goes, but that Faria coming through a little bit surprising. Definitely was something we haven't seen too much though. But team number 3, Neon, Sly, and Lucky Neffy. Shout out to Neffy, one of our mods and a good friend over at in the Naraka community. We've known Neffy for a while here. Been around the scene for a very, very, very long time since OG days. Very, very OG. Into the space here. So obviously they're shooting their shot for their chance to not only get some of that bag, but also a chance to fly to Chengdu, China to watch the NBPL, the J Cup here, as it looks like it's not going to be looking good for Ben as he ends up getting hit by the Rezup with the spear. Trying to hold strong here. Oh, and it looks like the duel is going to be able to get the elimination just like that to get the finish. All of them on the outskirts of the circle here. They're going to have to be careful here, and they're going to have to push inwards because now the circle tick actually gets real hard. Now you feel it, even with all of this. Let's see if they have the opportunity. They're going to sweep up and go to the next fight here. Still have a lot to do here, but...
And transitioning to this end game, Neo, man, Dobby.
They hit the 20. They hit the 20 bomb.
This is just like, they're treating this like rank. They're just absolutely tearing through this lobby like it's just another day in rank, holding that rank 1 and 2, shredding it up. Lucky Neffy unfortunately getting stuck in this cavern. Gonna try to blink off, but the great bow shot coming from B, securing the kill onto Lucky Neffy. Nowhere left to go. Now with 8 people left, if I'm team 2, what are we going to do versus Juggernaut? Neo just absolutely shredding the lobby. There's 2 players on the map unaccounted for, just 2 3v3 full teams of 3s looking at each other. We got the Yodo, Viper, Wu Chen. Is this Viper though F3? So one of the only counters to the Takeda composition is a Yodo paired up with an F3 Viper. That healing reduction given from that nuke and that big damage just does so much. And it looks like Neo is going to commit up to here. Silence going to come up for the Heartstopper, and Yodo forced to pop the ultimate to make some space. They're already going to pop that V1, trying to lock down Neo, that the max ranks are able to get away, but the V1 just lasting so much longer. Takeda's going to come in, try to peel for him. Aphrodite doesn't have any armor to his name. The Wu Chen port's going to be coming out. They're going to get a reset, but the zone is coming in. Wu Chen porting their teammates into zone. Tough position right now, and Neo is going to pick him off. Yodo, unfortunately, not able to get the reset, but Neo snowballing this lobby right now, picking off the leftovers. Great hop start coming out from Big again, able to pick off that 1 kill, and he's pushing him back in the zone. Not like this, suffocating from the zone damage, but now there's a lucky Neffy come in for a second, but it looks like Team 10 with the Wu Chen gonna be porting out, survive this last place situation. He's just playing for second right now. Neo cleaning up the lobby right now. No one can resist this juggernaut, this bowling ball that is Neo or Crazy Cow. They're absolutely decimating the lobby. Diam hiding in the bushes. Doesn't want to make any noise, just wants to stay alive, but he's again flamethrowered, burned out, flushed out of the bushes, and now running for his life. He's trying to play for second right now. Ult is going to be used from Diab. He's trying to buy some time. The damage reduction is doing a little bit, but is it enough? The overhold's going to come out, and Diab is going to get shredded. Last person alive, he wants to deny the kill. He's player 10. No. We know you're doing well, Neo, but we're not giving this kill. He throws his life to zone, not giving up that kill, and game 2 is in the books. Neo absolutely shredding this lobby. What a crazy performance coming out from Team Crazy Cow.
I told you, Crazy Cow, Team Neo came ready. Okay, they came prepared. They knew, obviously, from their mistakes from last week, they knew the potential of what they had. And they knew, they were like, hey, we need to come through absolutely strong into our next games. We have to see the obvious, and we have to know our strengths. We have to own up to it. Look at B. I mean, even though he got eliminated in that team, that was able to hold strong here towards that fight. Beautiful finish coming through as Kishin was getting destroyed for a long time here. Try hard, just putting in that amount of pressure here. Sometimes the 1v1s can be just as viable, but those 2v1s are definitely the placemakers and those play styles for sure inside of this fight. I mean, look at B. B absolutely comes through. Beautiful massacre inside of that section here and is able to come through as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out. Meanwhile, back inside of the realm of Yang here, another similar situation as the rest of NIU tries to target at least one and ends up getting the finish as the rest of them are already eliminated. B playing this out. Beautiful jump parry to get that finish onto Ski as they push onwards. Oh, look at that bow shot connecting from B as well. I mean, B definitely being the MVP of these games, at least for game number 2 here. Playing it so well and understanding where their mindset was coming into this. I mean, they absolutely were able to do exactly what they needed to. And even with the timing here, big, beautiful hit to connect that here. And just like that, was able to capture that finish, gets the dub. B being the MVP for their team for 16 eliminations by himself. 16 as a solo team. Did they hit a 30? Because I think that's close to a 30 bomb.
16. They've already qualified, Dobby. Just off 2 rounds. They're for sure going to be in the top 6.
Oh my goodness. 70 points.
Good googly mooglies.
Oh
70.1. Almost double. More than double the points of Zoo. 70.1. Zoo at 33.1. Team AMD at 24.4. Intel at 21.3. QNT at 17.8. And Wake to Die at 13.7. Now, Outlaw, Spoon, Neon, and NKL, they got a little bit work cut out for them. Now, there's still a lot of Naraka to be played. They still can get into that top 6, but we're seeing just how much work Crazy Cow is putting in today. Now, I've seen this before. In EU, this has happened before. In NA, this has happened before, where DPCQ, when they qualified for J Cup, they got 90 points within 2 games. It was just, they were ready, or one of the favorites to go in to qualify, and Intel was able to battle back over 6 rounds. There's 8 rounds today, so Intel still can be battling it out, even though they're not playing for that big juicy amount of cash. I know that this was definitely a fire lit under their bums that they need to get in shape, get in gear, because 3-0 versus Crazy Cow. I know how competitive Tryhard is, Hero, and Ski. They're not going to tolerate this. Hopefully, when they switch over to that Siphon, they can fix whatever is going on for right now, where Ski is getting a ton of pressure, and they can close it out and really show their dominance and how much their prep work for CN has paid off for them.
All of that just to be able to do exactly what they need to here. It's been absolutely insane, but we're going to have to take a small little break and come back as we're going to get ready to lock this in. So far, these games have been absolutely incredible. 2 games deep. NIU, or should I say Crazy Cow, is going absolutely insane. The question is, can they hold this for a few more games? We'll find that out as we return.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for some Astral Cup trios. I am Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by my main man, Dobby. It's been an exciting game of trios, Dobby.
Oh, yes, it is.
Showing up, explosive, hitting us with that W key, rolling through the lobby, and surprisingly, our champs, our representatives, Intel, not able to resist Neo's ranked fury. I'm hoping that the boys figure out what's wrong, and going into game 3, the warm-up is down now. There's no more excuses. It's time to heat up, lock in, and get things going right now. Casper's team showing up really, really well as well. Killua clutching up in so many situations right now. Super, super great plays coming out from AMD. I know they weren't happy with the performance last weekend, but it looks like they're locking with it this time. They dialed it back in, and they're doing well this time around with a fairly stacked lobby right now. Zoo as well, showing up, getting a ton of kills this time around, 33.1. I'm going to estimate after 8 games, the qualifying point is probably going to be around 30-ish, I'd say. So for Outlaws, for Spoon, for Nia, for NKL, they just got to get things going. They have 8 more games. 2 are in the bag right now. 6 more after this. So as long, 4 to 5 points is reasonable. All they got to do, 4 to 5 points. Maybe go out on your shield off spawn, get yourself 1 or 2 kills, and then play that mid game with the Yang depletion where all these teams are desperate, running in desperately. You see 2 of the strongest teams fighting. You just come in, invest your ultimates, find a little bit more kills, and bam, we're up to 5 points. We just rinse, repeat that strategy throughout the game, and we're qualifying. We're going to grand finals. We're getting that chance at that $10,000 worth of prize money. The amount of loot available right now, that's a lot of skins, Dobby. And everyone who plays Naraka, they like those skins. You know what I mean? Like that 100 box, it comes at a pretty penny. And right now, this could be funding your skins right now, today. Naraka Bladepoint, Astral Cup trios off spawn. We're going to get Team Intel versus RZ and crew. No armor to his name. Tryhard's going to come in with the flank, but he's getting 2v1 right now. Varia able to get in the mosh pit. Spoon in a last hit point situation. They're trying to peel for him, but Intel swarming in on him, trying to find that last little bit of chip damage. They're able to get it, and now their teammates going to eat a triple charge and immediately get shredded up by Ski and Tryhard. Spoon all he can do is sit there as a dead spectator as their team gets absolutely shredded off spot. And now we're going to see Edward Allen and crew fighting it out in Sunwing. Edward with these dual halberds. Why is everyone rocking the doggo face right now? That's one of my favorite hats in the game, but the F3 going to be invested about Edward. One of the OG monks going to be popping his ultimate, and he's playing with Oni Nightwalker. 2 of my teammates both on the same Kishi. Going to be able to dodge out. Healing Circle does get infested. It's a little bit preemptive. Edward was really fine. I think Kurumi was taking a ton of damage, but they're able to pour it out, get this res up, reloaded. Now is Killua, Casper going to re-engage right now? They're hunting it out, looking for an opportunity. F3 is going to be invested onto the monk. Now Killua with the bow shots coming in. Kishi already in front of everyone. The Yoda one is going to be invested in. Dodging coming out. Oni's going to try to double jump. He's going to get uppercutted down. And Edward going to eat a parry from Killua. Bell's going to be invested, breaking that combo, but it's over. QNT is going to secure that Sunwing and take down Edward Allen.
An insane finish here, as it looks like they're still going to be able to continue on strong here into this fight here, as it looks like the ulti trying to see if they can connect it here, but it looks like Ben ends up getting juggled for a split second here. Ben has to be able to try to rush and see if he can rotate this out, trying not to get caught up, but all of the grapples comes through. They all connect. Beautiful hit, though. Trying to see if they can separate them. Whoa! It's 2 of them so strong off of the outskirts here, trying to see if he can heal himself inside of this fight here, but it's not going to be enough, as they absolutely put that amount of pressure onto him. Doesn't give him enough time for him to separate, and ends up getting the elimination the way that they need to here. Now, it looks like there might potentially be an opportunity here, as it looks like a Prophesis. Looks like he's going to separate himself. He looks like he's going to be able to get some loot off of that body, and decides to dip out, potentially. Looks like team number 2 feeling it out so far. 5 kills deep in this first game. Very strong start for them. the strong start that they needed. As we look back here on the rotating circle here, all the way around here, definitely some decent fights that could be picking up here. Looks like Nikki and the rest of their team might be heading on to Edward Allen. Looks like they might potentially be fighting this out very, very soon here, as Niu is by themselves, and so is Diab. It looks like they're gonna go for the resurrection here. Team is not exaggeratingly close. Oh, maybe I'd take that back, actually. It looks like the team is immediately finding this out. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Barry gonna be able to connect that. Allen's gonna be able to pop the bell here, trying to see if they can hold strong. Nice heals coming through, but it looks like Allen ends up getting hit and juggled, though. Dual Halbergs putting in absolute work onto Allen, trying to pop the shield, but it's not going to be enough here as the Wushin trying to see if they can give a little bit of some shield, a little bit of protection, but it's not going to be enough here. It looks like the 1v2 is going to be able to come through. Oni trying to hold on strong here. Beautiful parry to connect it, and they're just, I mean, oh my goodness, they just got destroyed in a second. That is crazy.
Unlucky for Oni and Edward Allen. They choose to respawn, and they run into another team that just respawned, was salvaging their game, but unfortunately Edward gets caught out and gets 1v3 quickly, opening up with that parry. Now QNT and Sunwing Kishi looking to put his port down, keep his team safe. As a Wu Chen, one of the biggest tips you can do if you want to improve that support game, every time you have that ultimate, you're able to place it down, and before your ultimate is back to full percentage, you actually can teleport your team. Now Niu with the Moonbane looking to capture Lucky Neffy. Tessa ult's going to be invested in, and oh my goodness, the Pulse Sword just chopping up those legs like he's a big tree, just chopping the tree chunk down. Lucky Neffy deleted in less than 3 seconds. Niu B already up to 3 kills. Now we won't see them in Yang on that Viper, but now we got Intel versus QNT, the rematch going now. QNT in the scuff position right now, all armor shredded from them. Casper's able to get that armor reset, but we still got Yodel all online. We still got Viper all online. We still got fight left in us. Wu Chen Port's gonna come out. We don't want to commit unless we have to. Intel has to be careful on this gauge right now. We still got 2 of our offensive ults online. Grapples are gonna come out. We're gonna fully disengage, but Tryhard and crew, Hero, Ski in hot pursuit. Killwell's gonna get the full armor reset. Max distance. They're making their way over here to Temple. This tower over here allows you to kite perfectly, able to deny any good engagement right now. The multiple levels of verticality and gives you that opportunity to pop those scale rushes over and over to find your ways out of these sticky situations. Looks like Tryhard's team is going to slow it down, prepare for Yang. They got blue armor to their names, purple armor on everyone. We don't got that gold Takeda ultimate yet. It's still not online. He doesn't have all of his weapon backs unlocked, but still purple armor, purple ult, nothing to scop at. 0 grapples to his name. It looks like the risk does not pay off transition to this mid game. Team Intel not able to find that pickoff. Great disengage from QNT. Great port coming out from them. And it looks like instead they got to go into the loot simulator. We got to rotate around the map, get a little bit more gear, but they got to be careful. Niu right on the outside. They don't care about going into Yang. They're willing to take a fight on the outside. When you got that Viper, Wu Chen, Tessa, Yodo, you're looking for these assassination plays, and there's a lot of teams centering out in the dead center of the map. This loot location and Firefly location is one of the highways of this map. Lots of traffic comes through, and if you're not careful, you can find yourself stuck in rush hour as you're trying to get to work, get into that Yang, and get some kills for that fair 3v3. As you see, you don't want to get locked in right there. You're just trying to go to work. We're just trying to clock in, get our loot up, get our gold weapons, take this fair 3v3. We're not trying to get out here, get stuck here on the side of the road behind these slow people on the outside. These Vipers just trying to drag our party down. Nah, Nabi. We're trying to get into that Yang. We want to be part of that action. We want that mono. We want to show who is built different inside these realm of Yangs. Tryhard, Hero, Ski. They know how to transition to these end games. They've done this a million times. Now, today, though, a little bit of rust. They didn't play last tournaments because they didn't see playing for no money being worth it. But as Worlds gets closer, you feel that motivation coming in. You feel that passion for Naraka coming back, that you just want to get in there, get that practice in. But Niu, they out there. They're ranked 1 and 2. They're playing every single day, 10 hours a day. They're playing like they're going to Worlds, and they're going to take this fight to Steve's team. And Diop, Temi ult's going to be invested. V2 already invested. Yushan ult invested. We already triple ult in response and defense just to survive this wrecking ball. Now, Neo avoiding the Temi ult, avoiding that mud. Is going to teleport out, but they still got some offensive ults coming back. They're going to come back and try to hunt the situation. And Diab trying to buy some space for his team on the Yushan, missing the slams, but they got to worry right now. No ults to their name. They're trying to make their way to the Firefly, see if they can get back ultimates, but the V2's going to come out. The Tessa ult's coming out. Can he get away? Steve, last man standing, left behind. The noble sacrifice for his team. They got to get out of there, but they're going to go out on their shield. They're going to try to fight back, but at what cost? Their lives. They're out of here.
All that hype and that build up and their lives. You love to see it though, as Neo absolutely feeling this out here. 7 eliminations overall, feeling this out. Let's see if we have the opportunity. Oh wait, it looks like Tryhard Ski. It looks like they didn't have to fight anybody, so they get a freebie in the realm of Yang. We rarely get a chance to see any freebies happening.
Nothing tastes better than free. It's delicious.
Nothing
the best
tastes
seasoning.
Better. Just finger licking good, I'm telling you. Nothing like it. As it looks like the ulti is going to try to see if they can come out and connect it, and he jumps at the best time for quality, and they're getting hit by the Viper stun. Catches the elimination. Unfortunate for this team, and now they're stuck with a 2v3 situation here. Kishi by himself, going to try to see if maybe he can maneuver this around. Getting out of harm's way here in a very tough situation here. Looks like they're going to pop open the heals as well. Kishi working towards the next one here, just trying to hold strong here for as long as possible. Nice little rotation here to do what they need to, as the Wushin is going to dip them out. Looks like they might have the opportunity here to pick up their teammate. Let's see if they do and fully commit to it, though, and it looks like they do. As now they're back at it here. They find number 2 by himself. They're going to have to capture him as well into this next fight here. Not going to give him that opportunity. Nice scale rush, trying to see if they can connect it. The Rez is going to try to see if maybe they connect it, but so does the Yodahime Q, as it looks like they're going to steady push this over. And it does end up catching the elimination, getting the finish here. Consecrator does go out in style, but the Yodahime ulti still is going to be able to hit strong alerts here. Tryhard holding on for so long. Trying to play this out exactly what they need to, but here comes a third party coming in as team number 5 is going to come through and cause some problems. The Viper roll comes through, tries to see if he can catch it with a hit. Tryhard gets hit with a stun. He gets carried by at least 2 or 3 people inside of this fight. The ulti comes out. Takeda tries to see if maybe he can rush strong with it. The Wushin's going to try to take them out, and it looks like they might have potentially. And it looks like here comes player, team number 8. Q&T is back, and they want some action. They want to get a dub.
Tryhard's team does have the Phoenix buff, so if you're just tuning in, that red buff allows you to res afterwards with all of your gear. You don't give up any of your loot, so it allows you to go in, take a risk right now, but it doesn't look like Tryhard's team wants to take this fight immediately. 50 seconds on their buff. They have to be careful. If they want to finish off these kills, they need to commit now, because if they don't, they are dead forever. Heartstopper's going to come out. Killua overextending right now on the Viper. Almost goes down instantly, and again, great parry coming out from Tryhard, but the V2 going to come out from Killua. The Yodo all invested in. Tryhard's going to get deleted, but he's going to get that res right now. The other 2 need to die quickly, or else they won't be able to res. Ski going to throw out the follow-up. He is going to get taken down, but just in the nick of time to get this buff. They're going to reposition. Maybe they come back. Both offensive ults were invested by QNT. QNT has to be careful right now. They are super vulnerable. There was another team on the outside hawking them down, licking their lips, seeing if there's a free kill over here. But to the north, Niu versus Adward Allen's team. They find a way to get a res. Their third player able to get both of their teammates up right now. Neo on the Viper comm. The flank's gonna come in. The triple charge gonna come from the top ropes. Heavy hits coming in. Follow up with the V2. Kurumi ult's gonna be invested. Silence to everyone. They just need to hold somebody down. Great double tap dodge. He doesn't get around the corner. Oni, great kiting coming out from him. Healing circle is gonna be invested. Now the triple charge from the top ropes again. Viper causing absolute mayhem with this pole sword, but she gets deleted after just 1 stagger. And now Team 10, Oni, Adward Allen, able to bring this back on their Transformers, but Adward, the noble sacrifice, going to be left behind. two of their players gonna make their way out, and it looks like Danny's DJ Kev able to pick up some kills. And with that opportunity of all those people matching in, Danny's seeing these two juggernauts going at it, makes a wise call, comes in there, work smarter, not harder, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about picking up these kills. Now, they were unfortunately not able to secure it. It got a little bit too hot and they end up backing off. But again, for the bottom 6 teams, all they need, 5 to 6 points a game. It's going to be around 30 points to qualify for this Astral Cup Trios. The top 6 will be moving forward to next week for the finals for $10,000 worth in prizes. Second Yang is coming up. Teams are posturing. They're wondering, do we take our chances? Do we take our talents to Yang? Now, fortune favors the bold. Tryhard's team will be sitting there. They want their salty run back versus Nia. But unfortunately for them, they are running that Viper composition. And generally, Viper teams do not go into Yang. There are unique instances where Yodo F3 Viper will go in the challenge siphon, but it is still a rare sight. It's like a unicorn. When you see a Viper inside Yang, it's a unicorn. Why are you guys here? We don't see you guys normally here. And just as I say that, Tryhard's team is posturing up, just chilling out, keeping their fingies warm, waiting to go into side Yang. See if they have any challengers. They will take those free Yangs with the free buff to follow it up. You always get the big difference between Immortal War and normal ranked is you get gold and purple jades guaranteed when you go into these Yangs. And now, if no team accepts the challenge, fortune favors the bold. Somebody accepted. Let's see, Neo. Let's see if we get some unicorn action here. Go into Yang. It looks like they're hunting it on the outside instead. More of a standard play. Wu Chen going to get caught out here. RB can come out. Xbox player with the movement. Swerve. We're out of there. Nice peel from his teammate. Lambo comes out of left field. Throws a focus attack, but he's going to eat that great sword. Poor sword sap to the mouth. All of his armor gone. This B looking like the bug himself. Moving swiftly, looking to sting like a bee with that pulsar, the RMBs, but great play from Lambo to make some space for his team for them to back out, breaking up this execution a bit of a Neo, but the Tessa is coming around. VON is going to be invested. Great parry from Nut, but the Dreadful Whale is going to come in. He's held in a tough spot. Wu Chen, Nikki has to get him out of here. We have to run away. The V1's going to be invested from the Tessa, but B does not care. They want this action, but Tryhard's team will be coming out of Yang with that buff relatively soon. It looks like the teams ran into Edward, Allen, and Oni on this outside. DJ Kev gonna get fried on this hot pursuit, but B still has his V2 up online. All he has to do is connect. Just get me in range here. The V2 is gonna be coming out. Can his teammates hold someone down? It looks like they're gonna be able to get one. He has to be the noble sacrifice, but Lambo also gets clipped. He tries to play for the bush, tries to get out of line of sight, but he's unable to now. The RMPs are going to come out. Great parry coming down. Wu Chen's going to try to eat him out, but Lambo in a last one situation. That F3 does so much damage. Neo cannot be stopped. The U-Shot has nowhere left to go, or the Wu Chen has nowhere left to go, and Nikki is going to get taken down.
Steady on top of the world here, able to do exactly what he needs to here. What a surprise here, but there's still a whole lot of fights happening all the way around as the ult is going to be able to pop off here from team number 10. It looks like they're going to be able to push through as well. Number 2, just trying to see if maybe they can hold strong here and just vitalize. Maybe if there's an opportunity for them to move forward, maybe get themselves a free elimination. They'll try to see if they can maximize that opportunity here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon, as there's not a whole lot of heals like really being destroyed here overall, even though Allen doesn't have any currently to his name. And so does team number 10 in general here, as it looks like they're going to try to hold strong here towards this rotation, trying to see if they can dip out. Same with team number 7. Team number 7 wants that energy here. Looks like one of them's going to be able to pop with the scale rush right towards him here as the fight happens. The Reza is going to be able to connect here with the spear. 2 of their teammates absolutely get shredded by Shield. That's the Oni with the pole sword here. Nice grabs, trying to see if maybe they can connect to one of these players here. Edward trying to find the opportunity to get one grab from one of these players here. The Monk is out, but it looks like he's getting absolutely shredded as well by the repeating crossbow from behind. Team number 2 being a little bit of a thorn behind him here. Absolutely struggling, and it looks like he's going to have to demonkify in order for the opportunity here, as team number 7 does not wait. Oh, as 2 people get parried immediately inside of that. The open. Ghost coming in from Takeda, trying to see if they can carry it as well. Beautiful strikes, trying to see if maybe they can get a decent amount of damage here. And Team 10 trying to dip out. They don't want much of that smoke. They do not want that smoke as Team 7 is going to push onwards. And it looks like they're going to pop in on the no ult zone, forcing them to fight this fight. Doesn't necessarily need to use any of their ultis here. They said, oh, you're going to get caught here, and you're just going to fight this out mano-a-mano. Meanwhile, Ski ends up getting hit with a massive hit with that pulse sword. Beautiful parry to connect that. Nice reset coming through from player number 10, holding that strongly inside of this mech. Trying to see if they can hold the opportunity, but it doesn't look like it. As Tryhard is going to capture that elimination, and Oni ends up getting eliminated as well. Outside of this fight, looks like that got hit from the bow from the outskirts. There's no ult zone. Profimus ends up getting eliminated as well. It looks like Niu Big is going to be able to actually capture that elimination from that. Niu still getting eliminations as well. Absolutely playing this out so well here as the Wushin's going to be able to take them out, and now they're back into another fight. Niu decides they want to get some of that energy as well here. Beautiful NATO, trying to see if they can slow down the movement, but it's not going to be able to do too much here as, oh, the beautiful parry to connect them does exactly what they need to and forces them to back off.
Tryhard's team trying to weather the storm frame now. Niu. Unfortunately for Tryhard, he pops ultimate and he walks into the no ult zone, trying to deny the pressure of Niu. The execution does get broken up perfectly from Ski and Hero, denying the ability for them to run that burst V2 Viper, V1 Tessa, the 1-2 punch, able to take it on the chin and keep on kicking. But Niu, they want the action, they want the smoke. They're gonna get the V1 onto Tryhard. Everyone's gonna be invested in the skill. They need a peel for him, but Niu Big gonna get taken down. The V2 is gonna be invested. There's nowhere to line of sight. Tryhard's probably gonna get taken down right now. 65% on Ski's ultimate. 2v2 situation. Can Intel bring this back? Can they take revenge onto Crazy Cow? Hero leading the charge with Ski. Ultimate's back online. V2's going to be invested now. B trying to get the reset here. Ski with the jumping LB trying to find the hit, but QNT coming in hot with the flank. What does Intel do right now? Stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're going to go look for it. The res now. Niu. QNT ends up choosing to go after Niu. Fly gonna get taken down, but they see Intel deep into the zone. They're gonna try to get the heals resets, but the Shadow Corruption is ticking away. Tryhard's gonna get taken down, and Casper knows that Ski's back here. He's gonna go look for the horizontal into vertical into the F3, keeping up the pressure. Eats the Soul Bloom. Ski in a tough position. How does he want to play this? No good answers right now. Is he going to leave Tryhard behind? He is. Hero already making his way into zone. Ski trying to make his way. Shadow Corruption is almost at max in the top right of the screen. Once that Shadow Corruption does hit past that bar, you will not be able to receive heals. It looks like Ski made his way in, but he gets in a little bit late and didn't get caught out by QNT. R&B's going to come out making a little bit of space, but Casper with the vertical gonna end Ski's misery with a nice decapitation, quick and easy from the blind spot. He never saw it coming, and he is going to get taken down, but Hero will survive and be able to play some more time for that placement.
Even with that here, so far, it has been an absolute insane game for QNT, but now we're slowly closing in on this gap here, and it looks like there's only a set amount of people left here. Few solo stragglers at the end of this game, and maybe one other full team. QNT might potentially be able to close this game out and get themselves a nice dub. It could be an insane piece, a really amazing opportunity for them, as he has 2 soothing booms on him and a dreadful wail. Kishi is dangerous right now. It's exactly what he needs to have inside of this final circle type fight.
That looked like the deciding fight of the match. Now, looking over at that overview, it looks like it's just a bunch of duos and solos, all stragglers. QNT playing this Viper composition to perfection. Last week, they showed up and got the most amount of value when they were running that Wu Chen Viper, able to find the kills left and right on the map, not really going to the Yang, but winning on the outside where it matters, playing the Battle Royale perfectly, finding those third parties. They find the two strongest teams, Intel and Neo, battling out all in each other inside the zone, and it was just easy pickings for them, able to maim both the teams, leaving only Hero behind to play placement. As I said, the Danes, the most dangerous game of hide and seek being played right now, and QNT is it. They are the hunters. Can you run away and hide as Killua, Casper, and Kishi are looking for you? That Viper silence is deadly. That Yodo ult is destructive. Wu Chen, that port just denies any ability to fight back. But we do have one team left. Team 2 looks like they were able to get the rest, and they did get the gold armor as QNT was hiding the stragglers. Ski able to get picked up by Hero as well. With Tryhard, the team is back, the squad is back, but they're just a bunch of blueberries and white armors. Hero trying to make his way out with the hard stopper, using that movement to perfection, able to back off now. Team 2 looking to close it out, but the F3 takes out Hero's legs, and QNT finally finishes off the last member of Intel. Unfortunately for them, Tryhard and Ski were able to get that resurrection, and now Team 2 gonna be showing up versus QNT. Triple charge is gonna come out, spin to win, Earthshaker great sword. QNT guarding Hero's body like a hawk. They don't want that res to come in. The Dreadful Whale's gonna come out and try hard. Tries to sneak in a res, unable to.
Oh, that Dreadful Whale coming through so beautifully well done here, as it looks like number 2 decides they want to get a little bit of that action and decides maybe not. Maybe. Ooh. They saw that energy and they saw the Dreadful Whale. It's like, maybe not. Man, I don't know if that's a good idea to push that. Absolutely insane. Trying to see if maybe they can connect this over here. Goes that fight here. They're going to be able to push in on this one. Viper coming through as everybody else starts to scatter. Does not want to get caught. And it looks like Kishi might have been hit by the Viper ulti, but it's not going to be enough, as Kalawa is going to come through at a beautiful time, and the Wushin is going to be able to dip them out. Ski looks like he's going to be by himself as well into this fight.
Yeah, Team 8, Killua, Ski. I thought Hero's like the GOAT of getting second place if his team gets shredded. Unfortunately, he's so good at it that he reses his 2 teammates and he gets caught out now. QNT gonna finish this out. Hardstopper gonna come out from Killua. Great silence on the Yodo. She has a little bit of chip left. She's unable to finish it off. The Wu Chen port coming out, getting him out of dodge. Now QNT Killua, unfortunately they go the wrong way, so they're going to see a nice full reset from Team 2, but Killua from the top ropes looking for the hard stopper, win the flank, gonna get the silence on the Yodo again, but the Dreadful Whale peel coming out from the Yodo's team and able to peel off. F3 is going to be invested, not getting any value, and again getting put into the Dreadful Whale. Killua has to be careful right now. Gets the parry, sends the Dragon Slayer, able to fight back. Light attack's gonna come in, covering the retreat, and now Ski sees all of this going down. He's gonna get invested, he's gonna get active, and unfortunately he's gonna get sent back to the lobby. Now Team 2, 2v3 situation for QNT. Victory lap for them. Killua, no armor to his name, doesn't care. Reckless abandonment, throwing the RMBs over and over. The Viper cannot resist. The ultimate doesn't matter. And QNT is going to close out game 3.
QNT really showing up and showing out the way that they've done so far. They've done a fantastic job of it. Man, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with what they've done. I'm impressed with how they were able to put it together here. And obviously, I mean, clearly it showed. I mean, I said it before too. I said it and I was like, you know, they were really feeling this out within these games here. They knew what they needed to do. They knew they needed to conquer, and clearly they did just that. It was impressive coming through. QNT, as we started off from the very beginning, we saw them in the very beginning of these fights here, and we knew that the synergy was definitely there. And now it's just, it's really important to see how well they were able to take that to that placement and really run with it. As Koala, beautiful stun on this hillside, trying to see if they can capture a nice elimination here. And that Dreadful Whale towards the end, absolute detriment to the rest of the team here, really was able to cause a problem for everyone else around this space here. As we look at Neo, who really was continuously destroying the rest of this lobby here. I mean, even though they lost this game, they still came out on top with an insane amount of eliminations, to the point where they're still on top. It doesn't matter what any of these other teams do. Neo is still pulling up with a lot of eliminations, They're getting the kills, they're getting the finishes, and they're getting these points. And then once they get the placement points in there too, it's even better all the way around here. So regardless, Q&T still has a lot of work to do if they're really going to see themselves potentially take over from Miu. Either that, or they're going to have to nerf them from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I have faith in the boys. Q&T, I know Killua, Casper, Kishi, they're showing exactly why they're one of the top players in NA, coming back strong after that first week, not performing as well as they want, but now performing spectacular right now, holding that second place. Now, Crazy Cow, New, still in the lead, 86.7. They pretty much can sit on the couch, put their feet up, lay back, kick out. They know they've made it, but there's still a lot of work to be done. They're loving this W key. They're loving getting in there, and they showed just how strong their Viper composition. Now, Team Zoo, Oni, Adward, some of the OGs as well. Oni actually one of the IGLs, in-game leaders of one of the champion teams of Kun and DCR, now playing for fun, and we're looking what that fun looks like. And it's looking top 3 still within NA. Intel at 35 points. The boys are shaping up. They're heating up. Unfortunately, they overheated this round, but it's looking better for them. Wake to Die at 26 points. And Q&T popping off that game, securing that sixth place. Remember, you only have to play for top 6. You don't need to be in the top 3. This is not for the money yet. That is next weekend. Outlaw, Spoon, NKL, and Neon. There's still a lot of Naraka to be played today. This was game 3. We're going into game 4. And again, it's probably going to be around 30 points. We just need to tap it in. These guys, I know it can be disheartening when you're at the bottom of the leaderboard and you don't have any kills. You feel like you can't find anything. But that's why Viper compositions work, where you see even Niu running that Viper V2. You run in, you lock out everyone's ability with that AoE silence, and you just focus fire someone down. Tried and true womboing of players. You just Viper, Yodo ult on someone's gonna die, and if you make a mistake, whatever, let's just Wu Chen pour it out. Very, very easy to execute. Very glass cannon, a lot of high risk, high reward, and you can kill literally the best players with this. So I'm hoping these teams show up, make something happen, make their dreams come true, and make it to those grand finals. But for now, we're seeing a lot of the old heads come out of the woodworks. People who, a lot of the old retired players who just play for fun right now, they get on once in a while, still show that the old dogs still have it, and they're coming out ferociously.
Big dogs come to play, just like with everything else here. And just like the whooshin that just took out the rest of the team, we're also going to whoosh into an intermission. So we will be right back as we're going to get ready to lock in for game number 4. Whooshin out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Astral Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to get ready to lock in, I am your host and your caster, Ambush King, accompanied by Rave NPL, capital Z. Gotta make sure to put that capital in there, otherwise it ain't Raven. As we're gonna get ready to lock this in for our fourth game, game number 4, back to Moore's Isle. So far, the games have been incredible, but it has been back and forth between Mew and QNT. Both of those teams have been absolutely just firing off and going insane. The games have been really well, but obviously those two are definitely the teams to watch, pay attention to, and focus on, because clearly, clearly, they know what's going on, and they are absolutely going back and forth. So I'm excited to see if maybe QNT closes the gap a little bit closer and maybe has the opportunity to see that first place, or is Mew going to continue to absolutely dominate, and they're just going to get further and further and further away from the competition. Mind you, this is just qualifying. This isn't even the final. This is just the qualify. Like, they're good. They don't even need to like do too much at this point. They can just chill back and relax, but clearly that's not the plan currently, as we're going to get ready to lock into Moore's Isle. And already the fight's happening here. As Tryhard is going to be able to push in here. Beautiful right clicks to connect that and get the elimination onto VRAR. And Tryhard immediately back at it, finds DJ Kev right here on the right side of this mountain. Immediately he's going to scale rush in, trying to see if they can connect it here. Trying to keep it alive, as obviously the team members are trying to come through here in a beautiful recession. And obviously, it's not easy to really get those strikes there, as the movement is not making it easy, as the scale rush is going to try to see if maybe they can connect it. As they do connect to Styly, and it looks like the 1v3 trying to close in the gap. Beautiful timing, though, on both of them end up hitting the bell. Great minds think alike here. Tryhard, not in the best situation. Oh, but he ends up hitting him and absolutely destroying his shield, though, with the dual blades. He's going to be able to possibly be able to connect this and shut it down here, as Styly ends up getting eliminated by Tryhard here, and that full 7-man team is fully eliminated here. Tryhard's going to pick up their third teammate here and get that finish. Meanwhile, QNT, very similar situation. It looks like we just missed out on their fighting, as they end up getting eliminated outside of this as well. What a start for some of these teams here, starting off strong. Finds a player up top here, and it looks like the Spear trying to see if they can connect it and get the finish here. Trying to dip out as much as possible. The scale rush potentially to connect, misses the opportunity. And now it's just all about a chase. Closing in the gap and gets the finish.
Now, Team 8, QNT at Temple right now versus Team Neon. Neon needs to get something going right now. We're at game 4, but there's a lot of Naraka to be played. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to win their off spawn. QNT, Casper, Kishi, Killua, just too much to deal with off spawn. That Temi all doing wonders for them on that siphon, but it looks like back to Intel in the south. Ski, Tryhard, V1's gonna come out. Stagger's gonna come out onto the Monk. Tryhard getting that grab. Army's going to come out from C. Great execution from them. Absolutely shredding and capitalizing off the slam from Tryhard. Now the light attack's coming out. Ski trying to hold one of them down. Great grab from Tryhard. And again, Army's going to come out. He's going to get the Dragon Slayer. Gonna get the follow-up and kill. Intel firing on all cylinders right now. Last person alive. Can they clean this up? Make their way to clean up the last kill. Looks like Danny's with the fan zoning out right now. Ski holding the space, closing out the distance. Doesn't want his food to get away. He's hungry right now. Intel wants us some more food. Picking up like a chicken nugget, but this chicken nugget is fighting back with that Zai all nowhere to go though. Intel too hungry for these kills. Their hunger will be satiated, and unfortunately for Dainies and crew, they do have to go and respawn. I believe they have a second life right now. First, Yang is going to be popping out. We're seeing that coin talents popping off for Team 7. Now, in Naraka, if you're tuning into the game, you can experiment with a ton of the talent. And the current meta right now for talents is actually coin regeneration. Yeah, folks, it's not about the ultimate. It's not about the abilities. It's how much you can spend over here, where you can purchase these jades, these weapons, and they significantly give you a huge advantage when it comes to that middle and late game. You're scaling up, you're getting these great jades that provide so much crowd control and damage for your team. You saw Merciless popping up over there with the staff. You're able to juggle your opponents, 100-0 in them, and unless they have some type of combo break or ultimate, you're going for a ride. And unfortunately for you, you are too short to ride this ride, and you are gonna get taken out, back and sent back to the lobby. It looks like they're gonna be going another scuffle right now. It looks like a Yodo team coming in, and the F2 coming out from Tessa. Unfortunately, their offense is broken up right now. They staggered their way in, and they're gonna get taken down one-on-one. Hero's gonna get staggered by the V1. White armor giving a Ski for the run for his money, but Ski's gonna be fighting back with that uppercut combo, able to take him down, and now Hero following up. Lambo stuck on that ride, juggled by the merciless of Ski, and they're gonna get cleaned up even with the ambush, unable to get anything going. Intel not even investing any of their ultimates, and that's just how powerful Jades and loot can be off spawn. You don't want to take a fight with the bigger boys on the block. Team 7 Intel dominating this round. Hopefully we can see a rematch versus Neo. The score is 3-1. Who do you think's taking the next one, Dobby?
Oh, 3v1. I don't know, man.
3-1. 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I don't know. Honestly. Like, that is just, it's interesting, but I don't know. Honestly, I gotta give it up to Mew. I really do think that they have obviously what it takes. They've been playing so well so far, but QNT really deciding to really pop off here and play super well, aggressive, smart. They know what they're capable of, and they know they have the opportunity to. As it looks like they're going to push it on Neo here. This could be a huge start to these fights here, and you just love to see it here. Trying to see if they can close off the market, closing off that opportunity here to get these finishes, and let's just see if they have the opportunity to do it. Trying to capitalize on it. See if they can be able to work towards this one, though, as they're finally able to capture and connect onto Neo, and it looks like the fight starts to happen as the ulti comes through. The Monk trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap. Maybe has the opportunity for a grab. Ooh, that would have not been good here. As Fly caught in the open circle here. Looks like he's able to catch one, and that's for QNT. QNT's Koala. And it looks like they're going to capture that elimination with that and use that as the opportunity to get the first finish going. And now it's all about timing and patience at this point, knowing that the other two players are still nearby. I'd be waiting for the opportunity as Kinshi's going to be all the way up top here. And it looks like Casper's going to get absolutely chased here by the rest of the team. So now it's time to start maneuvering and supporting your teammate here. Defense is going to be very important here, but it's not looking good as Bing is just getting absolutely destroyed by those dual blades. The spear comes through, the long sword starts to connect, the ulti comes through from the Takeda, the healing starts to be able to help, and so does the Terracotta Warrior coming in as well from the Takeda. Takeda going to be able to potentially push into the side here, waiting for the opportunity to strike as Casper ends up getting picked up. Beautiful moment here. And it looks like now they're going to try to see if they can find stretch towards this, waiting for the movement, doing what they need to. Guys maneuvering on each side here. Nice strikes coming in from the Terracotta Warrior. Kishi dangerously low, and it looks like B is going to capture that next elimination onto QNT. Koala by himself is going to have to separate himself and try to distance himself as much as possible, but it's not going to be good, knowing that all three players are nearby. Nice hit from the dagger, trying to see if they can connect it, but it's not going to be enough here as Fly just cutting in, cutting edge right towards the front, gets right in his face, gets nice and aggressive. The circle's on the outside, the tick is killing him, and just like that, Neo Big is going to secure the elimination and get QNT out of here.
Man, what can stop Neo Big? Just as QNT was getting some momentum, they run into the juggernauts themselves. This rank demons themselves, Crazy Cow. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that matchup inside the realm of Yang. I was hoping that they would take a fight inside Yang instead of on this outside, but unfortunately they do run in the QNT and they're willing to take that fight. Now Oni versus Intel, it's looking like Oni going for a ride. LMB into uppercut. Now Oni gonna pop the Takeda ult, gonna come in, look for Yushan, unable to get it, and it looks like already the zipping is going to get taken down. Tryhard with the Monk transform, able to come in, push Oni out of it. He still has 2 shots to his name. He's going to get grabbed right now. He's going to get put in the corner. Ski with the follow-up, with the MRSA, doing the juggle. Yushan coming in with the slam. The tag team is impeccable. Now, Monk slamming down Oni. 1 hit point left, nowhere left to go. Unfortunately, Temmie now in a 1v3 situation. Merciless is going to be coming out. He's still with a will. There is a way. He's going to claim coming out, but Tryhard denying all options here with the grapple LMB. Light attack's going to be coming out. Stagger has been enabled, and unfortunately for Adward and Oni, they are going to get taken down and sent back. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so Yang depletion on deck. Now, some players like to think of this as a buff, you know? If you don't find a soul in 4 minutes, you're out of here. So now you have a buff of necessity bestowed upon you. You must find someone to bless you with a soul bloom. And unfortunately for them, the teams are so far north that, but great thing for them, Diab and crew, they're right ahead. We're going to see a follow-up match. Steve versus Intel. He's already going to juggle Ski with the Merciless, doing a ton of work. Monk ults are going to be invested. Temmie ult invested, though. Diab has the wind wall to work with. Dryer jumps onto the hip of the Monk, punches him in the face. Now, Steve able to get that reset with that zipping ultimate. Can he find an open here right now? Hero with the Yushan, putting in a ton of pressure, able to get that poke in so Trier can get the slam. Now Steve gonna get juggled into the follow-up vertical from the dual blades, getting taken down. Now zipping against those buttery rocks, and he needs to get some space. She's fighting her way out of here. 1, 2, double blue. Nothing seems to work, and Hero's gonna consume that soul blade. And now Adward, Allen, and crew showing up to the party. Who invited these guys? Hero's gonna pop that Yushan off for some tempo, able to come in with the slams, breaking up the execution. And now Adward Allen's team backing up. Oni's going to be popping up that Takeda. Temmie ult invested, but Temmie in a last hit point situation, going to make his way through the wind wall and kite, and it looks like Intel is going to be backing off here.
Intel's probably probably the back off here is probably the best situation to have here inside of this moment here. Knowing the opportunity that they have, they see the amount of momentum that they can conjure up, and they also realize it's just better to just slow it down and realize what they have towards this. And obviously it's definitely a smart thing to have just in general. Waiting to see exactly what happens here as the ulti starts to pull off here. Oni with a nice slide here just to try to see if he can distance himself from the Viper ulti. Tryhard trying to close in this gap. 1v3 situation, pushing Oni into a corner, gets the elimination. Tryhard trying to see if they can separate himself, and obviously the Monk comes through at a beautiful time. Now it's time to separate, continue to keep that movement going here, and this is where things start to get a little bit more tedious. Trying to push in and also potentially closing that gap as well. It's a lot deeper when you really start to close in this gap. Much more. Obviously the timing could only get even better here. Closing in this gap little by little. Team number 7 really playing this out really well so far here. Content creator with 6 eliminations. So is Ski, and so is Tryhard. All of them tying it up here. 18 eliminations overall. They're about to hit a 20 bomb already. And it's what? Circle 2? Circle 3?
Circle 3 already up to that 20 bomb, but there's still a lot of Naraka to be played. We're in that game 4. 8 games are going to be played today, but on Transformers, generally, you're going to get most of your kills in that end game when the circle starts closing everyone in, hurting you into your Monk's hands. But Tryhard, Hero, and Ski able to find a ton of value here on the outside, able to leverage their Yang wins to some safe battles on the outside. And it's all about that early game. Finally, Intel gets a nice early game, able to clear out one team and the third party, following up in that close 30 seconds, but now going in to the second Yang. We got Niu, and QNT to the north in a battle out in the open. This is all in, baby. There's nowhere left to run. Vrar gonna get picked off right now, but Niu in the background spots QNT lacking. Killua picks up the armor. No armor to his name already. Busy looting. He has to be careful right now. Great peel coming out from his teammates. Casper coming in with the light attacks with the katana, looking for the opening, but Killua is gonna get taken down. Now Casper in a stagger, no armor to his name, getting bounced left and right. Kishi, it's up to the Takeda to bring this back, but what can he do? Yushan ult's gonna be popped. Casper, V2 already popped. Kishi trying to make his way out of here. The white flag has been raised. QNT has called full retreat, and Casper's gonna make the noble sacrifice as this juggernaut of a team. Niu is gonna roll through QNT. Kishi, though, as long there is one of us, we can find a res out there. He's gonna make his way to the edge of the map, hopefully not get hit by one of the bells, find a little bit of loot on the background. Looks like he's gonna make his way to the bush and try to survive this situation, but Niu hot on his heels. Looks like they're satisfied with this kill in the north. Hopefully they take their talents over to the realm of Yang. We got 2 teams rolled up. It's gonna be Steve versus Team Intel. Now, traditional transformers were on the perspective of Ski, the support player. He's going to take to the skies, look for the flank, coming in with that Merciless. Can he get a stagger off? And he is, and Style already he's going to get taken down off the opener. Steve a little bit late with the peel, and the Monk ults are going to come out, but Diab already has his work come out for him, chopping at his legs. Ski with the armies, with the verticals, chopping the tree down known as Monk. It doesn't matter that he's grabbed. Tryhard is on his hip, punching him in the face, knocking him out, and now it's just a formality. 3v1 situation. Reset slam comes in, and Intel is firing in all cylinders, breaking that 20 bomb threshold.
What a threshold to have here as they're both feeling it out here. Ladies and gentlemen, they're 21 eliminations deep. Every one of them sharing a little bit of some love here. They said, no, you got that kill. I'm going to get this kill this time. No, you have it. No, you deserve that. No, you get it. It's a lot of different things going back and forth here. So very, very incredible to see the opportunities come through as much as possible here. As team number 7 really closing this gap here little by little. They are absolutely going off and insane here. Meanwhile, it looks like Niu currently is in the middle of their shopping currently. See if they have any time to see what they might need inside of this realm. Been kind of insane with everything that's been going on thus far here. It's been going super, super well. See if they close in this gap here.
13 people alive. There's just not much action going on the board, and this is what happens when you have 2 juggernauts in the lobby. Everyone runs away, is scared, and there's just like a lawnmower mowing the lawn, going around, and you don't want to be grass in this instance, and the lawnmower is coming through. Niu rolling up to team 2, again getting caught out, looking at loot, and Wu Chen is gonna port him out. They're trading Wu Chen port for Monk ult. Great trade for them, but this Wu Chen has to be moving right now. He's dilly-dallying, just waiting back, almost gets grappled and held in place, and now Intel sees this battle going out. They see the Monk D-Transformer, and now the lawnmowers are being chased by the bigger, badder machinery. They're here to pick him up. They're here to take him away. Niu trying to make their way out of here. Hero hot on their tails, looking for the grapple stagger. No grapple distance to his name. He's able to pick off Big, stagger him a little bit, but Tryhard with the backup. Gold weapons both in their hands. Niu has nowhere left to run. They got to hold their ground. Monkhold is going to be invested by Tryhard. Staggers are coming out, putting in Bob, Weave. He's dodging back and forth. Their Yushan is coming in, looking to peel, but Tryhard does get the pickup. Nice slam by the Yushan, denying the follow-up, but it doesn't matter. Big gets red on his wake-up. Tryhard gets a regrab, looking for a third regrab. Can he get it? He's gonna make his way out of this. Great peel from Yushan, body blocking the grabs over and over, but Hero and Ski hot on their heels now. Monk in a last point hit point situation, gonna get taken down, and now Tryhard de-transforming. We still got an ultimate onto Hero. Parry's gonna come out, maybe no need. Tryhard is gonna eat a sap, but this buff doing wonders for them. 20% damage reduction. The Merciless is gonna come out from Ski, juggling the Kurumi out of here against these Buttery Rocks. What can Kurumi do except take to the skies? He's getting juggled all the way into the zone. What a follow-up. Fly is gonna get taken down, and the score is 3-2. Intel warming up, heating up, boiling up onto Neo Steve. Last hit point situation. Team 2 cleaning up the stragglers in the lobby. But who is going to take it? Who do you take in this next one, Dobby? Team 2 or Intel?
I definitely think Intel might potentially have it here. I mean, they've really been, I don't know what happened between game 1 and game 2, but something happened where the fire was lit, and you can tell they came with not only like more smarts and obviously that defense. Now, I told you before, you know, when we went into those first 2 or 3 games, it was going to be a lot of aggression. Now people are playing with a little bit more defense and more team synergy than they have in any of the games that we've seen thus far. They're starting to play smart. They're starting to back out of fights when they need to. They're starting to not necessarily fully play aggressive into fights. They're starting to pick their battles. They're starting to get a few hits with some of their long-range weapons before they start to really close in that gap and start really pushing it overall. And I think even with hopefully the communication as well between the teams, because obviously comms are very, very important. Hopefully they're using these moments to their advantage here when they realize that, hey, it's definitely better sometimes to just back off, maybe play a little bit more towards the long stretch. And if the third party starts to come in, maybe let them do the work, and we can obviously come through and sweep it up like a straight up janitor at a high school at a high school basketball meet. Like, it's one of those things where you really have to understand your moments here. And I think for this team, they're definitely starting to see their moments here. I mean, look at them. All of them have the same amount of eliminations here. Clearly, they are locked in.
Yeah, but all it takes is a little bit warm up. You get the rust off. They don't really play ranked ever, and coming out running that battle royale, it's a little bit different than doing those fair 3v3. Like, most of the fights in battle royale, you want to be as unfair as possible. Life is not fair. Naraka Battle Royale is definitely not fair. The teams with the most amount of loot, with the better compositions, are going to have such a better time when it goes to those engagements. It looks like Intel is going to be posturing in to play for this gold armor. It looks like Tryhard does he have desperation? Why does my man not have his health healed all the way? Doesn't have desperation, but he does have group heal, advanced heal, one of the best Jades in the game. That max health on the monk, making him such a juicy tank. When you have all those health Jades, and when monk transforms with the armor rarity plus the hell Jades, it greatly increases his hit point pool. Now, going to this tower, it's going to be a very scuffed battle right now. Hero making his way up, looks for the R&B, gets the follow-up, knocking player 2 or team 2 off the Balisa. Now we're going to get the last scuffle of the game. There is a solo running out, but this is going to be dictating who is going to win this game with the gold pole sword. Hero looking to impose his will. Horse is going to come out. Overcomer frying through his competition, but these buttery rocks, not ideal. They don't want to overcommit. They see the Viper on deck. They just don't want to get the hit by that V2. But Hero battling out right now versus Wu Chen and Yodo. He has to be careful right now. If that Viper comes out of nowhere, he can be taken out. It looks like that group heal, advanced heal coming out from Tryhard, picking up Hero's health bill. He's going to take my man for a ride, forcing out the Yodo wall. Bob, we've first tap dodge, dodging that first blade. Doesn't have to dodge a second one. We got to cancel immediately, and it looks like Viper is going to come down with that drop down V2 out of nowhere. But with Ski still up, with Tryhard, with ultimate up, we can ult and get a res right now. They're going to take this 2v3 situation right now. Ski against the wall. He has to be careful. Tryhard popping that ultimate. Silence is going to come out from Ski, and they're going to pop that port back to the top. We got round 2 for this game 4. Balisa shots are going to come out, but it's out of line of sight. Team 2 has to follow up, coming back in from the top row. It's looking for that little bit of chip damage. He sees that Tryhard detransforms, ends up opening up for his team. Ski, there's a man with nunchucks in the middle of our team. What is he doing? Parry check comes out twice, but team 2, looks like my man just lagged out right now. His Yodo and Viper gonna get taken down. Unfortunately for team 2, he's not able to go and help his team. Ski right next to Kishi, hiding in the bush. But this is a deciding factor right now. That's just a solo. Hero, Tryhard, inside zone. Ski on the outside, looking in with those bow shots. Hero is going to get taken down. We have to be careful here. Windwall is going to be popping up. Soul Bloom is going to be eaten, and he is going to get taken down. And the last fight, 2v1 situation, Kishi versus Into. Who do you have taking this, Dobby? It looks like Kishi. It doesn't matter. Never mind. Kishi wants out. He wants out. He wants to go next. He knows there's a lot of Naraka to be played. This is just game 4. We got 4 more games ahead. He's trying to deny the last kill. Optimal. He knows it's hopeless versus Tryhard and Ski. Unfortunately, Tryhard's not able to get that last hit. Kishi with the great play, able to line of sight, denying any of the hits. And that's going to be it for game 4. Intel heating up, baby. The boys are showing up.
They're not only are they showing up, but they're playing to their strengths and their strategies. And you can tell somewhere behind the scenes, I don't know what happened. I don't know who called them. I don't know what was said. I don't know who did what, but something happened where they locked in and they are absolutely playing out of their mind. It's been absolutely insane to see how they've been going so far. And obviously looking back at the replays here, they did exactly what they needed to in these games here. And obviously, I mean, they played to their strengths. They were juggling people at one point. They would send one to the other player. The other one would do some damage and then send it to the next player. I mean, they were both sharing in not only the damage, but also the eliminations. Like, it was so interesting to see how they were able to do it. They both were pushing, being very aggressive, seeing the opportunities where they were actually met here. And even some of the grabs here from the Monk itself was able to do a lot. And even once they get one slam, that's enough for them to be able to secure elimination and get that finish. They were chasing, they were constantly pushing, they were driven, they were consistent. And that's the big thing when it comes to this. Sometimes you get lost in sometimes some of these insane pushes, and there's so many players around, but even in this amount of aggression that was happening, they still were able to keep their calmness. They still were able to keep cool, and they were able to push it all the way to the very end, where they made sure that they were holding it strong to the very end. I mean, 10 eliminations coming in from Content Creator. What a time to come through, and look at that. I told you it only takes 1 to 2 games for that potential, and that's exactly what they needed, was that one moment. And now they're less than 20 points deficit between first and second place, 93.7, tying it in total, and NTL with a 76.8 points. They are definitely cooking. So let's see if they can keep that going for a few more games, and let's see if they can close this out with a dub.
The chefs are in the kitchen. The food is being prepped.
Chef in the kitchen.
And that crazy cow. I think Intel's looking to eat some steak. You know what I'm saying? Some that nice ribeye, that juicy, buttery ribeye. The chefs are there. They're cooking. They're coming back. The score is 3-2. It's game 4. Now,
Chef in the kitchen.
The teams only have to get top 6. There's still a lot of Naraka to be played. QNT on the cusp. They got 22 points. The next team in 7th at 9.8. That's 11 points. Any team can bring this back. 11 points is just a solid game. You get that 3-piece off spawn. Maybe get a little bit in that mid game, another 3, and another 3 in end game, securing some placement points. That's already 11 points. There's still an opportunity for this teams to qualify. No hope is lost yet. We're only at game 4 in the books. We got 4 more games ahead of us. A lot of Naraka to be played, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of exciting actions. I'm happy to see Intel out here showing up. We're seeing what the best NA has to offer. Even some of the old heads, Adrodal and Oni, showing up today. We'll see what the rest of the day is going to show, but I cannot wait for grand finals next weekend. Today is just a qualifying round for trios. Tomorrow will be another qualifying round for solos. And today's not even remotely over. We're only at that halfway point, Dobby. Only at that halfway point.
That we are. We're going to be sending this off to Moxie and Rune, as they're going to be able to continue on with this amount of hype here. We still have 4 more games left. Things have been really good so far. The intensity is absolutely insane. So obviously Moxie and Rune is going to be having a very good time with these next 4 games to see if team number 7 can actually close in this gap here a little bit closer and potentially steal this W away from the other team here. I mean, like I said, they've been playing out of their mind so far, but clearly something in that team is absolutely locked in here. And obviously that has been the main splice of this game, and that's exactly what happened. So just like that team and how they got destroyed, me and Raven are about to bounce up out of here, as you guys are going to get accompanied by Moxie and Runekeeper when we return for 4 more games here for Naraka Bladepoint. See you guys soon.
What's going on, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Astral Cup. I'm your host and your caster here for the second half. The Runekeeper joining me is the lovely Got Moxie. We're 4 games deep, 4 games left to go. Our first 4 games, of course, being our qualifiers here for Trios Day 2 as we head into our Trios Day 2 finals. I'm excited to see the top 6 teams who are going to come out on top and head into next week for our grand finals here for Astral Cup. Moxie, how you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited, like you said, Rune, to get to see how all of these teams are going to be going into in terms of those competitions and formats. But speaking about competitions and formats, we've also got a little bit of a meme master competition going on the official Naraka Bladepoint Discord channel. Our lovely mods are going to be able to drop the link to be able to join that in chat. There's plenty at stake. You can use any format you want, including images, GIFs, and videos. Maybe you want to have a little bit of something with the ballista. Maybe you've got, a really good kill that you're able to set up with the Wu Chen swapper into a Thorny roller, and you've got the before and after shot of the person realizing what just happened. Either way, hit up the official Naraka Bladepoint Discord channel. Plenty to play for, including some lovely treasures. And you also have to remember, we're getting new treasures this week. Rune Pioneer treasures, they're going to be opening this week, which means so many more cosmetics for you to get your hands on.
Absolutely. Also, don't forget, we've got these lovely Astral Cup Twitch drops coming your way as well. If you guys watch for up to 2 hours, you can pick up every single one of these, including this lovely new avatar here. And I got to say, I love this because not only is it just a cool avatar that shows off some of the awesome graphics from in the game as well, but with Hottie around the corner, the new hero with his little mystery box, there isn't a better representation of this little avatar here for Hottie coming out.
It's dynamic too, right? It moves. I'm pretty sure I've got it, and I remember
believe it
seeing
does
it
move,
like
yes.
float and levitate on my profile icon. So you 100% want to get your hands on that one because it's limited. So like the next couple of months when Hardy is released and everyone sees that really cool icon, they're gonna be like, "How do you get it?" And you're gonna be like, "Oh, sorry guys, it's only available for a little bit of time. You can't get your hands on it anymore," which means it's a lot more valuable.
Speaking of valuable things, we're getting ready to head into our finals game 1 here, and we're going to be taking it to Morris Isle, me and Moxie's personal favorite map here. We do love us some good old OG Morris Isle. Oh, Moxie, come on, you love some Morris Isle too.
My favorite Starry Night
Okay, you've got me. Starry Night is absolutely one of my favorite weather conditions on Holoroth, so I can't argue that whatsoever. But we are going to get to see good old NA boys here head straight on into Celestra, and no surprises here. Right off the rip, we're going to see a ton of people dropping right into the middle of Celestra. This is what NA affectionately calls Fight Club, and Fight Club is already off here. We're also on the outskirts of Celestra here, where another fight's breaking out here between team number 8 and team number 3 here. Trying to come in with the dagger. Unfortunately, going to get caught out by Tryhard as he comes around the corner. Tryhard going to get parried, but going to stand up and find a parry of his own as well. Trying to turn this back onto team number 6 who comes in here. And that's going to be Fly going down to Tryhard as they turn onto BB. Locked in the corner, no place to go. Anything goes in Fight Club as team 8 comes out on top.
Well, that's also a little bit personal too, because those were players from New and New and Tryhard's team have been going at it all day with New coming out on top. Now we're going to be looking, however, at team number 5 going up against team number 9, as they're going to be able to go for that swap onto the boat to be able to finish off that kill with the fist coming out from McFlurry over towards Sunwings. And with that fight now determined, team 5 are going to be able to move into the middle of Sunwings and start to load up. They're going to have to be pretty quick, however, as it does look like we're actually going to see the Salty run back. Team 9, you see the bodies just there float past team 5 close enough that they're going to have an understanding that they're going to be taking another fight as team 7 now going to be going up against team number 2 on the outskirts of Celestra. Casper coming in with that pole sword, able to do so much damage onto the back of Steve, who's going to go down. Now we're going to see Casper again continue to pressure with the pole sword from the sidelines of all of these fights, just going for the jump cancel so he doesn't get locked into the focus. And that's a really quick, easy fight coming out from Team 7. Moving back to Sunwings, this is what we were talking about. There's the salty run back coming back from team number 9 as a transformation goes out from the monk of team number 5. Little Sheep using that ultimate to zone the players of team 9 away, who rezzing at that soul altar right in the middle of Sunwings were actually able to get their hands on better loot than team number 5. We saw one off in the distance with a purple weapon. However, Euphoria on the Justina actually gets grapple cancelled before they're able to relocate. The peel now comes through from the rest of their team. Tell ultimate going to be dropped to try and stop any of those players from being able to isolate that Justina when she's low. But we're going to see the Yushin ultimate popped from the team of team number 5 to just absolutely mitigate any pressure off that Temi ultimate. As Rune, it's just back to back to back fights after fight after fight, moving towards money spot. Team number 8 now going to be going toe-to-toe with team number 7. Takeda ultimate coming on through. Content creator having used that Temi ultimate, not going to be able to isolate with it, instead just going for the 1 versus 1. Fan versus dual halberds. Content creator able to find the grapple cancel, but Kishi's able to find the uppercut into the horizontal hits. The peel now coming through from the zip. Content creator coming in with the charged LMB on that fan, able to do so much damage to Kishi, and he goes down.
Now turning our attention straight on over here to APF's team here. Team number 4 engaging on to team at number 3. This Viper being locked down by the dual blades, but investing the ult immediately here. Team 4 just going to break away, but Miss You separated from the rest of the team here, about to be dogged down by a couple of the members. Team 4 trying to find that numbers rematch here, as they know they're going to lose one member. But Team 3 here has this Yoda ultimate to invest, and that damage reduction on the ultimate going to buy them enough time to stay alive and regroup with the rest of Team 3. Team 4 now going to find themselves down in numbers at a disadvantage here going into that 2v4. They are able to pick up one elimination there, but they're going to invest the Wu Chen ult and back away, go for the res to bring it back to that 3v2. Afostamos caught to the side here, no place to go, is going to go down a second time. Their teammates split in the opposite direction, but now back to the 2v2. Miss You respawns, coming back in for the salty run back here. APF able to come in and capitalize on the F being invested and pick up yet another elimination, as Team 4 goes to 3 eliminations and continue the chase on to the rest of Team 3. That last player here for Team 3, the Viper, just trying to get away and keep the game alive for the rest of team number 3. Both shots being invested. Massive headshot from long range coming in hot here as we continue to see the Zip give chase, looking for an opportunity to lock them down. Still not in grapple range yet, so Team 3's last player able to keep things moving. The Viper going to take another bow shot, looking to invest the third bow shot, is able to find it. One more bow shot, one grapple could end it all here for Team 3. APF able to find the connection, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Team 4 will come out on top in the skirmish here with team number 3. Absolutely huge here for team number 4, as they're able to find themselves 4 eliminations right off the rip and keep things moving.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Fight.
That's so unfortunate for Team 3, because they just managed to exhaust the Zip from Team 4 down to 1 grapple, but back over towards Sunling. This is when Neo had decided to relocate themselves after losing that fight to try and help the team off of the rip. Semi-ultimate coming through. Karumi ultimate now able to be recast, so we're going to see it invested, even though Little Sheep with that transformation is still at full health on the Monk, buying so much space back, allowing that Karumi to get all of the armor back. Doesn't have the ultimate now, however, and we might actually see the rubber band coming through from Neo's team. As you can hear, all of these damages just coming out, the range projectiles, the repeating crossbows whistling away from the high ground, knowing that if they're able to chunk this Monk down, the Karumi ultimate isn't going to be there to actually bail him out. Instead, it's going to have to be that tether, and that means that the Karumi is going to have to break it early to relocate herself after she gets caught out by the charged R&B on the halberds. Swaps over towards that pulse to be able to try and get her distance as much as possible, as now the Yushan steps in on that traditional pathing of the ult cycle to take all of the heat and try to stop anyone from being able to chase onto either the Kurumi or Tianhai when they're going to be vulnerable, but everyone from the Uni's team putting themselves up onto the high ground to make it harder for Seven on this Yushan to actually find any value from the ultimate. Wolfsheep still hasn't been revived, as McFlurry just has not been able to find the spacing to be able to do so. As moving over towards Graveyard, we're going to be seeing Team 2 and Team 11 going head-to-head. Takeda ultimate with one shelf left, now going to be invested fully from Diab. Doesn't have any of these shelves to try and push back any of this pressure coming on from him. So it's the peel from the pole sword and the zip working together to keep this Takeda alive, but he gets stuck inside the wisp, and it's immediately going to move in now with that katana, trying to find the blink strike. Loses all of the armor, doesn't have the ultimate to regain control of any of the neutral, and tap dodges back into the horizontal follow-up from the pole sword.
Super duper unfortunate here. Team 11 plays that extremely well. The Takeda tries to invest the F1 and actually saves him from that wisp. He's able to get the F1 off to save him from the big blue coming in, but unfortunately it's just not enough. Diab just stays alive a little bit longer as the players of Team 11 here hold the tempo and keep that fight in their favor the entire time. Louis Vatillo here. I really like this name, Moxie. These guys playing extremely well. Going to head for those Fireflies. Turning over now to Team 7, going head-to-head with Team number 6 here. This is a fight that's been breaking out since the very beginning of the day. Team 7 just trying to do a little bit of shopping here, and it looks like Koala going to push forward here to create a little bit more space from Team 6 so that the other two members of Team 7 can invest in that shopping. And it looks like Team 6 is going to head into the Realm of Yang. Team 7 going to follow them right in. The question is that who they will be going head-to-head with? And it looks like no, they're going to be going head-to-head here with Team number 10. And this is going to be a very interesting fight to see here. The Sand Siphon comp on the backside, hiding under the pillar. Nobody using the grapple trick to go airborne here as they just look for an opportunity to straight press into the members of Team 10. It is Transformers versus Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon's got to be very careful of that double grab potential. Kishi completely separated from the rest of the team, forced to invest the ultimate just to survive here. He's only got a single tick of HP left. If that grab comes through, that's going to be it. The Yueishan going to go ahead and transform here as well to go ahead and buy themselves quite a bit of pressure potential onto Kishi. In the follow-up, Kishi gets grabbed up here. Yueishan coming in for the slam. They will get a slam onto Kishi, but it's not quite enough damage to eliminate them. Double ulting here may come back to bite the Transformers from Team 10. No, they finally find the kill they're looking for onto Kishi as this turns into a 3v2. The members of Team 7 here looking for an opportunity to capitalize on these Transformers. The Kurumi going extremely low here as they try to get that target acquisition. They're able to find it. It goes to a 2v2, and now the Transformers are starting to regret their decision to double ult in the face of Sand Siphon. And sure enough, Team 7 is able to capitalize on the fact that they ulted both at the same time, Moxie.
Yeah, you'd think that Team 7 would be punished because they had to triple ult to save that Takeda. Kishi going down incredibly low, incredibly quickly with the stone from off of that pole sword, forcing both the Temi ultimate and the Zip ultimate to overlap, as well as the Takeda ult activation to knock everyone on the Transformer team away from the Takeda, so they don't pick him up or immediately burst the V2. But when you take ultimates out of the rotation, Sand Siphon in the neutral just has so much more power over the Transformers, right? If one person gets stuck inside that Tumultuous Wisp, it's a death sentence. They have absolutely no way of being able to sustain through it because the Kurumi ultimate had already been invested for the Monk to keep themselves in the ultimate form for as long as possible. So the second that, even though the Takeda, that hyper damage carry in the ultimate rotation is removed, the Zip and the Tumult still have the sustain and also the lockdown, that CC, to be able to finish up the fight strong. As now we're going to be seeing these teams who did go into the Realm of Yangs having to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive on the map, seeking out some of those soul blooms. And the teams that were able to take the victory, they're going to be a lot more aggressive to try and find value off of these Vermilion Birds now. This is a team that we're going to be following that didn't take a Realm of Yang. Instead, they've got that Dragon's buff coming on up, that AoE Draco Storm to do so much damage, but they're going to be chased away by the attack on Titan composition. Oni with the Yodo ultimate, able to do so much damage. It forces that rubber band disengage, and now Team 1 are going to immediately try and figure out where Team 12 have run off to. As we can see that the Viper had already used that ultimate, Team 12 holding on to theirs, however, with that V2 is going to make it a little bit harder for the other Attack on Titan team to fully commit in. They know they don't have that immediate engagement tool of the Viper ultimate to set up for a kill, and they have to allow Team 12 the full disengage as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's the difference between running the two different heroes there. Yodohime gives you that huge burst and explosion of damage, but Tessa gives you that opportunity to skirmish in and out of those fights in such a strong position. As we turn over now to Team 4 taking the engagement here, the team, of course, that they're on going to use that Wu Chen ult to back away from the fight here, but Team 4 are going to aggressively continuing to push here. They have that Yang depletion and need to find a way to get back into this game in the next 1 minute and 25 seconds. They have to pick up some of those soul blooms. They're going to catch out Team 8 here. Tryhard caught out in the whisk, going to take the charge right click from these dual halberds and going to lose most of their armor here. Team 4 looking for a favorable end to this fight here, but know they need to be careful into this fresh team from team number 8. Team 8 going to invest the ultimate there on Temi, trying to just get away here and buy themselves a little bit of time. They're coming in, Miss You taking a ton of damage here as Team 8 continues to find the heals and resets they're looking for. APF walking into the Decade ultimate, not much choice here. Ski so close to going down. They need to find this to get the Soul Bloom to stay into this game. There it is. Can they get the Soul Bloom off of the body? It looks like Miss You was able to connect onto it. Unfortunately, they have lost one of their members. Team 4 just trying to keep Team 8 locked down here in the zone. Unfortunately for the members of Team 4, Team 8 is able to turn it around and pick up those eliminations, and they'll get Ski right back into the game here. Tryhard content creator able to keep their hopes alive here as they pick up yet another elimination and go to 12. Turning over to Team 12 now, going head-to-head here with Team 10 Eugen, extremely low, and will be eliminated here by Motion Sick. SNN OTL able to get a single grab here, not able to find the slam as he's stunned out and doesn't have enough time to execute it all the way here. No Rats just holding on here, gonna turn around with the Viper F, gets re-grabbed. Can he find the double grab? He's not able to find it. He's forced to just take the slam for the value he can get, and then he's gonna go down to Crow.
This Viper still alive and still getting to play with Assassin's Lunge, securing all of the CC necessary and netting Team 12 the turn around. They're going to be really happy with that one because Rune, they're able to win the fight while still holding on to the ultimate. So as they come outside of that zone, if they run into a team who's trying to play bouncer and pick apart some of these straggling teams that were maybe lagging a little bit behind in those rotations because they don't want to get caught out by some of these more aggressively scaled teams, they're going to be able to hold that Viper ultimate as a get out of jail free card, as Oni is not going to be getting out of the zone for free. Goes down to the zone tick damage. That's exactly what we were talking about. These teams that are much more aggressive in their scaling, they're going to be going in towards the zone. It's still early on, so they're going to be able to survive a lot of that corruption tick damage, especially if they have that zip sustainability to help them out the second that they're a little bit closer to the rest of the team and can jump into that F1 bubble. They're going to be able to pick up a lot of these teams, a lot of these players who were lagging a little bit behind, and because you're fighting so far away from where the rest of the map is, that means that you don't have to worry about the third party, as Tryhard fully healed up is now going to return to those bodies to pick through what he'd left behind, as he does have the pulse sword, does not decide to take the overcomer. It is pretty easy to parry in solos and trios. We do see it a little bit more considering the nature where you can have those players of your teammates set up the stagger to be able to lock someone down so they're not able to find that jump or slide parry. As Realm of Yang is going to be going out. No one getting it for free this time. Team 6 and Team 7 going head-to-head. Sand Siphon mirror matchup from both of these players. Casper forced to invest the ultimate from the Zip to keep everyone sustained at the moment, trying to find a little bit of damage on the sideline with this longsword, but he continues to be pressured by the Takeda, and Neoneus owns it, doing the exact same thing with a longsword of their own. Legendary Fan Sorted also going to be pushing Casper even further back as Neo just continue to trade positions and weaponry, so Casper was not able to find a single free moment and forced to use that F1 every single time it cycles back, wasn't able to use it to save the rest of his team. That's how you deal with the Sand Siphon. 24/7 pressure on the Zip.
Yeah, absolutely great target acquisition here by Neo, locking down that Zip, keeping them bouncing back and forth. Very unfortunate for Casper as well, who parry whiffs a couple of times, and it costs him quite a bit of HP early as well, as he's forced to immediately invest that ultimate and just keep that team on the pressure. They're not allowing him to just have any time to do anything. He's not able to throw an F at the team. He's not able to really tap dodge and look for a reposition. When he is finally able to get away, he finds his team completely eliminated. He has to stay on the move. He doesn't have his ultimate. His bubble's still on cooldown. He has spent absolutely everything and just walks around the corner into a cannon shot. That was the writing on the wall. He knew he wasn't going to be able to make it out of that realm of Yang. It's time to just go ahead and head back and start looking up for those soul blooms. As we take a look, we have currently 12 players alive. Of course, Casper's team is still able to rebirth as well. So 15 players left in the lobby. It's just a little bit of time left on the clock here. 12 minutes and 24 seconds. We're going to see Zone 3 start to spread onto Zone 4 in the next 25 seconds. Neo finding where Team 7 respawns as well. Going to be coming in with that Mystic Might, that 25% damage reduction as well, and running this fight back on Team 7. They said, we want to go again, as we now see QNT here taking a little bit of damage. Neo Big going to take a lot of damage on the backside. Coming in though, Kishi getting targeted down here as Casper tries to come in from behind. A massive carry coming in from Big as he's able to turn around and find that jump parry, but he needs to back away here. Casper now the one keeping the pressure up on Big, and that 25% damage reduction putting in absolute work for Neo here as they barely able to stay alive. Casper trying to use that Assassin's Lunge and catch it onto Big, but not quite able to get there, and Neo finds the victory yet again.
Huge ultimate coming through from Fly on the Zip as well. That VT kicking in when it should have been the Fatal Strike onto Big, knocking those players of Team 7 away from the Takeda and allowing the window for the rest of the peel to come through from the team as well. They wanted that Takeda. Casper almost had him as well, and it really did look at the beginning of that fight, especially with how those parries were going down, that it would be Casper's team that finally came out on top, but it is not to be. Instead, we're going to be looking over at some of these other teams still alive in this lobby. Team 12 taking a lot of damage coming through from Lil Sheep's team over the horizon. High ground control versus low ground control. No one really wanting to instigate a fight at the moment. Everyone wanting to hold on to those ultimates, especially since we have one team running that variant challenger scroll. As the name would suggest, it does invite a lot of challenge, a lot of attention on the map. Yes, you do get those sort of pings the way you would on Mystic Might, where you get to see players around you's location, but everybody gets to open that mini-map and see that giant red circle pinging away constantly 24/7, broadcasting your position. And now we're going to be seeing Neo taking another fight against team number 5. Tumult Ultimate immediately invested since we have ballistic control coming on out from some of these players, and that Tumult Ultimate is going to be able to block a huge amount of the threat coming through from the ballista long enough for Neoneus team to be able to reposition as 7 gets stuck inside the Wisp and carried out of it by the Cavalry Bloom coming on out from Content Creators team. And now it's going to be the transformation coming out. Lil Sheep with the Monk looking to try and secure some of these grabs. Might be able to find some of these players. Ski immediately going to be jumping off of that cliff. So they're going to be out of line of sight for the Monk to try and find that hand. Has the ultimate in case some of their teammates need saving if they do indeed get grabbed and slammed. What I'm concerned about, Rune, is that we can see both the Yushan and the Tianhai are transformed at the same time. The second these ultimates are removed, this team is going to be so vulnerable. They'll at least have the Karumi Tower, and I think the Karumi healing circle is still available. There it goes. Tryhard sitting on the outside of that zone, actually opting for a couple of stray ballista shots as they catch on to this team that drop out of the transformation. Zip F1 now coming through from Ski to start rebuilding that armor and survive some of this additional pressure coming on out from all of these other teams in the area who are looking for the third party. As Raven would say, fight smarter, not harder. And now they see a Transformer team without those transformations. They're gonna move in for the kill.
Yeah, we're going to see Niu looking to come in for the ultimate third party on top of all of these teams here. Multiple individuals getting caught out and going down. Content creator here just locked down on the edge of the zone. B completely by himself here, but Fly going to come in with the F to buy some space and start to peel for his teammate here, as it looks like teammate Tryhard's team also trying to turn back into this fight as they catch Niu in a bad position off this third party into the fourth party. B now going to invest that ultimate, just trying to get away, and Fly still trying to cover for the remaining members of the team here. B constantly at risk, and Fly trying to make it there and buy a little bit of space for them to try to get a reset, but Content Creator not having any of it, going to hit them with the uppercut there off of the staff and push them away. Fly now forced to take the opportunity to find a reset, but Ski and Tryhard going to go down to the rest of Niu, and now it's just Content Creator. All of a sudden, Fly backs off. The rest of Niu comes in and cleans up two of the members here from Team 8. Team 8 left to just Content Creator, and Fly and all of the members of Niu now on the hunt here to try to eliminate them completely from the lobby. But Team 12 looking to come in for the fifth party onto this fight. These teams weaving in and out of this fight exactly how you would expect competitive teams to do here. B on the backside here, trying to use that Soul Jade and catch somebody out, not quite able to, is able to get on the edge, will connect on to Motion Sick, will follow up with the Benthic Descent as well, doing a ton of damage, but Niu gonna find themselves stunned out here by the Viper V2, I do believe, and trying to get away. B able to get back in the zone. Big stuck outside with Fly. Motion Sick trying to find their way in as well. Fly again just trying to cover for the team, not quite there, just wants to stay here, is able to pick up those eliminations and keep it alive, but it looks like they're going to go down to the zone, and B not in a position to try for this resurrection. He's got too much zone tick coming down on top of his head. B's going to have to head to the zone as we see Big and Fly both go down, and Niu left with just B remaining.
I mean, there's only 2 players remaining. That was crazy. That was second last fight, Rune. The third party, the fourth party, the fifth party, the fact that Niu were able to actually keep B alive, even despite the fact that they had to burn so many of those ultimates in the fights prior. We are going to see Content Creator going to just try and find some loot, sacrificing potentially the control of the Morris Blessing, which Niu B might be able to get for absolute free. Doesn't open it up fully, does see movement, knows that Content Creators are now is going to open it, and here's why Content Creator had given up the control of the Morris Blessing. He went to a Soul Altar. He's got his teammates back. Niu's B now has to survive 1 versus 3. Dragon Lake Might coming out with the halberds. Temi ultimate going to be used to reposition and jump over their head to clear those players. Catches 2 of them on the walls, isn't able to find the dragon-like translation though, as now we're going to see the attempt. Catches 1, but is immediately going to be parried by Content Creator behind. Oh my goodness, what a play coming through from Team 8. They're like, okay, we'll let you have the Morris Blessing. We'll let you have that legendary armor. You don't intercept me on the way to the Soul Altar, you're gonna pay for that. And pay he absolutely does.
Look, Content Creator here, I'm not sure where he was able to find both of those buybacks, but absolutely huge. The thing is he lost both of those teammates as Zone 4 was starting to collapse onto Zone 5. He needed to head to a shop because those rebirths not available past Zone 4. Zone 4 is the last possible zone you can head to the shop and buy those. There's no way he was able to get double Morris Blessings to find his teammates back. So he had to very quickly after losing that fight, prioritize hitting a shop and buying those back as fast as humanly possible, and then also give up control of that Morris Blessing and head into the zone and take a ton of zone tick while he goes through the resurrection animation for not one, but both of his teammates. Content creator, laser focused in this very final moments, able to get his team back together, knowing that it doesn't matter if they have the best gear or not. That 3-1 advantage, so hard to overcome for News B. And unfortunately for them, content creator is able to make it happen for his team, and they're going to walk away victorious here in our first game of the final, Moxie.
Yeah, because like you said, he has to have found them off of shops. When we went and looked at that Morris Blessing, which spawned outside of Temple, it was unopened. When the News player went to try to pick up that legendary armor upgrade, they had to go for the full bar opening, and now we're going to get to see the 1 versus 3 content creator just not allowing any opportunity for that dragon-like might of the tumult to just push them into the Smolch ultimate to suck away all of that stamina, so they're not able to look for any of those tap parries to try and dodge a second round of the dragon. Like, it very quickly could have turned against them, especially with a soldier like that available for the dual halberds. But like you said, really good stuff coming through from the team of content creator, coming in with that laser focus, understanding it is better to play the long con, and they can come out on top as a result. What an ending to what a crazy matchup. It really did feel like it was just going to be that even playing field of the 1 versus 1, but content creator has other ideas.
Look, I mean, we have to really talk about the way content creator was able to do this, because one, it is a stars aligned sort of moment for the members of NTL here, because not only does content creator have to have the laser focus to get to the shop to get the double resurrections, the lobby has to have not spent those resurrections. There are only a certain number of resurrections available to buy from those shops, so he has to have 2 available to even buy. He has got to have enough Darktide coins that have not been invested in the early game, enough to buy just 1, but buy both of his teammates back. And he has got to have enough healing and enough distraction and time, aka the Morris Blessing that B heads for, to be able to go into the zone, take that zone tick, and be able to get a double resurrection without himself going down to the zone tick. And it's literally a matter of the stars aligning for this team here, and then immediately having the wherewithal. Because again, Zone 4 was already collapsing onto Zone 5 as the other 2 members of NTL goes down. So he has a very short window to find a shop that is either in the zone or outside of the zone, and allow himself to get to that shop and hope that both of those resurrections are still available for him to buy. It's a huge moment, and I'm sure as soon as content creator gets to that shop, sees those resurrections there, it is a massive sigh of relief coming in from the members of NTL and himself. And sure enough, he's just able to make it happen, and it's something I doubt we'll ever see in competitive almost ever again, Moxie.
Well, yeah, because like not only, as you said, did all of that have to happen, but you also had to have the third party of the Attack on Titan team come in and play distraction to the rest of the Neo team. Because when you go into that corruption take damage, like you said, you are taking so much damage as a solo player. You don't have any of that sustainability to try and hold on to. You're working up against the time to be able to get this resurrection, so you're not going to be able to spend any moment chugging Vitalia to be able to live in that zone longer. The weapons that he had as well, we saw him when he was being chased by Neone's team with that staff. Really good movement, because you can go into that blue focus and then you can use the left click to get a little bit more movement and distance with that lunge, even though we see a lot of the time players go for the right click to be able to translate into the golden focus. That movement potential with the staff really helped out, and then I'm guessing what probably happened was something like a dagger swap when he was inside the actual buildings themselves to be able to build up the scale rush as quickly as possible and just hop from angle to angle to angle. I really wish we had a camera just tracking his position and seeing how exactly he was able to pull it off. And it's something that, well, we didn't expect. It's also something that Neone's team didn't expect. If they had any inkling of him going into that corruption tick damage to go to a soul altar, you ignore the Morris Blessing, you swap to something like a bow or repeating crossbow or even a musket or pistol, and you absolutely wail on them while they're stuck in the zone. Because not only are you going to be chunking through their health bar incredibly quickly because of that corruption tick damage, you also stagger them so they're not able to get into position for the soul altar to find the revive, and you cut their head off before the team can grow back.
Exactly. But speaking of zones, Moxie, we've got the zone collapsing in on us, but you guys don't go anywhere. We've still got 3 more games for you right after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Rune, and Rune, maybe that first match that we were on the desk for didn't quite end as we expected, but we can expect a traditional pathing for Naraka to continue. We're going to be heading into game number 2. Do you think we're going to get to see something a little bit off meta? We saw a tease, we saw a hint of Justina in the first couple of fights, and then it very quickly melted away because she's not what she used to be, unfortunately.
So here's the thing. Justina has actually seen some very interesting buffs, especially against the Transformer meta, but there's a couple of things going against Justina. I was actually having this conversation with a couple of competitive players the other day, is one that Transformers comp is on its way out the door. This used to be the competitive composition. It was completely dominant. There were entire metas built around it and trying to counter it, as we had to Hollow Roth, also a map that kind of counteracted when this map came out. Not as many nice open spaces for those Transformers to take fights. But Justina's buffs have been very good into Transformers, right? So those buffs kind of net neutral a little bit here now that Transformers is on the way out the door. Also, given the fact that Justina, very, very strong character, probably one of the highest, if not the highest skill ceilings in the game. The way you have to utilize those ultimates where you're able to catch those frees, use the jump cancel so that you're in position to be able to do something about that. The way you have to call out to your team depending on which ultimate you're using. Your comms have to be absolutely on point. There are a lot of teams, even in the CN meta right now, who simply aren't running Justina because of the fact that it's not worth the time investment to absolutely master her when you can run another hero and get the same value for less time investment.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, we're in the matter of Sand Siphon. Although we're not seeing Sand Siphon at the moment, we're seeing the Tessa variation of the Attack on Titan going up against the Transformers team, and that Transformers team is going to struggle this early on, not running those early rage glyphs. It does mean that you don't have those ultimates to be able to iframe cancel through things like the Tessa ultimate and the Viper ultimate, so being caught out by things like the Viper F3 that absolutely chunks through that healing potential of a Zip, but also forces the Kurumi into having to use the ultimate to be able to cleanse. When that ultimate isn't available, that's going to be doing so much damage. As moving on over to City of Tang, New are going to be taking on team number 7, QNT Kishi. Tap dodging through New is going to be able to actually catch him with the 1-2 on those dual blades. Waits to see if he's going to get chased after, drops the F1 as he did with that parry, and now has to drop over the side of the building to be able to try and disengage himself from this fight. Does such a good job just tap dodging away off of those movements that he doesn't get grapple cancelled into place, and is actually able to scale rush back onto the top of the building. Unfortunately, Rune, he's not going to be able to buy time for any peel to come through from his team, because his team are already dead. It's going to be an early visit to the Soul Altar and an early couple of kills netted for New, one of the teams that's definitely looking the strongest that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's turn now to Team 2 here, going head-to-head with Team 10. A very clean parry coming in from Diab. Diab, though, going to take a lot of damage while stuck in that riposte animation. We see that huge pole sword coming in and just chunking him down. And this is one of the issues with committing to those parry riposte animations in trios. You are still vulnerable to damage while you do that. And you can see something like the pole sword coming in does quite a bit of damage, but they are able to come back, get the resurrection onto Steve Nugent here, capitalizing on this ultimate to push them away. The question is, will they be able to use it to get the resurrection on their team? And it looks like they won't, as Team 1 coming in for the third party. Nugent trying to cover, but not quite able to. These buttery rocks giving Team 1 so much position in the verticality that Nugent can't stop them all from coming in. We see those longsword slashes, the verticals just catching off the top of the rocks, and it's just going to leave them completely by themselves being chased down here. Only a couple of grapples left here as they are just put into the corner there. The shoulder tackle buys them one more second of life, but it's not going to be enough as Team 1 comes in and cleans up all the remaining members of team number 10.
We've got a couple of curveballs in terms of these compositions as well. Team 1 that we're currently following, they've got the Monk Tumult Justina composition coming through. So that's going to be very interesting to track how Oni is going to be able to keep the health bar topped up when he does go for this transform. Smelch ultimate immediately going to be invested. Oni going to use that TN high ultimate to be able to make sure that the Viper ultimate doesn't find the value in zoning potential that the rest of the team were looking for. Now on top of that building, we're also going to see the Justina ultimate come through to try and free some of these players so that they're vulnerable to those grabs. One does go down, but immediately the Zip F1 actually connects onto the player and keeps them intact until the follow-up is hit. That Viper incredibly low. Diab not able to tap dodge away, does get slammed. It's a single slab and it's going to be followed up by the damage from the charged R&B on the dual halberds on that first stage before Diab can even react and stand up properly. That's what we were worried about when dual halberds were first introduced to this game, of how fast that R&B is going to be and how fast that full meter dump is coming out. Is going to absolutely blitz 1 KT immediately out of existence. Team 11 with an ACOS pick coming through. You love to see it. I hope when we hop over to this ACOS's POV, it's the V3, because that's my personal favorite variant of the ACOS ultimate in trios.
V3 is very, very interesting. It's such a weird ult. You're able to lock people down, just to keep them in that one particular space. It needs some follow-up from a team in trios, I feel like, and this particular team isn't running that good follow-up, right? You need somebody who's able to capitalize on those teams being locked down, something like a Justina, a Monk, even a Zai, who's just able to guarantee that charge right-click off of their ultimate. So I would hope maybe they're running the V2, but I agree with you. I think the V3 is the most entertaining version of that ult. As we turn to Team 4 going head-to-head here with team number 12. Team 12 going to lose Crow here off of the rip as T4 keeps the pressure up. No Rats taking quite a bit of damage, but we're going to see that Wu Chen ult take them away here. And Team 4 doesn't want to let them get away with that free resurrection. They're going to keep the pressure up here. No Rats going around the corner. Crow here as well, able to get one pod off. That Tessa just trying to break line of sight as we see the Viper from Team 4 here keeping it moving, but we're going to see Motion Sick come in and get a little bit of damage off, but the Tessa is going to come back through, buy them a little bit of space. We're going to see at least one of those members go down. Team 4 extremely low, caught out here. They will lose one. APF coming in, and now they're going to invest their own Wu Channel as Team 12 and Team 4 have gone Wu Channel for Wu Channel, both of them looking to find a full reset and back away here, Moxie.
That almost went so poorly for Team 4. When that Tessa V1 came through, they almost stacked on top of each other, and that greatsword charged R would have been absolutely devastating if it had been able to connect onto multiple players of the team. Looking over at Beast Pits in Imperial, Oni is taking a lot of pressure, doesn't have that transformation. It has just been invested, as we're going to see a Banesworth getting dropped into the area. Oni has to be so careful that he doesn't get hit by it, as it is not his teams. Now catches on to Neo, who was looking to raid some of the body left over from Oni's teammate. However, it was a bait coming through from Neo. The peel comes through on the second teammate, and immediately Oni is going to be chunked down.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. He's able to use the bell to get away from the first blue. Mistimes the parry coming out of it, and it is punished immediately for the parry with as we turn back, we take a look here at No Rat's team, who re-engaged onto team number 4, and unfortunately this time it did not work out for them. They do, however, still have those early game resurrections, so they are going to find their way back to the Soul Altar with a single elimination under their belt here. And both of these teams kind of playing that mirror match. This is a team that excels extremely well at skirmishing. You want to weave in and out of fights. You're not looking to full commit and take a team wipe. You're looking to pick up 1 to 2 eliminations, back out as another team comes in, find your reset, get a little bit more rage back, seeing as the Tessa can use her ultimate at 55% rage. It's not that hard if you come in at 100% rage to back away from the fight, find a reset, come back in, and have that opportunity to throw that ult back into the mix a second time and find yourself 1 or 2 more eliminations. This is exactly what that comp's looking to do. It's trying to come in, pick up a couple of points, back away, and only take engagements with safety. You also have that Wu Chen as well, so when things inevitably do go wrong in the skirmish, if you have to full commit, you can use that Wu Chen to back away and find that permanent reset. As we take a look here, team 8 getting ready to go head-to-head with team number 2. Moxie, take it away.
Team number 2 have a Viper. This is not a composition that we typically tend to see going inside the realm of Yang Tryhard. On that Monk immediately going to be using that ultimate, Smolch ultimate coming through to try and stop the grabs, but it's too late. Steve has already been picked up and goes straight into the Heartstopper follow-up from Tryhard's team. Diab now going to be using that Viper ultimate, the Kurumi casting the circle, and Diab's not able to tap dodge. The Viper ultimate gets cancelled out by the grab coming through from Tryhard, who's just been able to find back-to-back grabs, picks up the double. The Zip V2 kicking in to be able to save the players from the follow-up damage. As Tryhard dropping out of that ultimate has to use the F1. Yushan on the field as well, coming through from Content Creator to be able to peel the Kurumi Teva connecting onto Tryhard, so he's able to hold the forward aggressive positions and getting close enough with the dual halberds, finds a parry onto Diab. Now has to worry about the potential peel coming through. That Tamosh throws out the focus from that longsword and does get parried. Looks for the jump parry, anticipating the Dreadful Whale coming through from the dagger. Doesn't manage to find the timing, but is able to pick up the players of Team 2 in the charge, left click on the staff, and Team 8 walk away on top.
Oh my goodness, this was such an interesting comp here to bring inside the realm of Yang. Actually, potentially the best possible comp to run into this Transformer comp, as it was a variation of that Viper comp that counter Transformer comp. Unfortunately, Diab needed to be able to avoid those grabs from Tryhard. Losing that Viper ultimate to a grab is the worst possible scenario for that team. Tryhard basically buys safety for the entirety of his team. Viper, of course, if you didn't know, when she starts channeling that ultimate, immediately all of her rage is consumed. So if you have that ultimate canceled out from under you from some sort of CC, like being grabbed by the Monk transformation, you are just out your ultimate. You do not get any rage back. You don't get any percentage. You start from 0. And then, of course, not only do they lose that Viper ultimate, but they end up getting that double grab. And it's just so much damage. Even though you're running a variation that has the healer and zipping, there's almost nothing you can do to come back from that, Moxie. Speaking of which, we turn back to Team 2 here, going head-to-head with Team 6 right now, looking for those soul blooms. They desperately need to stay in this game, but unfortunately, Team 6 here, Niu just absolutely running the gauntlet on these guys, 3v1ing them, focusing them down, and man, the laser focus, the target acquisition from Niu is just on point today, Moxie.
Yeah, and if there's any lobby that you don't want to have that Yang depletion in, it's a majority Sand Siphon lobby, right? You can get so close to killing any one of these players, but if that Zip still has the heal up, or if the Smolch has the ultimate, or even if the Takeda has the ultimate too, with the Takeda shoves a lot of the time being used in the form of peel to be able to shave off a lot of the pressure coming down on their teammates, just pushing players away so that they have that opportunity to dip out, find a heal, and rejoin the fight when they're in a little bit of a healthier state. It's so hard to be able to pick up those kills quickly, efficiently, and before a third party comes on out if these fights take a little bit too long. And when you have the Yang depletion, you're already working up against that 4-minute timer. You do not want to be running into a majority of Zips, as it's not going to be a Zip team that this Attack on Titan team is going to be running into. It's going to be that Justina, Tumulch, and Tien Hai composition coming on out from Team 1. Justin trying to find that freeze onto Lil Sheep, is able to catch the Yodo out entirely. The charged R&B on the dual halberd is keeping so many of these players caught in position. There's the jump cancel, so that the Justina is able to hold that position right behind them when the freeze connects. And this is the value that you get for sinking the time into learning Justina. So much damage, so much setup, and because they're able to just use so much CC in the form of the Tumulch and the Justina while layering their ultimates, when Oni is in that transformation, he doesn't have to worry about a lack of a Kurumi because he's taking absolutely no damage. Everyone else is too busy trying to run away from the Justina and the Tumulch that the Monk gets an absolute free pass.
So I want to talk about this because Team 1 here is clearly making an adjustment to the way the meta unfolded in Week 1. In standard competitive, this particular comp is a death sentence because of the way you have to layer these 3 ultimates together. A third party is an absolute nightmare for this particular composition. You have to expend all 3 ultimates just to keep the monk alive, because like you said, they want to do as much damage as humanly possible as fast as possible. So you need to be locking players down in that CC so that your monk is getting as much value out of their ult as possible. These particular lobbies have been so aggressive, and they end almost always before going all the way to end game, that this particular comp has a chance of succeeding, and that's what we're seeing here from team number 1. But as you notice, this sort of third party just comes in from team 12, and team number 1 wants nothing to do with it. They know they have to back away. They have no ultimates to invest here, and even though this is a 2v3 scenario here for team 12, the potential for team 12 to just be able to come out on top of this because they have ultimates and team 1 does not is too high, and team 1 knows it, so they back away and just don't engage in this combat.
Well, they also have no support. At least no traditional support, right? You can argue that Smudge is a support in the role of being able to use the ultimate and the wisps to be able to buy a lot of zoning, but it's the healing necessary to be able to survive the focus coming through from the stun off of that Viper and Tessa ultimate. As because of that Karumi circle, we are going to see Tryhard able to stay alive in the middle of a Tumult ultimate. Content creator with the Yushan ultimate is going to go down, however, in the ultimate, and as a result does go down as that hero Niu coming in with that third party, as Triad has to go for the monk from now using the new jumps that the monk has been able to have access to. Potentially he's going to be able to find this revive onto his teammates if Niu decides to go for the Realm of Yang entrance instead of taking the fight, but another team actually shows up. There's no way. Oh, Tryhard, you do not have long. That Wu-Chen teleport means that Niu are going to be looking to immediately turn around on you. Niu taking a little bit of time to get their teammate back up, allows Tryhard to pick up skill on the Karumi. The Teva coming through, trying to get content creator back as well, as it did look like Ski was able to go for the teleport inside the Realm of Yang to be able to escape. Niu forcing the Karumi into a 1v3, and Team 1 are going to have absolutely no mercy. If they come out on top of this Realm of Yang, they get all of their ultimates back for absolute free. So there it is, the layer of the Justina ultimate and the Tumult ultimate to be able to instantly lock the Karumi down. But silver lining, because Ski died inside the Realm of Yang, they do get another opportunity. They get to go back to Assault and potentially pick their team back up.
Yeah, we're going to turn now to Team 12 on the outside, cleaning up one of the members there from Team 11. Team 12 in an interesting position here. They might be able to get that charm and get the resurrection onto their teammate after this, as well as picking up that extra elimination, bringing them to 2 eliminations, which is unfortunately not the number they wish they were at right now. But their game is crucially still alive. Turning back to Team number 1 here, coming out the Realm of Yang. They do have that Mystic Might, that 25% damage reduction, as well as all of their ultimates back up to be able to layer them on top of each other like we discussed about earlier. But Niu is in just such a strong position here with the Sand Siphon. There's not a whole lot Team 1 can do into this as it comes through. They're able to just ignore the Temi ult from the other team by utilizing their own Temi ult, and it cuts out one of that position of CC coming in from team number 1, and because of that, it's realistically like they only have those 2 ultimates. Sand Siphon here also very good into Monk as well, just able to keep him locked down the entire time that he's ulted. There's not a whole lot Team 1 could have hoped to accomplish there, as we turn back to Team 4, looking to come in for a third party here onto the members of Niu. Fly going extremely low, but that Universe Slash is going to catch APF in the back. They're going to catch out onto Miss You, and they're going to take care of that third party like it was just an annoyance.
Well, that third party had been an annoyance. When Team 6 were going up against Team 1, Team 4 were actually on the top side of the cliff. They had ranged projectiles and they were just absolutely wrecking so much damage onto both of the teams below. But like you said, Team 6 with that unexpected Universe Slash, able to catch the back. Universe Slash, when you're expecting it, probably one of the easier legendary soldiers to be able to deal with. It's not like Merciless Havoc where it has that insane amount of range where even if you are going to be able to find the timing to parry, legendary, the person with the weapon is simply so far away that you don't actually get them to drop the weapon. All they do is not get that opportunity to have that attack connect onto you, as we can have a look at some of these other legendary soldiers that the team have been able to pick up, because Ruined, they are absolutely stacked. Not only do we have Universe Slash, we've also got Wild Windspite, the legendary fan soldier, which Uni is going to be incredibly happy about. With Big on that Takeda having a legendary fan. One of them's got Phoenix Blast as well on a legendary longsword, and Hepta Detach,
and Skyforce.
What is going on? Someone on this team is running Luck Cliffs, because they just rolled another Wild Windspout as well, and another Universe Slash. You're absolutely kidding me. Something that we do have to talk. And Desperation! What is going on? Something that we have to talk about is these soldiers are so important to so many different compositions, right? Because it can carve out a space just having the threat of something like Phoenix Blast into Hepta. But when it's a Sand Siphon composition and you have that Takeda ultimate, which guarantees off of the connection of those shoves, the stagger, you just set this relay race of legendary soldiers up, where the person who gets stuck and caught by one Takeda shove can do absolutely nothing to recover. They are just continually held into absolute death by soldier after soldier. Takeda ultimate activation into shove, so they're not able to parry the Phoenix Blast into Hepta, lockdown into Wild Windspite. These teams are not going to have a fun time.
No, not at all. And again, you know, especially we see the Phoenix Blast coming in as well. That is something that we've seen time and time again with these Takedas. Takeda's able to land onto that ultimate, and it basically guarantees the setup and follow-up from the Phoenix Blast. And then you've got something like Hepta. You can lock them down in a second follow-up that is golden, and then everybody else on your team as well, if the communication is good, like you said, just able to continue to utilize those legendary Soul Jades to keep you juggled infinitely. There's not a whole lot you can do about it, especially if you've already invested your golden F and you have no way to break away from the combo. We're taking a look at Crow here, taking quite a bit of zone tick there. Not quite sure what they're doing. You turn back here to team Niu. This team just absolutely stacked from top to bottom. The Soul Jades, the weaponry. The only thing they're missing out right now on is that golden armor, but we are getting ready to head into zone 4, which means we're going to see that first set of gold armor coming through in those Morris Blessings. So you can bet Niu is going to be trying to prioritize that and get even more gear under their belt as we head into this zone 4. We have 14 players left remaining alive, 9 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the match here, but I don't see it going all the way to the end given how fast this lobby's been. Oh my goodness, a massive headshot coming in here from that purple musket onto OTL from team at number 10. He's looking to find that second shot here. He's going to go airborne. He finds another one. Not quite the headshot. He's trapped out in the wisp. Oh my goodness. There's no place to go as OTL just gets himself completely ranged down by the musket and the flame breath coming in from this team. That wind spout coming in huge already for Big. Nugent immediately forced to pop the ultimate here just to stay alive, and now he's just gonna have to run away. There's nothing he can do to even remotely think about taking this fight. He's got to break line of sight, find a place to hide out to the very end, and just see if he can play for placement.
I mean, the one thing that Team 6 are missing, like you said, is a legendary armor, but also Hot Stopper Kick. I don't think any of them have Hot Stopper Kick. Then you really are incredibly concerned, because like you said, the only way you're going to be able to break away from the relay race of just 100% health into 0 off of these Soul Jades is by having those combo breakers, is by having that F ability where you're able to use it under attack, under duress to immediately break the cycle, so you can at least react to the Soul Jades coming away. Hot Stopper Kick removes all of that counter opportunity, because when you get silenced off of Hot Stopper Kick, oh no, one of them has it! When you get hit by Hot Stopper Kick, it does, like the Viper Silence, remove any chance of you using either your ultimate or your F ability. And that is absolutely terrifying. I don't think I've ever seen a team that I do not want to run into more than the loadout of Niu, as at least it's going to be high ground at the moment, right? If you can play on the buttery rocks where you don't have to worry about that intense follow-up from the Takeda shelves into those Soul Jades, because the rocks mess with the connection from those attacks, you absolutely want to try and position yourselves into taking a fight on Cliffside, as it does look like Team 7 are in hot pursuit of team number 12. Thorny Roller is very close and potentially coming into play, especially because we do have a Tessa coming into the mix for one of these teams. Casper trying to find an in with the dagger, just the way we've seen it with the longsword in the past. Doesn't manage to find the parry. There's that Thorny Roller, the Tessa V1 coming on through to lock them into position. Dreadful Whale now going to be used to be able to keep Crow's team away from the body. No revive, but here comes Neo showing up for the third party, and Casper with that crafting hammer is going to have to cancel it out early because he sees Neo coming and immediately has to get ready for a fight that thankfully Team 7 are ready to take. They have not used that Karumi ultimate in the fight that they just took. Now they're going to be going up against Niu. However, that Dreadful Whale coming in from Casper, buying himself a lot of space. The Tether now from that Karumi, setting into motion the potential reposition, but Niu are still able to catch out one. QNT lose a player. And this run might be the last fight that we get to see in this map, as everyone in the lobby left over is within position to come in and chime in for any say on how this fight lasts out, especially since Koala going down means that it's going to be Kishi trying to buy the time and space for QNT to find the revive. Casper with the tether is connected on to the Yushan's body. He's trying to finish off the resurrection, but he's not getting the opportunity to do so. Kishi without that tether to keep him up is going to go down as well, because Casper prioritized the revive onto his teammate, leaving the monk to die to the hands of Niu, and he has to use the dagger movement and scale rush to put himself into the purple bushes. Niu know he's still in the area. That Bell's going to be coming online in a matter of moments too, and that's immediately going to give Casper's hiding position away.
Oh my goodness, Niu here, able to clean up this fight. I mean, unfortunately for QNT here, that entire fight was extremely disjointed for them. Casper, again, like you said, trying to use that tether to stick the resurrection. They invested a little bit too much in trying to bring Koala back there. They throw down the ultimate, they throw down the tether, they let the monk just continue to take damage. It looks like he panics and tries to move the ultimate after placing it as well. Doesn't get the movement he wants to, so then the Transformer is just left standing there with no healing coming in from the ultimate or the tether either, and Casper just now stuck hiding in a bush here, was able to move to the backside and pop the bell to keep Niu from utilizing the bell to find him, but that will not last forever. Niu here is sitting topside, just waiting for the reset potentially off of that bell, looking for the opportunity. They're going to go ahead and drop down though, because they see another team across the way. Team number 9 here starting to engage with one of the members there from Team 10, and it is just an all-out battlefield here between a bunch of rats and the members of Niu. Team 10 Nugent gonna go ahead and invest that ultimate here onto Yuashan. It is zone 6 as we have 8 players left remaining alive. I'm not sure who just went down. We were sitting at 9. Niu topside here, chasing down Eugen, just looking for the opportunity to get that kill, and that Yuasha not able to do anything as a solo. The shots and the legendary Soul Jades come in. Niu able to clean up that elimination as we go down to 7 here. 2 players left remaining here from team number 9. I do believe Casper hiding somewhere as well, and another rat waiting in the wings as Niu just start to clean up the rest of this lobby. Massive coming in there from the Temi Wisp into the Flamer, into the musket shots. Super clean. Niu big, just able to land those shots left, right, and center. Gonna come in here now with the scale rush off of the fan, start to do a ton of damage here. And unfortunately here, Gamer just completely locked down by the fan. They've got to walk away. That Thorny Roller pushing Niu away, gonna buy Gamer just a little bit more time, but the musket shots coming in, the Flamer coming in as well. Gamer just gonna take the wind spout to the face, and that's gonna be it. as now it is 2 rats versus the remaining members of Niu, and at first it is going to be RTS here going to take a huge lot of damage. Rat's going to go down, and Casper decides to just head out into the zone. Does not want to give an elimination here to the members of Niu looking for the opportunity to find even a single bit of damage onto Casper before he's eliminated to the zone. Casper, however, will have evaded it and is able to keep Niu from picking up the elimination, makes it all the way, takes second place. Good job, Casper, but Niu yet again continuing to dominate the lobby, comes out on top.
I mean, those wisps from B, like you said, into just the motion of the flamer into musket, and by then they've already been able to find a kill, and it's a lose-lose situation for those teams, right? When you lose a player that early on, a lot of the time if they get caught by the Temulk Wisp, they're in that back position, so no one's really able to get into an area and spacing where you're going to be able to peel the aggression. You lose them that quickly. If you commit to the fight and you try and win it out to be able to find the revive, you're going to go down to just the numbers advantage of the Sand Siphon team. If you try and run away, you're going to be taking so much exit damage from the muskets and potentially opening yourself up to be caught out by the CC yet again. I do want to talk, however, about this Justina, Tumulch, and Monk composition, because like you said, it's incredibly effective when they're fighting those 3v3s. But the second that third party start to come into the mix, and also when they do go up against some of those other tumultures in the lobby, they lose a lot of that power of being able to keep the monk alive and unnoticed without that pressure where you don't have to rely on the Kurumi healing. And we saw in the fight from QNT up against Niu what happens when a monk in ultimate is up, but there is no sustainability to afford him the threat potential that ultimate should provide. This too was absolutely brutal. Niu again with a wisp just catching onto Euphoria, doing so much damage, and essentially Niu even before the fight properly broke out, yes, they have to worry about Casper being on the side that they're playing from, but other than that, all of the other players that were still alive in the lobby were essentially sidelined to the other side of Thorny Roller, where Niu get to sit on a throne on a castle surrounded by the moat of the Thorny Roller. If anyone tries to apply pressure onto Niu, they have to worry about being caught out by a Tumult Wisp as that Thorny Roller rolls around with the other threats of the Flamer and those musket shots hanging above their head like a guillotine, and they just don't want to commit. And so when we see a fight break out, it's not onto the players banding together to try and take Niu down, it's the players scrapping out between each other to have the most amount of space and distance between themselves and the Takeda team, so they don't get caught out in the Takeda blender that transitions into all of the soldiers coming through from Niu's team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Niu by the end of this year was in that huge of a position. Like you said, they stopped and built themselves a castle with that massive moat, of course, of the Thorny Roller coming around. And these teams know that it is more effective to play for placement rather than just throw yourself into that blender and hope for the best. That's exactly what we see Casper do, right? Casper is slowly inching his way across this battlefield towards the backside every time one of these fights breaks out, because these other teams end up shoving players into that blender till he's able to just reach escape velocity essentially and get into the zone where he can go out in second place and not be eliminated by the members of Niu. But it's just such a rough position for those solos and duo players to be into the end of that lobby. But speaking of tough positions to be in, we've got to take a short break before we head right back in and jump into our final 2 games of the finals today. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Naraka fans, to the Astral Cup. We're 2 games deep into our Trios Day 2 of finals. Neo off to an absolute crazy start already in our first 2 games, taking such a dominating position there in our final moments of the lobby. But before we jump into the next game, I've got to look at Moxie here just a little bit, because Moxie has been such a fan of blaming the lovely Hip Rain, who joins us over in NBPL, for caster cursing teams inside the NBPL. And Moxie, in the final moments of this lobby, not only caster curse a team, but caster curse the entire lobby by saying, well, it could be worse. They could have Heartstopper Kick, as we immediately cut to a POV of them having Heartstopper Kick. You've got to love it, Moxie.
Okay, look, in my defense, we have Moxie caster curse here, we have Jake caster curse here, and then we have Demo caster curse here. I may have caster cursed an entire lobby, but come on, it was really funny. It was really funny. It was like, okay, we've gone through all of their POVs. They didn't have Heartstopper Kick. They stopped at a Rift Dealers. They didn't roll Heartstopper's Kick. Surely someone's gonna be able to use that Golden Focus F to be able to break free from the chain. Nope, because then, like you said, we immediately cut back to that POV. And I think, like, the salt in the wound as well, Rune, is that they didn't even need to equip a Spirit to be able to use it. They were just like, we're gonna have Fan, we're gonna have Teal Halberds, and we're going to use Flamer and Musket to absolutely rinse and repeat our way through every single team. And no surprises! Crazy Cow, otherwise known as our name-changing team, are finding themselves in that #1 spot with 70.9 points, almost double what the team have in second position.
Yeah, I mean, this team absolutely just knows how to move in and clean up fights and move effectively. Nothing is wasted, right? Every single time we see them take an engagement, they're layering their ultimates so that they always have something in the tank heading into the next fight. They are repositioning 2 shops and POIs where they're able to continue to keep that loot siphon going throughout the entirety of the game. They're not really wasting any movement or time. This is the exact kind of look you expect to see out of a professional team who knows these maps in and out, knows where teams are likely to roam. We saw it in the end of game number 2, right? They were able to win against one of their big rivals inside the realm of Yang, and then immediately track them back to where they would respawn and capitalize on a fight there. Even though that fight almost turned south for them, they're able able to keep that position going. Their zip is able to keep Big alive, and because of that, they're able to just come out on top in the very end of it. This team really doesn't waste time looking for other teams or things like that. They are always looking to position to where they can do shopping, they can continue to get loot, and there are also going to be potential fights for them to take, and they almost always immediately engage with zero threat. They have that confidence to just take it immediately. As we cut to a fight right off the rip here, Team 1, who was running quite the interesting comp in the last game here. They were running that Justina comp, now back onto that Titan Slayer comp. Unfortunately, they walk right into that staff focus. All three of them get completely juggled and sent back to the Soul Altar immediately, Moxie.
Yeah, staff is absolutely unforgiving. Unlike Spear, where you have that punishment window to be able to parry the Dragon Slayers, staff does not need to hit confirm to be able to go into that golden focus. So a lot of the time, especially in Trios, you find value just from back-to-back charging the gold and using it, continuing to throw it out in these fights where someone is going to walk into that golden focus at some point and get scooped into it. And like you said, Rune, at that instance, it's all three of those players getting juggled up into the air and having to go back to the Soul Altar as we head back into Celestra, and we get to see the Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz. There's the hit confirmation necessary to be able to activate the Spear golden focus, the overhead vertical as well, connecting onto the players. Yodo Efno coming through to buy a little bit of zoning and potential disengagement, but immediately you're going to be hounded down by all of the players still alive. The space was created. Was that just a cancel on the Yodo ultimate? Oh no.
Oh my goodness, Team 4 here trying to find that Dragon's Rush into the Nezhaz, not quite able to make the connection, but we will see a massive ult coming in here from the Temi, able to lock down Casper on the very edge of it, goes for the overhead. You know, easily could have went for the Dragon's Rush there, but we talk about it all the time, right? That overhold into that massive overhead from the staff, it just does so much damage, especially this early into the match. You've got a purple staff, you're able to catch them out, make them parry with, and just do so much damage. Unfortunately for the Viper here, their golden F already fully committed here. There's no way for them to come out of it as the rest of Team 4 collapses in and cleans up the elimination onto Koala. Team 4 with, oh my goodness, 5 eliminations already under their belt here inside Celestra. Fight Club will continue.
I mean, when teams hot drop Celestra, everyone hot drops Celestra. There's so many good loot paths where you're able to put yourself through. Either you go all the way up into Bridge and then you move up into Courtyard, or you start at the top of the Temple and you move down to be able to go through the middle and lower half, and then you can reach out into Water Wheel, and then you get to move up into Artisan's Grove. Or if you've been playing Naraka, you'll probably know it quite fondly as Money Spot, where you have all 3 of those foldings with the breakable crates that you can run and sprint through, as well as just destroying with light attacks or focus attacks to be able to pick yourself up some goodies. As, oh, that's not good. Lofric gets hit by the Veins Breath using that Yodo ultimate. That was risky considering you were static in your movement. But they've been able to use the Yodo ultimate to buy Nugan on the Wu Chen the ability and space to set the teleport up and carry the body out to find that revive. But they're going to be hunted down immediately after, because yet again we see a team go for the Wu Chen teleport and then split, and the full health players don't step into the path to be able to intercept the following chase. Instead, it's the lower health player that lags a little bit behind and instantly gets jumped onto.
Yeah, Neo here able to just keep it going, but like you said, very risky for them to just kind of stack all of their ultimates like that, especially inside the Bane's Breath there. If that Bane's had gone any other place, it would have spelled absolute disaster for them. But they were able to crucially buy them the time to get that Wu Chen ult out. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to get them completely away. As we cut over now to another team. Is this Justina Valda?
Yeah, they were running it.
Excuse me?
They were running the Valder on Holorock. We didn't get to see it because when we cut over to T's team, the Valder was already dead.
Look at this. Oh my goodness. This is a very interesting comp. I don't know how it's going to go for them, but right now they're finding value out of it as they try to get some of these eliminations onto Team 3 here. They need to be careful, though. The third party coming in from Team 11. That's going to be the Tessa ult connecting onto the Justina. The Justina, though, not going to be able to cleanse their soul here. Is going to be stuck right where they are, eating that Yodohime ultimate, able to dodge out of the second hit from the Yodo ult. Going to use the slide, but no! The Yodo ult down the side of the Buttery Rocks is able to make the connection through the rocks, down into the gorge, and pick up the elimination. Gamer, the last team player here for team number 9, just going to get picked up in the staff and sent back to the Soul Altar immediately as team 11 slides in to pick up 3 eliminations, going to 4.
They're also not running the Wuchen. They've got both the Yodo and the Tessa. They haven't swapped one for the other, which is typically what we see in the Attack on Titan variation. So where they're going to struggle is that disengagement. If one of these players goes down early, they do not have the Wuchen's ability to be able to reposition, nor do they have any sort of block tool other than the Yodo F to be able to stop a lot of that range pressure coming through from some of these other teams. So for now, Team 11 are going to do incredibly well. They have a lot of damage potential. They have a lot of lockdown potential as well, with every single hero on this roster, the Yodo, Tessa, and Viper, all able with their F abilities to isolate a player so that everyone can, through the communication, jump on them and take them down as quickly as possible. Where it's going to get dicey is when we head into mid to late game. As Louis does actually have the Dragon-like Might, is not opting to use the halberds at the moment. As we can have a look at Lil Sheep on that Takeda, likes behind to be able to go for the activation of that Bane's Breath, and are trying to jump onto this team and keep them in this space for as long as possible as they try and disengage. Does get hit by the silence, will not be able to use the Takeda ultimate activation to keep the team locked into position, and immediately the Wuchen teleport out, as this team do not want to stick around with the Bane's Breath still in full swing. That's what the Attack on Titan is able to do with this Wuchen. Rubber band out of these situations, bait out a lot of resources, mostly it's ultimates, but sometimes it is that Bane's Breath, and immediately take the fight to somewhere where they're in a more favorable standing.
Yeah, absolutely. Wuchen really is such a good support hero. I feel like he's extremely underrated because we are in a massive healing meta, right? Both Ziping, Ning, and Kurumi just offering so much to these teams, but Wuchen, that reposition is absolutely huge for these teams. We talk about it all the time, how important being able to weave in and out of these fights and knowing when to weave in and out of fights and take resets when you're playing a team that's skirmishing to be able to come in and clean up elimination. Speaking of which, Team 1 weaving their way back into this fight as Team 12 also looming over the horizon here. We can see that Dragon's Rush into Nejas onto Sheep. Sheep gonna be forced to pop the F1 here and try to work their way through that Temi Sandstorm, but will be uppercut here by team number 1. Needs to be careful. There it is. All whites. They saw the F1 being activated, and we will see, there it is, that Wuchen ult being invested by team 1 to get the reset as the third party from team 12 comes in. This Wuchen ult, so crucial for these teams, and again, very, very crucial for a team like this that is a skirmishing team. They want to come in, clean up a couple of eliminations, and as soon as things get hairy, just get out of there. Unfortunately, where it falls apart is inside those realms of Yang, right? Wuchen offers almost no value there, but look at this, just being able to come back into this fight after finding a reset, utilizing that singular ultimate from Viper to lock down a player, just puts this fight 100% in the favor of Team 1, as it's now a 3v2, and there's nothing Team 12 can do about the numbers right now. They don't have that ability to just try to use a Kurumi or something like that to buy them the resurrection. And now it's a 3v1, and this is the power of that Wuchen.
Yeah, that reposition tool to let them have that high ground leverage, like you said, to be able to think these players and essentially bait them onto those bodies, right? They come in, they think, okay, we're going to have a little bit of time to loot up and pick for some of our resources. Realms of Yang are spawning up, so we want to be scaled enough to be able to take those fights, especially since it was a Takeda team. And immediately that rubber band back in, and something that I want to praise Team 1's Viper for is actually in the fight previous. I'll talk about it in a moment because we do have a Realm of Yang actually coming on out, and it's a Yodo team. Okay, V3 coming on through from Lewis, trying to connect onto these players, using the teleports to be able to bypass that Tumultuous ultimate and still have that maneuverability around. Goes for the 1-2, doesn't throw out the third. The red flash is baited from Diab, and we're going to see the 1-2 uppercut confirmation. The Yodo F now coming on out. The staff in repair, still going to be able to do enough damage to chunk through the Tumultuous health, the parry onto the fan throw, and Louis is able to clutch out the fight on the Yodo. What a play coming through from a composition that we really traditionally do not see. But I love the fact that they're going for Realm of Yang, because as you were talking about earlier, Rune, Wu Chen does not have a lot of power inside the Realm of Yang because you can't rubber band as seamlessly between those fights. But because you have both the Tessa, the Viper, and the Yodo, you have so much damage potential, as well as the fact that the Tessa ultimate can go through the pillars that a lot of those players use to bypass line of sight and avoid having to deal with the Viper ultimate from. What a play!
This is exactly, you hit the nail on the head. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about when we cut back to this comp. I was hoping they were going to take Realms of Yang, and they knew exactly what they needed to do with this team, because crucially, again, that Wu Chen doesn't bring a lot of value to those Realms of Yang, but by swapping it out for the Tessa, not only do you not have to worry about having an ultimate that doesn't bring you value inside the Realm of Yang, that Tessa is able to hold people in position for that Yodo ultimate. It doesn't matter if you know the timing and are able to dodge Yodo ultimate on reaction. If Tessa has you locked down in a position where you can't do anything, the CC that Tessa brings to the Realm of Yang, able to give that team the victory there. As we cut back to this team yet again, running through another team here as they pick up multiple eliminations onto team number 2 and send them back to the lobby. Team 11 here off to a tear with 13 eliminations on this very unconventional composition. And it comes back to, yet again, the pacing of this event, right? Players have adapted to the meta of Astral Cup being much different from the pacing and meta of something like the NBPL.
Well, we are going to see the Wu Chen Attack on Titan composition coming through from this team, as the Yoda ultimate is there, but this is why Yoda doesn't traditionally do that well into high-tier lobbies. When you don't have that Tessa to hold these players in position, or a Viper, they're able to hit the timings and tap dodge through a lot of that ultimate. Now, however, they have to worry about the melee fight, and that's a little bit harder to come out on top, especially when you have all 3 players absolutely locking you into that stagger, so you're not able to find any workaround when it does become a numbers disadvantage, except if you have something like a Greater Repulsor, because then you get Stoneform and you get to commit and throw it out and still find the kills. Mistyu's able to find one. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. The Decatur ultimate coming on through. Euphoria is going to use the free shove from on that Justina, as one shove is invested, not allowing this Justina to freely disengage the fight. Mistyu is now out of shoves entirely. The Justina going to use that ultimate activation, finds the free zone to Mistyu, who doesn't have a shove to be able to buy himself the spacing, charges up the full hit of the pole sword and doesn't bluff it out, and Euphoria goes down. What a play from Mistyu.
Yeah, Mistyu playing this extremely well here. Not going to be able to get his team back into the game just yet, but crucially able to pick up not 1, but 2 extra eliminations for the team and keep the game going strong here. Even if he's just able to take it into late game and make it into 2nd or 3rd position for his team, this is going to be huge. He does crucially have 20,000 Darktide coins in his back pocket. He just needs to find his way to a shop and a Resurrection Altar, and he's going to be able to buy both APF and his other teammate back almost immediately. He does just have that much in the back pocket there, which is why you saw him take the time to complete that quest on the bell. So he had those extra Darktide coins and he could go get that team back in. As we take a look, coming back, speaking of players who are able to get teammates back, we got the content creator here taking a little bit of a reset as Tryhard and Ski buy him some time. We see Ski with the tether up as well. Team 5 waiting in the wings nearby, probably the team that was able to throw so much damage down onto content creator. And this is something we haven't seen a lot of here. We talk about how different this meta is from something like the NBPL. Of course, this is still Immortal War, but most of these games are not going to zone 6 and 7. Most of these games are ending by zone 5. So we have completely cut out what we like to call that musketeer phase, where players are just trading shots on each other, looking to build rage while they're also trying to dwindle the resources of these other teams, so that going into late game, they potentially run out of heals or repair kits, things like that they desperately need. We're seeing none of that here inside the Astral Cup because of the pacing of these matches. So these players having to adapt in the way that they're building that rage and how they're interacting with these teams. If you're able to land those range shots now onto other teams rather than just sitting back. You have to almost force that engagement to get any value out of it now, Moxie.
Yeah, and that's really interesting too, because when you remove the Buccaneer phase and the Flames threat of the cannon, Wuchen doesn't become as important to be able to use the wind walls to block a lot of that damage. As Kishi now trying to break away from the Viper ultimate is going to take the full stun. No follow-through damage, however, as they're immediately going to try to push back in. Yodo F going to be invested on top of the Morse Blessing to try and open it up. Kishi looking to play a little bit of Mischief Maker with the Dreadful Whale as well as Merciless Havoc, as we do see that second Realm of Yang now spawning on up. Teams are going to be fighting it out for control of those buffs. Team 11, Louis on that Yodo was able to clutch it out 1v2 before. Are we going to see the same Viper ultimate immediately going to be invested? Content Creator going to use the pillars to be able to block it, charging up the dragon like Might, forcing out that Tessa F early, so no combo breaker, as Content Creator is actually able to bait the V1 and immediately interact with the urn, comes through with the absolute shutdown of the dragon like Might, locking these players into position. Proud also in that monk form to be able to survive a lot of that aggression coming towards him. The Yodo F now going to be running out. The charged R on the pulse are not going to be able to buy any space to survive yet again. The pickup of the Yushan's dual halberds into the Dragon Lake Might. And something that I do want to talk about, Rune, when we see the other Realm of Yang, I'm guessing it was either taken for free with the Tessa Viper or and Yodo composition, but something we are yet to talk about for that exact composition, they're running Viper V3. It's not V1, it's not V2, it's the V3 where you get silenced, but you also can't use grappling hooks, as well as the Viper getting that 40% damage reduction, so you can play as aggressive as you want to get into position to set everyone up to be able to jump on those targets. And talking about jumping on those targets, Team 7 absolutely jump onto the players who get stuck in the crossfire off that Dreadful Whale lockdown. Kishi's able to absolutely chunk through Nugan and lock him into position for the bow shots to come through and finish him off. There's the damage on that cannon as well that we were talking about, that little bit of pressure to be able to land onto as many players as possible in such an enclosed position, as yet again the Dreadful Whale is going to catch onto some of these players looking to use that golden focus and buy a lot of spaces. APF has had enough. He wants out of this fight immediately, but they're not going to let him go easily. You may run into Celestra, but you're up against a team that have Mystic Might, and they're going to be able to use that to take your location and track you down. Actually, no, this is the team that lost the Realm of Yang. So they've got the Yang depletion, which means they're not going to let you go for free. They're going to grapple cancel you into Chasm, so they're able to pick up these Soul Blooms and cleanse that debuff.
Yeah, this is huge for Team 11 here, as they were able to cleanse at least one of those Yang depletions off. And then this is the team that went head-to-head with Tryhard's team. And I actually want to talk back to that fight for just a second. Oh my god, a massive Viper ult coming in here. The V3 connecting onto a lot of people, and they still need these Soul Blooms. So looking for the opportunity to capitalize on anything here. Team 11, though, getting put in the blender. The F2 coming in, F3 from Louis here, but Louis stuck in the zone here, needs to find teleport out. There we go, will find it, was not able to get the Soul Bloom either, and gets shot out by Casper. So unfortunate there. They literally were able to pick up the elimination, but weren't able to get their hands on the Soul Bloom. Pop the ultimate, and then the zone starts doing so much tick. They have to teleport away from that Soul Bloom just to get in the zone to stay alive. And then as they do, Casper able to catch the shot off of the bow to capitalize. Fight Club going on here. So much happening, Monty. I can't even make my point I wanted to make about Tryhard's team there. Inside the Realm of Yang, Ski just coming in with that Dragon's Roar, catching a ton of players out here, and then getting put into a little bit of blender, and back to Tryhard again on the Monk, looking to start finding some of those grabs. This not being quite the favorable zone for this particular ult, but he is able to find a little bit of value. He grabs onto 7 before the rest of those players disappear behind the buildings, and 7 going to get locked down here as Ski drops down actually into another player from 7's team, who comes back in with the Soul Slash on the Katana and is able to catch quite a bit of damage onto Ski and the others. We are going to see Little Sheep trying to get away now, but Ski setting the ultimate up, trying to keep his team healthy. 7 coming back in and pushes Ski into their own ult, but goes in, and with Ski managing to land a massive jump parry onto 7. The whiff's coming in, locks down Ski though, no place for them to go. as the rest of Team 8 still stuck in the zone here, and the zone tick really starting to tick through hard. Team 5 just trying to grief the remaining members from Team 8 here. On to Casper, able to take control of the neutral. Sorry, not Casper, on to Tryhard. Takes control of the neutral, takes the elimination, and then one player left here from Team 5 now desperately fighting a battle to get back into the zone. That healing depletion on top of them. They're not going to be able to heal here. They just need to get the zone before the tick kills them. There it is, just in time, able to get into the edge, and Team 5 with one player is able to stay alive.
Oh, you might have cast a curse. The grapple cancel comes through, and he's immediately jumped on by Team 4. He tried to go wide side of zone, knowing that the players that had taken part in that fight in Soul Astral would be on the right side, and inadvertently runs directly into Team 4, who will be more than happy to pick up both the legendary katana as well as Soul Slash, adding it to the thunderstorm that they already had possessed. APF going to be absolutely stacked in terms of the weaponry. Phoenix Blast as well for Miss You on that Takeda. We talked about it on that game of Holoroth, being able to lock these players down into the staggers so that the Phoenix Blast is going to be able to connect off of the Takeda shoved is absolutely massive for that hero, as so many of these players going down picked apart by stragglers, that we're going to see a lot of these really important Soul Jades start to come into play. Prideful going to be up. It's definitely not as devastating as Dreadful Whale with its golden focus, but if you're not expecting it, that suplex can be absolutely horrible to have to deal with. As 7 players left alive. I believe we've got 2 full teams, right? We have Team 4 and Team 3. And then 1 lone survivor still left alive. As these players, they're going to see an uneven amount of players left in the lobby, and immediately the hunt begins to try and track that straggler down. It's actually Team 7 and Team 4 that run directly into each other, so we're immediately going to see QNT with the Viper Ultimate looking to try and stagger out some of these players. The Bane's Breath actually connecting onto a lot of them off of that stagger. No kills secured, however, and Kishi going incredibly low, so they're immediately going to burn that Wuchen Ultimate to be able to reposition, go into the gold loot areas, try and pick up some of those resources and heal back up before Team 4 are able to jump on top of them. Koala getting jump cancelled, the Takeda Ultimate coming through from Miss You, trying to lock them down into that Phoenix Blast, but Koala sees it coming and immediately makes sure that they're going to flash the red so it doesn't manage to connect into any follow-up, as now it's about who gets stuck inside the wisps. Overcomer thrown out, gonna clank against Koala, who commits on to try and catch APF, who goes for the musket shot before going over to the katana, and Koala with the jump parry separates it from the zip hands. 1-2 uppercut into stagger, knockdown connecting onto Koala, who's forced to burn the F and get himself a little bit more space to keep the APF further away with that pulse of tap dodges through, charging up the left click, making sure the APF is not able to follow and find the kill onto the Viper. One hit staggers the Takeda, and it's gonna be Casper and Koala now just trying to deal with the lone surviving player of Team 1.
Oh my goodness, coming in here. I've got to say it, Moxie. That Bane's Breath absolutely saves Team 4 here early on. Team 7 had them locked down in such a good position. Team 4 would have almost certainly been eliminated and lost a member there. And because of the Bane's Breath coming through, it just does so much damage. They're able to survive there. But of course, Team 7 able to turn it back around in the very end there and comes through, cleans up both the remaining members of Team 4 and that solo straggler from Team 1. This is the game they've been looking for all day, and I know it. They've been struggling to really find that pace all day. They've been just coming up with big points on the board, but not finding the victory they wanted, even though they continue to come so close every time. This game is the game they wanted to have, and I know they're celebrating right now, Moxie.
I mean, you're incredibly happy when you're going up against a Zip and you burned your Viper Ultimate and you were forced to burn your Wuchen teleport because your Wuchen gets incredibly low and you have that threat hanging over your head of the Bane's Breath. This was absolutely gorgeous as well. Louis able to find that connection onto the player trying to slide away from the cliff with that Yodo V3. Here's the clutch inside the Realm of Yang. Yodo V3, not the V1, getting those 3 additional stats Stagger Blades off of the finish to be able to just separate these players so that Luis is able to go for the 1-2 into uppercut confirmation, find the 1 versus 1, find the win, and then waits for the throw of the blue on that fan, finds the parry and finds the follow-up damage off of the riposte. This is where we get to see the pole sword come out on top. We were talking about exactly this as we moved over to this POV. Misty with the pole sword, one of those weapons that when you are in an outnumbered fight, you do get that advantage of having the stone form, and if you're able to win the mind games and actually release the stone form without getting parried, you do so much follow-up damage that a lot of the time you are able to use it to win the fight outright.
Yeah, absolutely. As we cut back again here, this is something I wanted to talk about. Tryhard played this extremely well into this particular matchup. We almost always see monks utilizing that ultimate off the rip going into the Realm of Yang there. But what happens here is Tryhard waits till they're able to bait out the Viper ultimate. And crucially, as soon as that Viper ult does get invested, he is then able to use the monk ult to time around the stun so that he's not locked down. And because of that, they lose the entirety of the value of the Viper ultimate. They're also running Wu Chen, so it's the equivalent of being down 2 ultimates while you have to deal with a fully stacked Transformer comp that has all of their ultimates. It spells absolute disaster. If you're the Viper in that particular comp, you have to hold that Viper ultimate until you see at least one of those Transformers come through. If you force yourself to burn the ultimate early, let yourself get focused out, you are the linchpin of that team and why the team ends up losing that fight. Tryhard knows this and he utilizes it. He doesn't just immediately go into that transformation. As we take a look, Crazy Cow still in first with a 74.7, but NTL here, this team finally able to find a huge performance for themselves, moving up to a 55 point score here, closing much of that gap between themselves and Crazy Cow. Crazy Cow earlier having almost double the amount of points of NTL. So they know that they have a rival in this lobby. That rival was able to make something major happen in this last game. Crazy Cow is going to be heading into the next game, Neo here, looking for an opportunity to just eliminate them from the lobby and show that they are still the dominant force here.
I mean, talking about last game, we do only have one last game remaining in the day rune. Like you said, it really did look like no one was going to be able to catch up to Crazy Cow when they're over double the points ahead of everybody else, and the next closest team is on something like 36, and they're already on sitting on something like 70. But with that last game, NTL definitely making it competitive, really excited to get to see what all of these teams have. We've got to see so many curveballs in terms of compositions as well. We got Falda, we got Yodo mixing things up, sometimes running the V1, sometimes the V3. We got the Tessa, Yoto, and Viper combination, which worked out incredibly well in the early game, but as we predicted, did struggle when the fights became a little bit more clustered in terms of other teams joining in and also not having the ability to be able to rubber band disengage a lot of the threats posed, so you can come back in when you've still got tools available and you're able to just surpass the other teams with ability resource management. I'm really hoping that we get these curveballs continue to be thrown at us, but I do believe that we'll be back with the last game of the day right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back, everybody, to the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. I'm Moxie. This is Rune. I was about to say I'm Moxie and I'm Rune, but no. This is Rune, and we are getting ready to head into the last match of the day. And Rune, that scoreboard is looking, well, closer than it's been all day after that last match.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We saw our boys come in there, team number 7, NTL, absolutely start to rinse this lobby. And notably, of course, our other team that's done so well all day, Neo, gets eliminated early. They actually get eliminated, I do believe, by Team 11, that team that we were talking about playing that interesting comp. You know, again, we have to really talk about how this meta is so different from other competitive metas, given how hyper aggressive this is from something like the NBPL. And it's allowing some of these other comps to come in, with Tessa being able to replace Wu Chen in Team 11's comp and then being able to find a lot of value out of it. It comes down to a very unfortunate set of circumstances that sees them eliminated from the lobby. They go into that second realm of Yang. They get eliminated because the Viper ends up kind of panic ulting a little bit, right? They need to hold that ultimate out until one of those transformers comes online, and instead they let themselves get peeled away from the rest of their team to the point where they need the damage reduction. They have to invest it. So we see Tryhard being able to utilize that ultimate to get through it, and then when they come out, they have that Yang depletion. At this point, Celestra is the main POI that's left on the map, and because that's the main POI, it's where teams always gather. So there's no opportunity to take a one-on-one fight with another team to get those soul blooms they need to get back in the game. And because they are playing a more aggressive comp, third parties are an absolute disaster for them. So them having to take this massive skirmish without the Wu Chen, with no way to get out of those fights once they engage in it, it finally comes back to bite them, and that's where they end up losing themselves in that third game.
Yeah, while talking about things that will come back to bite you, if you are not participating in the meme competition going down on the official Naraka Bladepoint Discord server, ooh, I have some things to tell you, Rune, because my goodness, there are so many good things coming. You're going to be able to get your hands on some lovely treasures as well. You can use any format. It can be video, it can be PNG, it can be simple images. There's so many things that we've already shown. If you've been watching some of the stuff that we did as content for the Astral Cup, maybe you want to get some friends together and have not just overcome a jousting, but maybe you want to have a race and you want to go for that win. I'm sure you'll be able to come up with so many wonderful ideas, and I can't wait to see what our community is going to be able to come up with, just like I can't wait to see what team is going to come out on top today, as we're going to be looking over at Tryhard's team running that Sand Siphon composition. They have saved the most meta composition for last, and they're able to find the parries. QNT taking a very early fight, losing a lot of those players early. Ski getting to come into the charge. LMB on those dual halberds, buying a lot of position and finding a parry onto Casper as well, who's going to get parried back to back. Now that third party coming on through, content creator not yet revived. Tryhard's going to be able to get the F1 from the Zip in the back to be able to keep himself topped on up to try and deal with the threat that's now come through, especially with the ultimate invested from the Zip side as well. That Takeda ultimate doing so much to push these players back and set up Ski to find the hits off the follow through. Yushin ultimate now going to be invested from the side of team number one. Have to be careful, however, as it is inside the building that these players are going to go, making it a lot harder for the Yushan to be able to find those jump hit resets. But now that the fight goes out towards the open, the Yushan's going to be able to find a lot more value. The kills come out, and this is what we were talking about, Rune. Third parties are the absolute bane of every Naraka player.
Not only that, Team 1 yet again back into a comp where they are forced to layer these ultimates together, trying to capitalize on the pacing and the different meta evolving here in Astral Cup. Yet again, this was the team that ran Tessa in place of the Wu Chen back in game number 3, now running the Justina over something like the Kurumi. It's going to be interesting to see how this one performs throughout the day. But Matsu, you mentioned memes, and I'm gonna have to tell you right now, you bet money I'm gonna be going to make a meme about you caster cursing an entire lobby today.
What? Not our ballista kill, our lovely ballista ballet on the Salvation podium earlier this week.
I mean, that absolutely money, but still gotta get one in there about caster cursing the entire lobby. Here we are.
A2.
A2. Oh my goodness. We see here Team 1 here doing just a little bit of shopping after being able to come out on top of both of these two teams with that third party. Unfortunately, sending Tryhard and Ski back to the Soul Altar. This team with 2 eliminations under their belt thus far, already moving out and looking for that next opportunity to take a fight. They only invested 1 ultimate there, crucially meaning that they're going to be able to use that Monk and Justina in combination together in the next fight. And by the time both those ultimates have run out, the Yueshan should have their ultimate back online to be able to layer on top of that Monk transformation and cover for Oni when things start to turn bad for the Monk inevitably.
Yeah, it's really interesting though, because we've seen a lot of different compositions around this Monk. This very much does feel like early days of MVPL, where we had the, it was what, 16 hero point rule at the very beginning when it was introduced, and everyone prioritized the Monk picks, and they just wanted to play the TN highest as much as possible, so they would sort of slot in and out these different heroes. And we did see that teams were experimenting with dropping things like the Kurumi and having something like a Tumult in form of that support. We also saw a couple of teams try to run the Justina. Where it fell apart was when you lose the Tumult. You still have the Yushan to be able to pull away a lot of that focus once your ultimate is out of the mix. But especially for things like third parties not being able to deal with the ranged projectiles, especially inside Realm of Yang, is going to be incredibly interesting to see whether or not they are able to make it work, as we're going to see that Zip ultimate being used to be able to frame through a lot of that damage coming on out from that Tessa V2. as well, the bite version of it, so you don't get stunned, you just take a massive hit of damage, and that's immediately going to be countered by that zip healing kicking on in as the charged LMB on the dagger is going to connect onto the Tassa. 7 doing so much damage, just weaving in and out of the fight and coming into the LMB when you least expect it, so you're able to find the displacement on these players and knock them into your Takeda. As now we're going to see 7 finding that connection, using the soul break to be able to back on out, pick up the soul bloom to get the reset heal, the 1-2 stagger hits, locking him down for the long shot to be able to chunk through that health, and Team 5 walk away on top.
Yeah, 3 eliminations are about cleaning up that entire team. As we turn now to team number 2. Diab here going head-to-head here with the members of Team 7 going to immediately invest the situational as all 3 try to push him away from the rest of his team. And now we're going to be forced to split up here. The question is will Diab be able to find any value out of this ultimate, or is he only going to keep the team away while he sits here in the ultimate? It looks like he's trying to come back onto Koala here. Koala going to be able to avoid that jumping left click coming through. Casper not so much, especially as he finds himself falling victim to the Wisp here. The follow-up, Casper going to go extremely low and going to force the Wu Chen ult out. Now finding a ton of value there from that UA ult as they're able to go ahead and force that Wu Chen ult to get Team 7 out, but Team 7 looking to immediately turn back in after finding a little bit of a reset, knowing that they do not have that UA ult. They will catch Steve out as well, turning this into a 2v3 scenario, and unfortunately no ultimates available to them because Steve is the one who goes down. They will find the elimination onto Koala, looking to potentially find one onto Casper. Casper going to cast that Yodohime ultimate, however, and Team 11 now going to be coming in from behind. A massive Tesla ultimate landed, and Diab just on the backside trying to get away from the crazy. Team 2 completely broken away here, still looking for an opportunity to try to stick this resurrection as Team 7 keeps the priority on Team 11 keeps the priority on to Team 7. They get the resurrection and immediately break away because they know Team 11 going to be heading back in to start looting those bodies, and Team 2 might have stuck around a little too long as they now being caught out by team number 11. They had the opportunity to escape. Diab gets greedy though, looking to come in to loot the bodies, and now team 11 has all eyes on team number 2. I don't know if they're going to be able to escape this. The Tesla ult reinvested. Steve going to be caught out there by that Tesla ultimate. Team 11 coming in. The parry's coming through from Team 2 though, but there we go. The Tesla charm locking down one of the members here from Team 2. Team 2 trying to use the scale rush to get away as Team 7 finds those resurrections and are going to be coming back in for what is essentially the 5th party into this fight. Team 11 about to lose a player. They do go down, and it's anybody's fight here, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, the double parry coming on out from Team 2, allowing them to potentially turn this around. Like you said, Team 7 able to find those revives, going to want to try and keep this fight going as long as possible. The Viper incredibly low. Euphoria is going to go down. The Tessa trying to distance themselves from the fight as much as possible, as Team 7 are going to have to content themselves with the bodies and resources around. Like you said, Team 2, they had the opportunity. I don't know whether they wanted to loot the body for resources or deny the revive from Team 7. Either way, they got greedy and being a little bit too forward in their positions, as Team 7 are not going to let that happen. Koala goes into that forward position to try and find a connection on that Viper utility. Immediately goes down, forcing that Wu Chen teleport, and we go right back to the same stalemate, essentially resetting ourselves to the point that we were about a minute ago when all of this fighting broke on out. But Team 11 know that Team 7 do not have the Wu Chen teleport to back away from this fight now, and they're going to hard commit as a result. Tesla ultimate and Viper ultimate going to be used. Kishi going to be able to turn around and find the parry onto the Viper, who looked to push onto him, grappling onto the tree to be able to hold himself up out of any of the follow-up damage. Viper ultimate of their own now coming through from Koala, finds the stun to land onto the player, and immediately Kishi is able to follow it up with the damage necessary to net the kill. Tep now going to be held in position using that Tesla V1 to try and break away. Kishi with the Tep, not able to interact with the Solan as we head over to side the realm of Yang, and the Transformer composition with the Justina have decided to actually put themselves into one of these fights, and no surprises, we're going to see a lot of that range pressure coming on through from these players looking to try and jump onto this Monk player, knowing that he does not have a vein of traditional support, as the Yushan is still holding on to his ultimate for team number 1. Team number 4, however, having to layer up those ultimates, going to be without any of that potential pressure to buy that Monk the space and safety to be able to recover. They lose the Yushan ultimate. Team 1 still with theirs in play is going to be able to find all of the stagger necessary to land onto the team and find the damage to win.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Team 1. Team 1 doing exactly what they need to do. They need to be taking these Realms of Yang. They're running a comp that does not do well into third parties, but if they're able to layer all 3 of their ultimates into a fight, they have a massive advantage over traditional teams who are looking to layer their ultimates one after the other. They find a ton of value inside this Realm of Yang, are able to come out on top. They get the blessing there. They're going to be able to go immediately take another fight, not have to worry about the threat of third party, because if they get eliminated, they can just go take the free resurrection, and they also come out of that Realm of Yang with their ultimates reset. It's just a win-win-win for them as well, because they're running a variation of Transformer comp, which is so gear dependent, and crucially, they're going to be picking up a legendary weapon and another set of purple armor for them, completely stacking this team and setting them up for success, Moxie.
They're going to be able to find a kill incredibly quickly as well, and they take the Soul Bloom. That's crucial. They know that one of these teams that took a Realm of Yang fight is going to be out in the area looking to try to cleanse themselves of the Yang depletion. We haven't seen a lot of these teams actually leave the Soul Bloom either as that insurance policy, the way that we traditionally see in the NBPL scene, and as a result, it leads to situations like the one that Team 4 is currently finding themselves in. They're going to have to try and take a fight as quickly as possible and get those kills to be able to buy themselves that debuff cleanse with the Soul Blooms. Potentially, if Artisan's Grove hasn't been absolutely picked apart, you might be able to chuck yourself into the corruption tick damage and buy one of your players back, which is another way that you can circumvent that Yang depletion, but it's incredibly risky, as it is going to be Team 12 going head-to-head, or choosing not to go directly head-to-head with Team number 4. The Tumult takes a lot of pressure, goes for the Scare Rush onto the rocks to be able to avoid a lot of the follow-up chase, sees another team moving into the territory. They're down one of their players already. This is really good news because they're not even sticking around to try and find the third party. This is huge for Team 4. They've been able to find an isolated team where they're going to be able to jump on them without the threat of the third party, and now they've been able to lock them down into a numbers advantage, so they're able to find the kills, find those Soul Blooms, and even though it's up against a team that did have a million Birds Might a couple of patches ago, in fact I think it was about a year ago, we did see the change come through that if a player died with a million Birds Might, they now leave a Soul Bloom behind. So if you were a team that lost a Realm of Yang fight and ran into a team with a million Birds Might, you didn't immediately have to try and look for another fight while that team jumps on you.
Yeah, it's such a crucial change as well. It means that these teams that have a million Birds Might, yes, they can come look to kind of capitalize on these other teams that have lost Realm of Yang, because they will be in an advantage in terms of how fast that they're building rage and doing damage. But it doesn't just mean absolute death if you're re-tracked down by the team you lost to inside the Realm of Yang. If you're able to come out on top over those advantages that the team have with that buff, you are rewarded with being able to cleanse that Yang depletion, not having, sat in a situation where you've had to use your ultimates, and then now you have to go look for another fight with no ultimates on top of wasting the time in that fight and your Yang depletion still ticking down. As we take a look here, team number 10 looking to move across the map here, and this is a team that desperately needs to find some loot, as many of them still rocking that blue armor, and they are playing Transformers, meaning they are not scaling well heading into this late game sort of scenario. Team 5 here breaking through the Temi ult here from the members of team number 2. Team 2 out here on the backside, just trying to get away. They've recently respawned, and unfortunately almost no gear behind them. Team 5 is just going to start walking through the remaining members of Team 2 here. There we go, the Takeda ult being invested as they come in and start to clean these up. Team 2 with just that Yueshan Dubai here trying to hold on, but that ult is going to end here. He's got the white armor. The Takeda ult immediately comes through, and Team 5 will pick up the elimination on to Diab, and that is going to be it for the members of Team number 2.
And that's the peel that we were talking about as well. In terms of that Takeda ultimate, 7 goes incredibly low, almost goes down entirely because he gets caught up into the 1-2 uppercut confirmation of those dual halberds, and immediately Lil Sheep is actually behind him with those Takeda shoves to buy him the space to be able to drop outside of that fight, activate the ultimate, get the heal up, and keep himself intact in the fight. But because they invested those ultimates, Rune, they don't have the confidence to actually go to the Realm of Yang, which is incredibly close to them. And holding this position that close to a Realm of Yang invites the conflict because another team has rolled up thinking to try and either take that portal or play mischief onto a team that were looking to control it, as now we are going to see one team walk away with a free Realm of Yang. The other team that didn't decide to opt into that portal without the ultimates may go down. 7 going to actually be able to generate enough rage, and again that peel coming through in the form of the Takeda with the longsword and the Phoenix Blast and the ultimate, buying 7 the space to be able to keep themselves intact. Did have to use the zip healing, however, as now we're going to see potentially the one team that did walk away with that Realm of Yang, the only team that took the Realm of Yang, getting it for free, getting Mystic Might. And while it's not the free get out of jail ticket if you do go down this late into the lobby with that free rebirth, Mystic Might with the ability to track down a lot of these players' positions as well as that damage reduction is absolutely huge in terms of Mirror Sand Siphon, because it means you can hold on to your zip ultimate, wait for the other team to be burned out, and then get to just live past them because of that sustain to their name. As it's going to actually be Team 7 who went to a Mara's Blessing, picking themselves up Draco Storm. You don't get to choose the buff that you pick up from a Mara's Blessing. It is a roll of the dice on the free potential buffs that you can get. And Draco Storm at least is going to find a lot of value in terms of the AoE damage off of something like a Yodo ultimate, but it's definitely not that insane Giga buff that it used to be in the past, where you had so much damage reduction and you would just see teams face tank with it. And as a result, this team has to be incredibly careful that they don't get chunked through by this Decatur ultimate as Lil Sheep continues to pressure. There's the Yoda ultimate coming through, trying to capitalize off of the Viper stun, but Lil Sheep is able to dodge around it with the longsword movement and immediately jumping onto the team to stop them from being able to find any opportunity to find a revive, coming in off of the rooftop with the Phoenix Blast, connecting onto the player, absolutely unsuspecting of the threat lying in wait above them.
Oh my goodness, yeah, this Phoenix Blast absolutely huge for Little Sheep as well. We've talked about this multiple times today with the Takedas and how they're able to utilize that ultimate and follow it up with the Phoenix Blast to set up multiple amounts of damage and gold soul jades for their team here. As we cut over to Team 10, going head to head here with Team 4. Massive parries coming in from Miss You. We see Team 10 forced to invest that Karumi ultimate just to stay alive here. A massive juggle caught out though as they pick up an elimination, and now it's going to be Team 10 in a 3v2 scenario here with the members of team number 4. Miss You caught out almost by themselves here. APF coming in trying to get that healing down onto Miss You. We're going to see the ultimate timing out there from Team 4's Karumi, that being APF here. Team 10 keeping the tether up on their monk as well. Miss You taking lots and lots of damage here and just trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but that ultimate going to end very soon here. And now is the time for Team 10 to pressure Nugent with the Uation ult still going strong here. The bell being invested as well by Miss You. Not a whole lot Team 4 can do about this as Team 7 continues to keep the pressure up. APF running off to the side here. I do believe the final remaining member here for Team 4 just trying to break away and keep the game alive. Coming in, and we're going to see a huge longsword slash coming in though as they catch out onto the members of Team 10. Unfortunately for APF, the follow-up is extremely strong. He's able to catch another one, but it's not enough as the double grapple cancel comes in and Team 10 cleans up all of the remaining members of Team 4. We cut back to Team 5 picking up some eliminations onto yet another team. A very clean game coming up from these guys as they currently sit at 16 eliminations. We are 10 players left remaining alive here in our final game of the day, and I do believe we are Zone 3 currently collapsing down onto Zone 4.
Ern, I do believe the team that we just saw Team 5 dispatch was QNT.
Quite
QNT
possibly.
going to be out of this lobby. I'm not sure if we've still got Crazy Cow. We'll have to wait and see, as we do have Amorous Blessing going to be spawning on up. We can have a look at some of these Soul Jades that are available for some of these players. 7 on that Zip, having that Never Step on the Dagger. Meteor for the cannon, even though they don't have the cannon, but Burst Arrow on the bow is definitely something that you do want to keep your eye out on, as is that Storm Strike. Being able to deal additional damage off of those successful dodges is going to be incredibly important to be able to chunk through a lot of these resources from these other teams in the area. Team 1 rolling up into position to vie for control of this Morris Blessing now. Team 5 not going to let this go without a fight. Both of these teams gonna be having, well, we know that Team 5 has that Tumult. They can just use the ultimate to drop on top of the box and try and lock it down. But Team 1, if they're running a Tumult of their own, they're gonna be thinking about doing the exact same thing. So now we're gonna see the potential scouting coming through from 7 on that Zip. Knows that if he gets jumped on by some of these other players, he does have the sustainability off of both the ultimate and the F1 to be able to survive that aggression coming on through as everyone gets into position. Now we're going to see the fight start to break on out. No ultimates pop just yet. No one wanting to make the first move until the Morris Blessing comes into play, and the Tumult ultimate doesn't want to be used a little bit too early. The range pressure coming through from both of these sides, trying to force the other team into using that resource a little bit too early. The Morris Blessing spawning right in the middle of both of them. Venom Tip on the repeating crossbow versus Burst Arrow on the bow. What's going to be able to trump the other? Morris Blessing still unopened. No Tumult ultimate invested just yet, as 7 continues to move forward, applying even more pressure to push Team 1 back. Still holding on to the Zip ultimate, still hasn't been forced into using it early, and as a result, neither of these teams have the confidence to hard engage.
Yeah, just kind of hitting a little bit of that Buccaneer phase finally in this particular game. Even though we are only Zone 4, this is typically where we see it start to break out when there are a lot more teams left remaining alive here. But Team 1 and Team 5 here, both unwilling to hard commit to this fight because they do know there is another full team in the lobby. There's 9 players left remaining alive, and Team 1 here, very crucially, is again running that particular team comp that does not do well into third parties. They do not want to be the team who forces a fight here, and they also don't know that they're currently sandwiched between two teams. If they hard engage onto Team 5 here, they're going to find themselves being extremely punished for the team comp that they are playing, given that a third party would spell absolute disaster for this team.
Oh, this is dangerous. The split. Oni was taking a lot of pressure, and immediately the Yushan thought about maybe backing up, wanting to find some scouting information. Like you said, they know that there's other teams still in the area. The Morris Blessing pinging that location on the map as well is going to have drawn the team's attention. So like you said, they are currently sandwiched in between two different teams, and that is the ideal location for these teams to get third-partied on, because you get pressured from both of these sides. That's why when you see these teams, they're going to be so reluctant to take a fight if they think there's even an inkling, any chance, any shot of them being the ones in the middle. They are not going to hard engage, because the second, especially when you have those Transformer ultimates, the second that they see you using those Transformer ultimates, they are going to wait for those Transformer ultimates to go away, and then you're going to get jumped on because they know you're out of those resources and you're taking pressure from both sides, so you're not going to be able to cleanly disengage, nor are you going to be able to easily lead the team that you're fighting into the other team, because they have to go directly through every single one of your players to get kited into the team on the other side. This is potentially the one lobby we see, Rune, that goes all the way to the end, because if you're Team 1, like you said, you don't want to get third-partied, you're not going to be the one that kicks things off. We're not going to see that domino effect coming through from Team 1 side, because they know if they go for the transformation first, they're going to get hardened onto by both of these two teams. But likewise, both of these other two teams don't want to be the one taking the fight first, because they know once they use something like that Tumulture ultimate and the Zip sustain is gone and the Takeda ultimate's on cooldown, that's the go sign for a Transformer team to start moving in onto that territory.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a nightmare scenario for any any team of 3 right now, given that at least if there were 4 teams in the lobby, there's the potential for you to take a fight and it be bought out of it by the third party being followed up by the fourth party. Unfortunately, when it's exactly 3 even teams, you land yourself in a situation where if you are a team that starts the fight or has a fight started onto you, it guarantees that third party coming through. So like you said, we are likely to see this game go all the way to the end because nobody is willing to fully commit into any one of these fights. And that's why we're finally seeing a little bit of that mini Buccaneer phase coming through, where these teams are trying to use these range shots to burn resources out of these other teams, because they know resource management is going to play a huge factor into these final fights because of how the lobby is split up. We're going to see here, I do believe Team 1 here, that must have been a musket shot coming in from Team 10 there with armor pierces. They take no damage to their armor whatsoever, and we see a massive chunk of HP being ripped out of the player there from Team 1. Team 1 now forcing the engagement. I guess they got tired of waiting, Moxie, as they start to turn on to team number 5 here. They are crucially trying to position themselves behind team number 5 so that it is Team 5 who finds themselves getting caught out in the middle of these two teams. But Team 10 not wanting anything to do with that third party as they find the opportunity as that small skirmish breaks out between the other two teams to try and open that massive Morris Blessing. And it doesn't look like they were able to get their hands on it as Team 5 pressures up and starts to put out a ton of damage. We don't see that legendary armor coming through. Team 10, here it goes, Moxie. This is going to be the final fight. We see the monk transformation being forced out here by these range shots from both Team 1 and Team 5. It is now going to be a crucial moment for these teams to start to find that engagement.
Team 5 still holding on to their ultimates. They rubber banded. They saw the transformation. They hold on to the Tumult ultimate. Crucially, if they find themselves getting third party pressured on by both these sides, they're going to be able to use that ultimate to be able to zone out both of these sides because they're the only ones with a Tumult still in play. There it is, locking down all of these players. No other Tumult's going to be able to benefit it. And immediately we're going to see the Yushin ultimates being forced from these teams to be able to survive and relocate the fight away, zoning away Team 5 from being able to follow up on the Tumult ultimate as 7 is using that zip healing to be able to survive the aggression coming through from Team 10 with that Phoenix Blast. Now healed up, comes back into the fight. OTL with the longsword looking to try and find these connections. Has to be wary that they don't get carried away by the cavalry bloom into the corruption, takes damage, but it's Lil Sheep with the longsword who's able to find the kill with the Phoenix Blast, ragdolling them into taking out a massive chunk of damage. Another transformation now up. It's this time for Team 1. Oni has been able to find a player immediately. The repeating crossbow comes on out from their teammates to be able to chunk through the health and find the kill. And with no Tumult ultimate in play, everyone is forced to try and reposition around the Transformer, but he's able to find another one. Lil Sheep goes down in the exact same fashion. Team 1 have all 3 of their players alive. It is purely a 1 versus 3. 7 gets grabbed up again. We can hear the repeating crossbow swap. They're going to be able to wiggle their way out of the monk grab, but they're not out of the woods just yet. The zip goes down. The Justina Freeze locking them in position. And Team 1, even though they're not running a Karumi nor a Tumult, are able to walk away with a Transformer Trios victory in the last match of the day. What a turnaround. What a composition. What a victory and what a curveball. You love to see it.
Look, it all comes down to positioning for this team and patience. They knew they were the worst possible team to fall into that third-party potential. Either of the other teams has the potential to come back from a bad, mismanaged fight that leads into a third party if they're able to layer those ultimates correctly. Unfortunately for Team 1, they're playing from a position where they have no opportunity to layer their ultimates. They have got to utilize them all in junction to win a 3v3 fight, which means when the third party comes in, they have no gas left in the tank. Even when those fights were dropped onto their head, they keep cool, they keep calm and collected, and are able to position away and keep those two teams 10 and 5, engaging onto each other. Once, crucially, they see 3 to 4 ultimates invested and a player eliminated, it is only then that that team re-engages at range, starts to find value out of those range shots, and pushes its advantage onto to the two remaining teams and are able to absolutely come out on top with the amount of damage that they're just able to pump out by investing all of their ultimates together. They knew what their win condition was and had the patience to wait for it, Moxie.
Yeah, really smart stuff coming through from this team. We really cannot understate how hard it is for a Transformers team in a Sand Siphon lobby to be able to come out on top. Some really good positioning as well in this last fight when ultimates aren't in that rotation, and they're able to use the positioning of a lot of the players having their backs to the zone to be able to use things like that additional knockback on connection of the Phoenix Blast. The fact as well that we saw single grabs coming through from Oni, who has identified they're not going to be able to find that immediate win condition off the double grab. Instead, it's much better that they're able to find that constant value of getting those single grabs so the rest of their team players can follow up with the repeating crossbow damage, chunking those players down as quickly as possible.
As you take a look here at the scoreboard, Crazy Cow still holding on here to first place with an 80.7. They go out kind of early yet again, but crucially OU here, this is team one, right? Able to move into that second position place here, utilizing such a crazy composition, utilizing everything that they learned here. OU really bringing it home today, but Crazy Cow gonna walk away our MVPs here today, as this team just able to dominate the competition in their first two games so heavily that almost nobody stood a chance of catching up with them, Moxie. An absolute huge day all the way around. Again, so much went into this victory here for OU in the final game. A huge moment for them as well, Moxie.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through from the team. Able to, even though it fell apart a little bit in game number 4 and also 3, I believe they got like 10th on game number 4, like you said, because they've been able to put together so many kills and play so aggressively so early on in the rest of the day, where a lot of people were sort of finding their feet, finding their tempo, finding the meta pacing as well, because as we've talked about all throughout the day, Astral Cup meta in terms of compositions and also timing and tempo of Naraka is vastly different to all of the tournaments that have come out so far. It's not ranked, but it's definitely nothing like your Shadow Jade qualifiers, nor your Morris qualifiers. We see entirely different tempos, and as a result, entirely different heroes getting to be put together alongside each other. And because a lot of these players were still finding their feet at the very beginning of the day, when you're just coming in and playing super aggressive and looking to take as many fights as possible as you can, you're able to capitalize on the moment where a lot of those players are still uncertain and finding themselves. So you're able to find a lot of those points and put yourself at such a huge lead that even though as the day progresses, other players around you start to find themselves a little bit more familiar and accustomed to how things pan out and the timing and compositions that they want to have to find value in this particular environment, you've created a distance and lead so huge that no one is actually able to surpass it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, so many teams trying to make these adaptations as well. Niu just, again, playing very dominantly in those first two games, able to absolutely take entire control of those lobbies. But we got to give it up to Team OU as well. Like you said, some of these teams able to make that adjustment throughout the day. We played 8 games today, and OU, crucially, in these final 2 games, not only able to find the right compositions to really utilize this tempo to their advantage, but figuring out how to utilize those sort of new teams in this tempo to maximize that value. And we saw that in the very final moments of this game, where they absolutely refused to take a fight. Even when it dropped directly onto their heads, they were more than willing to play the patient game, invest abilities, and step away till that win condition presented itself. And, you know, it's a position you don't want to find yourself heading into those final moments. You'd much rather just be a 3v3 or 4 full team so that you can wait for another team to commit to a fight and commit onto the opposite fight and come out into another 3v3 scenario. But this team finds itself in the worst possible situation. It's sandwiched between two other teams, and crucially, those two other teams were scared to also engage into a fight because of the threat of a third party, and don't really realize that it's actually to their advantage to force a fight, because if they can force a fight onto team one, these other two teams can force all three of those ultimates and only invest 1 to 2 of their own ultimates, and then easily step away from the fight because team one has to commit to something at that point. As soon as team one commits even a single ultimate, they are fully committed to the fight because of the composition that they are playing. And these other two teams don't see that win condition for themselves. They see, okay, I just don't want to be third partied here, so I'm not going to take the risk. And it opens up that massive window for team one, and team one happily steps straight through it, Moxie.
I mean, from Team 10's perspective, they didn't want to take a fight because they were still in blue. When we looked at them, like, they're running Transformers, and they were thinking, okay, we're going to be able to play for the long con of the Morris Blessing, so we can let some of these other teams duke it out, and we can sneak away to the Morris Blessing, open it up, and immediately get all of that loot scaling to set us up for victory. That does not happen when the next Morris Blessing spawns up, because we see Team 11 and Team 1, literally for the entire duration of the Morris Blessing, I don't even know if it got opened in the end, because it was slap bang in the middle of both of those two teams. And like you said, both of those two teams just not wanting to force that fight, not going towards the Morris Blessing, and potentially losing one of those players, or forced to use an ultimate to be able to bail one of those players out if they did try and move into position to be able to open up the Morris Blessing. I'm pretty sure that Morris Blessing spawns out of the map without anyone actually opening it. And then when the next Morris Blessing spawns up, Team 10 are thinking, okay, this is our go sign. This is what we need to be able to unlock so that we can try and scale up to match this other Transformers team, because that's what they're concerned about. If there's another Transformers team in the lobby, you need to have the gear and sustainability on your Transformer to be able to match wits with them. Otherwise, you're going to be out of sync and having to use your abilities and ultimates a lot sooner than the other side. So when you drop out of that Monk ultimate, you're going to be the one that's weak, you're going to be the one that's vulnerable, you're going to be the one that the other team that's still in the lobby is going to turn onto. So they try and go for the next Morris Blessing, and they get griefed out of it by both Team 1 and Team 11, who see it, who see Team 10 out of the corner of their eye, see them trying to open up the box and go, no, that ain't gonna happen. We're gonna grapple cancel onto you. We're gonna jump on you because you're now close enough to get to that Morris Blessing that we can then push this fight onto you, and you're gonna be the one in that bad spot. You're gonna be the one that have to reactively go for the ultimates, and we're gonna have that later game value. Because if you think about it from Team 1's POV, if that zone fully collapses, they've got the Monk to be able to bypass that damage that the Corruption Tick does by using your ultimate to instantly get that health replenish. But when that zone is collapsing and that space is getting smaller, that's going to be pushing more and more players closer together, so that Justina's value is going to skyrocket through the roof. And if you look at it from Team 11's perspective, they've got the zip. They're thinking, okay, we're going to be able to sustain, but they also have the Tumulch to be able to do the exact same thing. When that zone collapses, drop the ultimate so everyone's stamina is immediately vacuumed away, and they're not able to tap dodge the follow-up of the Takeda, and they get put into the blender. They're not able to tap dodge the shoves, and they get shoved not just into the Temi wind walls, but into the Corruption Tick damage as well. So like you said, all of those teams very reluctant to take a fight, because in their mind's eye, their win condition comes online when the zone collapses entirely. And so we do see that Buccaneer phase going on for a solid 5 minutes, where everyone's like, we're not going to be moving too aggressively forward into a melee phase. We're going to go for the range damage, so that if we chunk you down low enough and you reactively have to ultimate, we're going to get a window of opportunity, a window of weakness to be able to use against you, so that when we move into the later stages of the zone, we're going to be still playing from our full power while you're still trying to recoup all of your rage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something I talk about all the time as well. We watch players from regions like NA, EU, and SEA kind of fall into this trap where they're looking to play as optimal as possible, right? And sometimes playing optimally is not the actual best way to play the game. Sometimes you have to go, hey, yes, I'm not going to get 100% of the value from this particular ult or engagement, but I will get something that puts me in a position to win the game. And that is more crucial than finding that optimal play coming out. And that's exactly what we see happening from these two teams. Transformer teams going, we want the absolute maximum value out of our ultimate, so we are going to try to get this box so we can get that gear to scale into those ultimates as much as humanly possible. And again, the Takeda comp going, hey, we're going to find absolute maximum value out of a final zone. Unfortunately, because they tried to go for that optimal, it is team one who is able to find the most value out of everything they do and position themselves for the win, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to be able to step outside of that rotation, like you said, but sometimes you have to step in to the casting booth because, Rune, we are going to be joined by one of the players who took part in the Astral Cup. In fact, I believe we're being joined by Tommy from Crazy Cows. Congratulations on such a dominant performance.
Thank you very much. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tommy.
All right.
So I've got to ask yourselves how you felt in game number 2. You guys kind of take up around the Thorny Roller. You build a little castle for yourself in the end of that particular game and are just able to start picking apart these different teams. How were you feeling in that moment, Tommy?
Honestly, for like first 2 games, it's actually our first time. For me, it's actually my first time playing. So our strategy is like basically we can just pick up as many kills as we can because we have to play like 8 games. So you gotta after maybe probably like 3 more games, you're gonna get tired. So for the first 3 games, our strategy is just get the most kill as possible. Yeah.
So we know that the team plays an awful lot of ranks. In fact, I do believe that your team is 1st, 2nd, and 5th currently on the NA leaderboard. Ranked compositions aren't always the same as tournament meta compositions. So do you think having that ranked experience allowed you a sort of advantage when you were going up against some of these more curveball teams that had things like the Valder and the Justina slotted in?
Yes, of course. Like when you're playing tournament, you cannot just go rush. You cannot just rush in. Like the best thing is you can do is just you can just pick a place and then just defense. Like if everyone trying to attack you, you just try to defense and like just stay alive as possible. You can't just go rush in. Yeah, that's our strategy.
So also as well, in tournament you're playing Immortal War versus playing that ranked mode. How differently does that affect how you guys approach the game, especially given that picking up those eliminations in Immortal War gives you those Dark Tide coins? Are you looking to try to push that early game advantage and pick up as many Dark Tide coins as possible, or what are you doing differently?
Yeah, for us, like in the early game, if you get the most kills, you can get the money, so you can just spend it, and then you can just upgrade weapons and armors. Yeah, that's our strategy. So just pick up as many kills as possible.
So from a true player's perspective, obviously Naraka has been around for a very long time. We've seen a lot of different meta compositions. Transformers has long been the most meta composition, but with Sand Siphon, with that Takeda Zip and Tumulch coming across, do you feel like Transformers time is done? And why specifically would you say that the Sand Siphon is able to beat out a lot of these other compositions?
Like honestly, I think the Transformer time maybe is over because we play like 3 games, probably like 3 games Transformer, but we couldn't get like too many kills compared to our other comps. The other comps we pick up like a lot of kills. Yeah, that's probably the comp we're gonna focus on, but maybe we're gonna practice more on the Transformers.
Yeah, I mean, like Moxie said here, it feels like Transformer really on the way out the door, but it's still a good composition to have in the back pocket. I like the strategy you guys have going in, especially given the current format. Like you said, we're playing so many games throughout the day, and burnout is absolutely a thing.
Yep.
This idea of picking up enough eliminations early on that you can kind of just pick up such a massive lead and rest your way in to those final moments. A very good strategy going forward. I like the early game aggression coming out of your team as well. Hopefully you guys can continue to keep that pace going forward. You don't have to tell me what it is, but do you guys have anything that you've been holding back here in the qualifiers that you might be bringing out for us in the finals moving into next week?
Yeah, definitely. But we are practice more new comps, because you cannot just play the same comp. You cannot get a lot of points getting deducted. So we trying the new comps too. I think we actually played the comp like for one game, but it didn't go as well as we expected. So we probably gonna practice more before the final comps. Yep.
Before we let you head out, I have to ask, what was the idea behind the team name? Because we've seen a couple of name changes come through. I believe you played as Crazy Cow the first week. Now it's Nilu Nilu. Is there a sort of reason for all of these different names that you guys are showing us?
I think for the names we just came up randomly, because I think this name, if you have like if you three teammates have the same name, it just give you like the power, right? The strategy. It just brings bring your whole team, the whole teammate together. That's why we having similar names. Yeah, the name is just funny though. We're just trying to be funny sometimes.
They're definitely memorable. Thank you so much, Tommy.
Exactly.
Best
Thank
of
you.
luck. We can't wait to see what you and the team have in store for us next week.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Bye, Tommy.
Oh, Rune, there it is. It very much does feel like Transformers is on the out, and Sand Siphon is very definitely here to stay, whether or not it's going to get dethroned by Hardy's inclusion, because he's coming out soon, right? He's on the test server. We know what his V1, his V2, his F1, and his F2 does. I'm super happy that we have that grappling to just grab players in, and I'm not going to lie, I can't wait to fly around in the Ultimate. I think it's going to be super fun. It's probably going to be confusing as all heck trying to make the attacks land, but hey-ho! Yushan is also incredibly strange and hard to make work, because all of these players, like, they make it seem so seamless when you actually, like, hop into the game and you're trying to pilot a Yushan in his Ultimate. It's really hard. Although you've been working on your Yushan this week. I know you're super happy with how that's been going.
I have been indeed. I've been enjoying it, Yushan, quite thoroughly. And speaking of which, I think we're going to have to call our time here to an end so I can go get some more Yuashan games in as well. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Make sure you join us tomorrow, same time, same place, because we're going to be coming back for week 2 solos here for the Astral Cup, and you guys aren't going to want to miss it.